Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the stream. We are at Willow Creek Reservoir, Montana. We tried fishing here last week, but the wind was just treacherous. I couldn't even safely get the boat in. But welcome. We're here, central Montana, the Rocky Mountain front. As I said, it is Willow Creek Reservoir. This is the first time I've had my boat in here. I have fished here a few times from the shore, managed to catch, every time I fish here, I catch a new PV rainbow trout. So that's what our goal is for today. We do have a bonus opportunity here though for tiger muskie. This lake has been stocked numerous times over the last decade, 15 years I think actually, with tiger muskies. There aren't very many of them in here, so it's a pretty rare catch. They put them in here to clean up the white suckers. So there is a chance. We're gonna let out just a little bit more line here. I let out way too much line on this other one. Give me a second. Greg. Good morning, everyone. What's up, Anthony Lester? Welcome. Wisecracker. Smoke one for me. I quit. Oh, I'm glad to hear you quit, man. It is a terrible, terrible habit. Good morning. Good luck on the water. Hey, thanks, Anthony. Welcome, everybody. Thanks for joining us on this Friday morning. You can see this beautiful sunset in the background. As I said, this is the first time I fished this water body from the boat. I fished it a handful of times over the years from the shore. Usually have pretty good luck with rainbow trout here and some big fat ones. So that's what I'm hoping we run into here today. Some chunky rainbows. We have 2 poles in the water. Looks beautiful. Yeah, it is. It's supposed to be a nice day here until noon, 1-ish, and then it might get kind of sketchy. We might end up pulling the boat out around noon or 1 and heading to a different lake. The wind is potentially going to pick up. Forecasts are all over the place. Some of them said it was supposed to be really calm. Some of them said it was 20 to 30 mile an hour winds after 1 p.m. So we will see. Good morning, Real Midwest Outdoors. So we're fishing with the usual here. These are the Okuma Classic Pro GLT planer board rods. These are the 8'6" collapsible to 7'6" model, or paired with the Okuma Cold Water Pro A series line counter reels. Really nice combo. We're spooled up right now with 45-pound Suffix braid. And we're just flatlining right now. This pole is our typical cowbell troll, hammered brass, and then behind it we're running a double wedding ring in pink. On the other side we are running a gold Dodger, and I just put on a neon, like a chartreuse UV and pink small spoon behind that. So we'll see if we can pull a fish out. Tight lines, what's up, Snapshot Sniper? Welcome to the stream. Welcome, everybody. Thanks for joining me today here on the stream. Hoping we can pull out a new PB trout, or PB trout is what we're aiming for today. There are rainbow trout. There are supposedly brook trout. They're pulled out occasionally on the lake surveys. And from what I understand, there is a potential for tiger muskie in here as well. So we might have a wild card. We're running about 2 miles an hour, a little bit faster than what I would like. We're gonna try and slow it down just a touch. Beautiful weather out here this morning. Do you play Fortnite? No, Alex, I don't. Thanks, Snapshot Sniper. Appreciate those thumbs up, guys. If you haven't hit that thumbs up already and you like fishing, you like live streams, and you want us to catch a big fish, hit that thumbs up for us. Get some more people in here. But we've just been on the water for a couple of minutes here. Just got our 2 lines in. I am marking fish literally everywhere. We're over about 22-foot bottom right now. There's fish all the way from the surface down to about 20 foot. They're everywhere. I'm 14 and I play Fortnite with adults. Oh, nice, Alex. Yeah, no, I don't really do much gaming these days. My spare time, I spend programming. I like to develop stuff, and I fish. So not a whole lot of time for gaming these days. But I have played, or I shouldn't say I've played Fortnite. I've watched people play Fortnite. I don't really understand why you need to build shit while you shoot shit. It's like Minecraft meets Call of Duty. A little confusing for me. But anyways, we're a fishing channel. We're not a gaming channel. Was distracted in thought, visualization, smoking Marlboro Red. I heard big fat one. Had no idea it meant my great hands. Oh, you got one of them? All right. Oh, I'm excited. We tried putting our boat in here last week, and oh my lord, man. This water body, for those of you who have never fished here and are thinking about fishing Canyon Ferry, if you see a northerly wind, north by northeast, north by northwest, stay home. This water body, it was like 3-4 foot crests at the shore when I showed up here last week at 6 a.m. I had my boat pulled down the boat ramp and not even all the way in. I was just pulling the chains off, and the waves were lapping up over the back of my transom. I was like, all right, not happening. So we pulled out. But I'm excited. Like I said, every time I fish here, it seems like I pull a new PB rainbow trout. So not to jinx myself, but there is a real good likelihood of pulling some good sized rainbows out of here. 5+ pounds, 23, 24 plus inches. Not, 30 pounders, but some real nice rainbows. Am I seeing double or am I hacked? How many fingers do you see? Kidding. But we're gonna pull in, I was actually seeing some bigger stuff, super shallow. We're about 25 foot bottom here. I'm gonna pull into like 20, 15 foot. Hug a little bit closer to the shore here and see if we can get something to take a poke at our lures here. What's y'all's, let's get a chat going here. What's y'all's biggest PB trout? Rainbow trout. Have you ever caught a rainbow trout? Mine out of here was right around 24 inches and just shy of 5 pounds. Looking to improve on that today. We'll see. Like I said, all the times I've fished here previously have been from the shore. I fished from the boat dock. I fished from a couple of different places on the shore. And I've had pretty good luck. And these are, there's three or four different strains of rainbow trout in here. I know they have the Arley, the Giant Springs. Oh, there's the other one. They're like the really dark rainbow trout. I forget what they're called. But we're just exploring here. Like I said, I've never fished this water body before, so I am excited to get the boat out here. It's not a super deep lake. I'm used to fishing, 7,500 foot deep. basins, and this one I think at its deepest, when the water level is high, is somewhere around 50-60 foot. We will head over that way into the dam basin shortly. I wanted to run along the shoreline here and see if we could pull anything out. 17-inch from Tennessee. What's up, Mark 4? Welcome to the stream. Magalina, welcome to the stream. Hello, hello. 17-inch, that's a good sized trout. That's bigger than what we've been pulling out of Hauser lately, for sure. Mark from upstate New York, welcome, welcome. We're central Montana here along the Rocky Mountain front. This is a lake called Willow Creek Reservoir. It's on the Sun River system. It's the second lake or reservoir in the Sun River system. There's Gibson Reservoir, and then there's this guy, I think. No, this I think actually would be third. I don't know. I'd have to look it up. I'm talking out my butthole right now. It's part of the Sun River system. You're in Michigan? Oh, nice. Brown trout or cutthroat trout? Jay, I believe that there's rainbow trout and brook trout in here. There used to be brown trout in here. I haven't seen or heard of one caught in many years. But it has really nice rainbows. And there's also a potential tiger muskie here. So we are, I'm kind of hoping for the tiger muskie. We'll see. But we'll run we'll run for a little bit in the more shallow water here, and then I'm gonna head out into the deeper basin. I tend to have better luck for trout out in deeper waters. Not necessarily deeper with the fish, but deeper waters. They tend to suspend over quite deep water. Although this time of the year they are spawning. So we might actually head to the other end of the lake for a little bit. That's where the creeks feed in here. How's the picture and audio quality today? Can you guys hear and see me all right? Oh, I need to grab a soda and get some caffeine in my system here. It's about 6:35 a.m. We got here bright and early, just at the crack of dawn. And this tends to be a pretty good time of the day to fish. Oftentimes trout will have two good bite windows, one early in the morning and one later in the evening. Sometimes you'll get a bite throughout the afternoon, but usually for me in the water bodies or in central Montana here, the trout fishing slows down midday. Lonnie, we're central Montana. This is Willow Creek Reservoir just outside of a small town called Augusta, Montana. Hello, up in the AM. Got the bite. Hey, Creamy. What's up, Creamy? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, we're at Willow Creek today. This is the first time I've put my boat in here. I'm excited. Our luck will just roll around all day and we won't get anything, but usually I have pretty good luck here from the shore. So I have moderately high hopes for today. We'll see. How you doing today, Creamy? If I moved to Idaho, would you be the pimp? I have no idea what you mean. I lived in Idaho when I went to college. I lived in Boise for about a year. Didn't really care for it. You're, at least in Boise, you're kind of in the scrubland in the desert. Really hot, dry summers. Excellent fishing there, though. I know Coeur d'Alene Lake and a few others are really, really highly rated. I've never fished them, but... $8.08. Aloha, Rod. Early bird gets the worm. I hope so. Morning, morning from Oregon. What's up, Raymond? I love Oregon. One of the prettiest places I've ever been in the United States was in Oregon. Went through there, it's probably like 14 or 15 years old. My parents were going somewhere in Oregon to get orchids and tillandsias. No, Hoyas. They were buying Hoyas from some greenhouse. And we went through a town called Grants Pass, Oregon. Wasn't a very big town from what I remember, but oh my God, it was just gorgeous. It was like a tropical rainforest there. Wake and wake, wake and bake. It is about time for the fish whistle, eh? Let's get the morning started right here. Let's call in a behemoth. We're running on this rod our confidence rig here. It is a Cowbell lake trout, hammered brass, followed by our double wedding ring in UV orange. And today I brought some white shoe peg corn mixed up with a couple of different attractants. So we're running that right now. We may switch to pink gulp maggots after a bit. On the other line, we are running a gold and silver Dodger, trailed by a pink and chartreuse UV spoon, also tipped with white shoe peg corn. You're ice fishing right now, Chad. Where are you living? Rod, good morning. What's up, Grumpy? Welcome, welcome. I need lots of trees and green. Tennessee was nice. I lived in Tennessee, Knoxville, for 2 years. I think. Somewhere around there, 2 years. Knoxville was all right. A lot of crime there. A lot of homeless. It was a cool vibe, though. I dug it. I met some cool people down there. Good day, sir. Let's get some spring in our rods today. Heck yeah, Creamy. That's what I'm looking forward to. We trolled for 12 hours last stream and had nothing. One bite all day at Hauser. Hauser was kicking our butt. How's it going today, mate? I'm just about to head into small lock fly fishing for rainbows, browns in Scotland. Oh, heck yeah, Jordan. Yeah, we're fishing for rainbow trout here today. There are brook trout, potentially brown trout, though there are very few caught in here. There are quite large rainbows here, though. 5+ pounds is not uncommon. And there's also a potential for tiger muskie today, so that should be interesting if we can get one on the line. You don't hear none of that slapping on the water today. No, there's only 2-3 miles an hour wind right now. It's very calm. It's supposed to pick up around noon or 1 o'clock Mountain Standard Time. We might get blown off the lake. We might have to trailer up and head to Holter or some other nearby. And when I say nearby, I mean an hour. Might have to head to a different lake around 1 p.m. So we have at least probably 5 hours of good fishing here. The weather forecasts were conflicting. It depended on where I looked as to what it was saying. Some of them were saying max 8, 9, 10 miles an hour gusts. Some of them were saying max, like 30 mile an hour gusts. And we're in a little 16-foot flat bottom John here, so anything above 15 miles an hour gets real sketchy real quick. So we're gonna see what we can do in the time that we've got, but it will be another marathon stream here today. If we get blown off the water here, we will head to another water body. We're gonna be fishing past sundown, potentially into the night, depending on how the weather goes and how the bite is. I'm honestly surprised we haven't just going over clouds of fish. I'm trolling right now the basin right along an incline. The bank here is fairly steep. It kind of drops off and goes to a flat basin. It's only about 30 foot deep here, 25, 30 foot. We're coming though around the bend here to the dam area, which is going to be substantially deeper. It's not a very big basin though. What's up, Jace? Jace Grissom. Josie, good morning. How are you? Hope you find gold. Thanks, chillin'. How cold is it? I want to say it's somewhere around 32 degrees. It's right above freezing right now. It's supposed to get up into the 60s today, though. My favorite spoon is called Greasy Chicken Wing. Never heard of it, Chad. That sounds interesting. Yeah, here's our flag from our last stream. Our ugly orange flag. That's all we caught last stream. I got a house and shop 1 hour south of Knoxville. Okay, Wise. Did you bring the fish finder? Yes, I did bring the fish finder. I made sure I went and put it out in my truck at like 2 o'clock in the morning. I'm like, I am not forgetting it today. Northern Wisconsin. Okay, Chad. If you can get your lure past 1, it should take. It's just finding them. Looks cold. It's nice there today. Wind from the south. Yeah, I think it's supposed to shift quite a bit today. For the first part of the morning here, it's like south by southwest. Then I think it's going to come from the west, and then like south by southeast, and then from the east. As long as it doesn't switch to the north, we should be good. But there's not a lot of cover here. There's not really trees. The hill lines are fairly shallow. And we do get some quite large gusts that come off the Rocky Mountain front. These mountains you can see in the back here, that's the Continental Divide. It's the Rocky Mountain front back there. And the winds do get a bit crazy here at times. It's not a very big water body. It's like, I want to say it's like 500 acres or something like that. So it's a fairly small water body. I like this size of water body. It's small enough that you can explore pretty much the entire thing in a day. Not extensively, but you can do, you know, a couple of laps around and get a good idea of what's here. Won't find a better background to take a picture of. I'll just wait till we swing around and you guys can see the sunset here. We are marking quite a few fish, anywhere from 5 foot all the way down to 25 foot. I may, on one of these poles, throw a 2-ounce snap weight on, just so we're fishing different depths. I think I'm going to take 1 lap through the basin here, and if we don't get bit up, I'm going to pick one of these poles to throw a snap weight on. Amazing view watching from Texas. Hey, welcome, Woozy. We're in central Montana here. Isn't the sunrise here pretty? Creamy says crappy. Did get a flag. Yeah, it's a good depth to hit him in, mate. Yeah, it's not super deep here. Again, this basin that we're going into, which is very small, it's one little loop. That's, I don't know, 50, 75 yards. It's not very wide. What's up, chilling with Dave? Doing great. Glad to see you out here. Oh, thanks, Josie. Yeah, I sent an email last night that the weather looks good. I'm not working today. I'm going fishing. So we're out here. Gotta take the fishing days when you can. D808, like and subscribe. Appreciate that, D808. 21 likes. Let's go. Need to drag a fish scene. Not legal. You have to have a commercial fishing license in order to use a seine net here, as far as I understand it. I'm not sure how all that works. Jordan Scott, when will you be going for the pike again? I am waiting for water levels to come up. Pishkin Reservoir is too low to launch, and I actually was reading about that last night. I think that the reason, and I couldn't find one post that was mentioning that they were going to potentially be starting on a drawdown of the reservoir to repair the dam gates, the outlet of the reservoir, and that's my main spot. It said it was supposed to start late 2025 and end late 2020. them about a year to rebuild it. We're only about a half-hour drive from there right now. I was thinking of potentially taking a ride over there to see how it looks, but I know it's at the lowest it's been in probably 5 years. I don't think it's launchable right now. There are some other spots we can go for pike. Right around where I live in the Missouri River, there's some potential. In fact, my biggest pike I've gotten came out of there. Down by Fort Benton, we're gonna definitely hit up Tiber Reservoir sometime this year. And a lot of the water bodies, Holter, Hauser, Canyon Ferry, all have pike in them. They're just not a very common catch. So we'll definitely be doing some pike. I just don't know when. Used to live on Lake Superior. That's big water. I would need a way bigger boat to feel comfortable fishing in something like that. All about the snow. Sunset, 8:46. Oh, it's 6:48 here. It's about the smell out there in that fresh water. Oh, it's gorgeous out here. The deeper rod sounds good. Okay, so we're coming across some super shallow fish. The water temperature is 46 at the surface in the basin area here. I forgot to check what it was at the boat dock. We're running over a handful of fish at around 10 foot here, so we should be right above them. This rig here, the Cowbells plus the wedding ring rig, I suspect is somewhere between 5 and 7 foot deep. So we should be right on top of them. Not as many fish over here as I expected. Do you run cannonballs? Just curious. No downriggers. No, I do have a bunch of clip weights, various sizes. I mean, they're just basic clip weights. This is a 2-ounce clip weight. You run your line out, 30 foot, 40 foot, 50 foot, you clip it on, you run your line out another 20, 50, 100, depending on what depth you're trying to go to. And I have these ranging from, 1 ounce all the way up to 6 ounces. If I need to get deeper than that, I do have dipsy divers, I have jet divers, dolphins. There's a bunch of different ways you can get down deep. It's just such a small boat. It's hard to throw downriggers on here. They take up so much room. Though I did just install these Canon adjustable holders, one on each side on my back bench, and the tracks that they ride in will also bigger. So I might at some point pick one up. They're like $500-600 for the cheaper manual ones. But that would allow me to get much deeper, much more precisely. You don't need a bigger boat, just know when to get off the lake fast. See, but I want to be able to, like, 15 miles an hour is really uncomfortable in a flat bottom john. 15 miles an hour is, rough, but fishable still in a V. So I'd like to, at some point in time, get, like a 1870 or a 1990, something a little bit longer, a little bit wider. I need to save my pennies, though. If you still use the lead line running 2 depth, sounds good. If you don't, start picking fish up. Right now I'm running just braid, I'm flatlining. I did bring one lead line, or lead pole. And yeah, if we don't start picking something up here shortly, we can definitely try a lead core line. We've only been on the water for about 25 minutes. So we're not doing too bad. Here, fishy, fishy, fishy. Current temperature 29.4, feels 23. Oh wow, colder than I thought. Humidity 74%, 3.4 mile an hour west by southwest. Gusts to 7 miles an hour. Yeah, Augusta is about, it's pretty close to here. It's about 5 miles away, 6 miles, something like that. So the weather there should be fairly close to what it is here on the water. Although the terrain definitely will change it somewhat. It doesn't feel bad at all. It only feels cold when the wind starts blowing. When the wind starts blowing, it doesn't matter how many layers you have on, it's cold. But when the wind isn't blowing all these layers, I don't even feel it. You got enough adrenaline running through your system because you're excited and fishing, and you don't feel much. Use a light 10-pound. Vanish on the Willow. 1 to 2 miles an hour early spring. Okay. Yeah, I never use line that light when I'm trolling. And again, my speed is limited by my jet. I'm going 1.8 miles an hour right now because I have a little bit of a headwind. When the wind is perfectly calm or behind me, I do more like 2 miles an hour. I need to try and adjust my reverse gate. I messed around with it last year and I got it a little bit better because it used to troll 2.2 to 2.4 as oh, look at a bob there. In neutral. I've got it down to about 1.8, 1.7. You got a favorite lure for out here, Creamy? Unfortunately, as far as I know, there are no walleye in this water body, but you never know. There are walleye in a lot of different water bodies around here. Got on fish, just keep changing lures till you find the color they want. Is there many bait fish about? In this basin here, there hasn't been as much as I expected there to be. Kind of near the boat launch in the more shallow, like the 15 to 25 foot range, I was marking quite a few fish. This is the first time I've been on this water though. I don't want to just sit right next to the boat ramp. I want to do a little bit of a lap around, map a little bit and see what it looks like here. But we will definitely head back over that way at some point if we don't start hooking up. I expect that there will probably be fish all over in here though. Can't use light line trolling, otherwise gear disappears. Yeah, it's, I mean, when it starts costing $50 to $100 every time you snag up, you quickly start strengthening your line. Last year I trolled with mostly 30 pound. Towards the end of the year, I switched to 45 pound. I actually just picked up a spool, a 2,000 yard spool of Suffix Advanced Superline, the 832 braid. 65 pound that I'm gonna spool up these guys with. And I also am swapping out my 18 pound lead core line, the Suffix Advanced lead core, to 27 pound lead core. We're a little bit shallow here, oh man. Let's try not to lose anything. Hammered brass, green, purple, orange accents. Green, purple, orange accents. Okay. Yeah, again, I am running the hammered brass Cowbell right now, the lake troll, as an attractant. But I did switch out the blade that's on the double wedding ring rig. It's like a blue, green, purple, like a iridescent color. But on the other, behind a gold and silver Dodger. Shallow water will heat up faster, more feeding for them. Yeah, and this time of the year, I believe the rainbow spawn is going on in a lot of the water bodies. So there are a lot of rainbows up shallow, but I suspect with the water temperature, it's 46 degrees, they're gonna be all over. It's too cold for them everywhere, so. There's no real purpose. We dug that out of, we snagged that, the last stream at Hauser. I pulled it off the bottom. I turned too sharply when we were running up Prickly Pear Creek arm of Hauser Reservoir and picked that up off the bottom. I thought I had a fish because it hooked it in the flag, and it's, you know, because of its odd shape, you know, it felt like a fish. I got it all the way to the boat and was like, oh man, it's not a fish. So we have, I went ahead and put it up, and we're trying to think of a pirate name for the ship. Here, we're officially a pirate ship. We have a flag. But I'm assuming at some point in time it was a diver flag, or oftentimes people who are pulling jet skiers, they have a flag. We just have a flag because I pulled it off the bottom of the reservoir. No real purpose. Appreciate the sub there, Mayron YY. Welcome to the channel. John Koo, have a great range. Your lures, identical shape. Sink depth, the Rapalus, some nice colors, and a lot cheaper. You should check out. I have a myriad of lures available at our disposal here. We got all sorts of spoons, spinners, flatfish. I got dozens of Dodgers and spinner flashers, lake trolls. Yeah, I got itty bitty little cranks. We have deep diving cranks. I'm pretty equipped here. We don't usually run through a ton of different options, though. I like to give, when I throw a lure out, I don't swap it out, you know, every 5 minutes, every 15 minutes like a lot of people do. I'll run something for a half hour, an hour, sometimes longer. Certain lures that I've fished with a lot that I know produce. You know, sometimes it's just a matter of getting them in front of the fish at the right time of the day. What's up, Subby? Do you have any heavy flies? Nymphs are great. Behind for, I do have some, I've never fished them. I picked them up for lake trout fishing. Some meat rigs and some flies. I've never really trolled a fly. You know, I've trolled bucktails, which are really similar to a fly. You know, different maps and things of that nature. But I do have some flies in here that like these. They're called a meathead. It's a fly, and then there's like a little plastic fish up front that you put a chunk of attractant. They call it meat. Or meatheads. It's a little chunk of rubber that's got a bunch of attractant and colors in it that you pin onto the meathead. It is chilly though. My fingers are getting cold. But I have a handful of those. I have, yeah, that's what the meat looks like. They're just rubber, but they have holes in them, and you pin them into the lure. I got them for lake trout fishing. I've never fished them before. Bunch of different colors, but they just go on that plastic head. Just seen those feathers the other day, almost bought them. Give it a shot if you don't get a bite in an hour. Yeah, we can throw something on. I know I have some other flies though. I think I have 1 or 2 of them out of the package that are in my other tote. This is just my box of shit I've bought that I've never used. Or my bucket. They haven't made it into... There we go. Action fly. They're just a, you know, a tassel. These just, they're a little big for... Maybe they're not. Maybe maybe they're not too big, but I look at them and I'm like, that's big for trout. Normally trout, I use much smaller presentations. The meatheads? Oh, jighead, yeah, they're supposedly really, really good for trolling. A lot of people troll them for salmon and lake trout, and I would imagine all sorts of things would bite off of them. You ever want to fish Lake Superior or northern Wisconsin lakes? Hit me up. Oh, I would love to someday, Chad. I will, if you haven't already, follow the channel and send me a message or post something on my community page. I don't know if I'll be traveling much out of state for fishing this year, but next year it is definitely on the purview. The Rod Squad, what's up, Crappy Man Jigs? How you doing, my friend? Welcome, welcome. Rained out today? Oh, that's a shame, Coaster. Crappy Man Jigs, 7 months in the Rod Squad. You are one of the OG Rod Squad members, my friend. Appreciate you. How you doing this morning? Slicks, welcome to the... Oh, thanks for gifting memberships to the community. You gifted a membership? Rodbot, are you making shit up? I didn't see a membership gift. How you doing this morning, Jighead? Another day in paradise, heck yeah. Take them as they come. What's up, AI Wad? Sarah, doing absolutely fantastic. We're out here in central Montana. You can see the beautiful views this morning. As I pan around here trolling for trout, you're gonna see the Rocky Mountain front, still snow-capped in the background here. That's the taller mountains. That's the Continental Divide that runs through central Montana, central and western Montana. And then as I pan back around the other way, you're gonna see the sun just poking over the top of the hills here. We were marking a whole bunch of stuff on the southern shore right at sunrise. I'm not marking nearly as much stuff in the basin or the east shore here. We're gonna head around. I think I'm just gonna do one big lap and see what there is to see. But the target here today is mainly rainbow trout. There are some quite large rainbows in here. My Phoebe rainbow came out of here fishing from the shore. This is the first time I've fished from a boat in this lake. But it seems like every time I fish here, I get a new Phoebe trout. But there is also a potential for brook trout. Also possibly brown trout, though Fish, Wildlife, and Park doesn't show that as anything that they've caught in the survey in recent years. The big bonus, the big fish that we might catch here today is tiger muskie. There probably aren't many of them left in here. I believe they did a massive drawdown in this reservoir in 2019 to fix the dam, the outlets on it. But supposedly it was not a complete fish kill. A lot of things did survive. And they've been stocking tiger muskies in here about every 5 years, it looked like, since the early 2000s. The last of which was like in 2022 or 2023. So there are potentially some fat tiger muskies in here. They probably aren't very many in here. They're a sterile species. They crossbreed them between a northern pike and a actual sterile tiger muskie. But they get to be massive, 50 plus inches, 30 plus pounds. And they are a just toothy freaking monster. So that would be exciting. Your mother had a tongue like a trout? I don't know what that means, Chad. But you probably shouldn't talk about your mother that way. Maybe when it heats up, they'll start to feed. At least you have marked some fish. Oh yeah, it definitely doesn't seem like there's a shortage of fish in here. I am starting to mark, we're kind of on the northeastern shore here, and it does look like I'm seeing more than on the east southeast. So we're coming back into a few fish. Definitely we're more around the boat launch so far. Good morning, Maggie. Welcome to the stream. Northern Fishing Outdoors. What's up, NFO? How you doing, buddy? Looks like size water to cover. Yeah, it's not bad. It's like 500 acres-ish, if I recall correctly. That is one feature I'm working on with RodBot to be able to parse and display water body data, stocking information, various different things about the water bodies while we're out here fishing. Keep it percolated, Chad. Good morning, Minnesota, checking in. What's up, Paul? Welcome, welcome. We're out here fishing in beautiful central Montana on the Rocky Mountain front. This is Willow Creek Reservoir. It's kind of a out-of-the-way fishing spot. I don't know that it's, I don't know, it's kind of a local spot. And I think a lot of people, there's not a lot of content online about this. A lot of the videos you'll find online of this water body, they don't name this water body. One of those spots that people might get a little miffed that I'm posting this, especially if we do start catching some stuff, because there's some of the most beautiful trout I've caught in central Montana have come out of this water body. But we'll see. We'll see. But it's right outside of a town called Augusta, Montana. Pretty small town. But we're just back right up against the Rocky Mountain front. We're fairly close. If you guys watched my stream last year, we fished a lot at Pishkin Reservoir, my pike hole. We're real close to there. And then just probably 10 miles over to the southwest from here is another really interesting water body called Nylon Reservoir that has really nice rainbows as well as brown trout in it. Quite a few brown, nice brown. But that one is also an irrigation reservoir, and as far as I could tell online, you ain't getting a motorized boat in there right now. You would have to launch a canoe or a kayak. Jighead Jones would be whooping up over there. I can't get my boat in there right now. Same with Pishkin. It's too far drawn down. Willow Creek, for whatever reason, is pretty high already. Ice just came out on my area lakes this past week. Oh, nice, ice out. Ice out's an interesting time to fish. Can be frustrating though. Sometimes the fish are, until spring turnover, they kind of, the fishing can be a little blah. We'll see. I'm hoping we have a good day here. I'd eat any fish in that water. Oh yeah, this is some of these water bodies that are up here in the Rocky Mountains, up in the Rocky Mountain front. Cool, you know, mountain water. It's some of the cleanest, coldest water around. So if you want to harvest fish, this would be a water body to do it from. this and, you know, ones up in these surrounding areas, especially one like this that's not, it's not a, you know, a big touristy destination. There's not a lot of people fish here. But especially this time of the year too. Spring and winter are oftentimes some of the best fish. The cold waters really firm the flesh up, which goes a long ways in how they taste. Ant-Man, no, we're near the Missouri River. We're at Willow Creek Reservoir. This is on the Sun River system. The Sun River system feeds into the Missouri River around Great Falls, which is about an hour away from here. Not scared of the Loch Ness Monster? No, Desiree, we're trying to catch the Loch Ness Monster. There are tiger muskie potentially in here that are 50 plus inches, 30 plus pounds. What kind of truck do you have? I drive a Gypsy half-ton Sierra SLE 4x4. It's an all right truck. I picked it up from the auction about 4 years ago or so. It looks like hot, sick ass, but I got it for like 10 grand. It had like 80,000 miles on it. It was a real good deal. Ice out is usually me happy to hit the water. Sad I didn't catch much. All right, Jighead. That's been my luck so far this year. We've been out 3 times for a total of almost 30 hours between the 3 times, and I've caught 2 fish and 1 flag. It's been a slow start to the year here. I'm hoping Willow Creek here changes that. But I think I'm gonna drop a 2-ounce weight on this spoon over here and get her down a bit. We've covered a bit of water and we haven't had any luck, so I'm gonna change it up. Yeah, we've been going for about 40 minutes now. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna reel this line into about 50 foot. And then I'm gonna clip on a 2-ounce weight and then let it out about another 50 foot. All right. And this should get us down to about the 15-foot mark. And I'm gonna let I just have the bail open and I'm gonna let it click out a little ways. You think you'll do okay today? Jordan, I have moderately decent hope that there will be a decent bite today, but you never know this time of year. Like I said, after ice out, fishing can be pretty on and off. Some days are wonderful, some days they just don't bite. So we will see. What's up, Logan? Welcome to the stream. Starting to heat up for me now, getting ready to head out. Heck yeah, Jighead. You gonna do some fishing today? Go catch a pike. Come on. All right, so that should get us a little bit deeper. Sounds good. Depth in the area will be key today. Yeah, we need to get it in front of their faces. We'll run a few different options through here. I suspect we can get some bites today. I usually have pretty good luck from the shore here, though I usually don't fish it this early in the year. Welcome, SoCal. Good morning. How you doing, buddy? These damn fishes be picky when it comes to bait they like. Some days, Desiree, some days they really are. Other days it seems like it doesn't matter what you put in front of them, as long as you get something in front of them, they bite at it. Other days they want something very specific speeds, very specific depths. Some days they want pinks, other days they want blues. Sometimes whites. I have really good luck usually just fishing plain white lures. How cold's the water? 46 degrees at the surface. It's a little chilly. The wind is kind to let you explore. Yeah, it's real calm this morning. It's potentially gonna get nasty this afternoon, so we will have to see. Trying to get the motivation to go to the lake. Get out there, SoCal. Go catch yourself some fish. Up and at 'em, SoCal. We need a birthday stream today. I had to get out here. It's supposed to rain this weekend. Pretty much everywhere, so if I don't fish today, my weekend's shot. Biggest fish I've caught, landed, weighed, measured, taken pictures of was a 22.5 pound, 42-inch northern pike. I had what I estimate to be about a 50-pound common carp to the shore, and I fought trying to get him in my tiny little frickin' net for a solid 5 minutes before she busted off and flopped back away. Would have been a state record. My net was too damn small. I went out that same day and bought a new net, a bigger net, a much bigger net. I've had quite a few catfish and carp that were, you know, around 20 pounds. But the biggest one I've caught and landed was the northern pike. Yeah, she was a pig. I'm still looking to improve. Northern pike is one of my favorite fish to fish for, and they get to be 30 plus pounds in Montana. So I am always looking to better that personal record. How deep is the trolling rod? So the one that's in the camera here is running something called a cowbell or a lake troll, hammered brass, and it's followed by a hand-tied spinner rig, a double wedding ring in UV orange. At the speed we're trolling, it's probably about 5 to 7 foot deep, so just subsurface. Which is usually where I run it. Sometimes I will throw a snap weight on that to get it deeper. The pole behind me that you guys can't see is running a gold and silver Dodger, followed by a chartreuse and pink spoon, UV spoon. And that one we're out about 35 foot, and then we have a 2-ounce snap weight on it, and then we're out about another 50 foot. And that one I estimate is about 15 foot. Somewhere between the 12 to 15 foot range. We're fishing over about 25-foot bottom right now, and most of the fish that I'm marking right now are in the 10 to 20-foot range. So we're right in there. We've got 2 lures that are kind of at the top end of their range and in the middle of their range. So we should be smacking some fish right in the face here. We're bound to get something here. Biggest catch of my life was Mrs. SoCal. What's up, Yasin? Yeah, I remember you. Welcome back. How you doing today? Same here. Wind to pick up as the day goes on. 14, 20. Here's a walk 2 miles from my house. Just trying a couple of flies before I go. Okay. Yeah, I'm hoping it stays reasonable here today. It's supposed to be quite decent until somewhere between noon and 1 p.m. It's supposed to really start picking up potentially. If it does, we may end up having to trailer the boat and haul the boat to a different lake. Hauser Reservoir is about an hour from here, a little less than an hour. And I think that would probably be the next closest fishable lake. And the forecast there was between like 5 miles and 13 miles an hour. So it's fishable. It's going to be a brisk wind there too, but it's still fishable at those winds. Looks so peaceful. It is. It's so pretty. I'm the only person out here. Nobody's even at any of the campsites. It's just me and the lake. I love it. Now we just need to hear that drag scream. Yeah, I'm not. This channel we marathon stream here, so if one water body gets too bad, I looked up an alternative, so we do have a backup plan. It is going to involve another hour of driving and yeah, another $50 in gas. You do what you got to do. Doing awesome, Yasin. We're out here fishing. We're living the life. Here we go. Here's some good fish. So we're kind of along the north shore now. Again, we're about 25 foot bottom. But I'm honestly hoping that the forecast was just wrong, because some of the forecasts for here, in fact, somebody typed .fc for forecast. See what Rodbot says what the forecast is. Because some of them were saying, 13 mile an hour, 14 mile an hour gust max. Some of them were saying 30. I hate that shit. God, it drives me nuts when inconsistent weather reports. Fishbrain says 12, 12, 13 mile an hour max. I think AccuWeather was the one that said up to 30 mile an hour gusts. Augusta, Montana, wind 3.6, max wind 3.6. What? Damn it, Nightbot, shut up. Yeah, could you do what is it? Set water body. So .sw space Willow Creek Reservoir. I didn't set it for Nightbot, so Nightbot is spitting out the wrong location and the wrong water body. So the location would be Augusta, Montana. The water body would be Willow Creek Reservoir. Thank you, SoCal. How's everybody doing this morning? We've got 30 people in here and 42 thumbs up. Y'all are awesome. Hope you guys are enjoying the stream. We're a fishing channel. We stream out of central Montana here. We mostly live stream. I post a little bit of other content. Sometimes we should be this year getting some more underwater lure camera footage, which is always fun. But primarily we just live stream here, and we do marathon live streams from lakes, reservoirs, rivers, streams, ponds. There's water, there's fish, we'll fish it. So if you like fishing, you like live streams, hit that thumbs up, hit that sub button, and come back and fish with us sometime. .sl space Augusta, AUGUSTA, comma MT, Augusta, Montana. No, we haven't caught anything yet. We've been streaming for right around an hour, Yasin. We haven't had any bites yet. Perfect, thanks, SoCal. I need to look through my spoons. I want to get a couple other spoon options. Saying hammered brass spoon, huh? At some point, I'm going to run this little guy, a little white rainbow trout with silver. I suspect that one might do decently well. That's just a little Phoebe. Last time we were out, we fished Hauser Reservoir, and we had nothing in a 12-hour stream. We're at a different water body today. We're at Willow Creek Reservoir. Trolling this time of the year can be kind of hit and miss. Fish can be really, really lethargic after the ice out. A lot of them are super shallow, and I don't tend to troll like sub 15-foot water usually, or 15-foot bottom. And I snag so much. I tend to fish 20-foot plus is kind of my comfort zone when I'm trolling most of the time. 20-foot bottom plus, I mean. But we are marking a decent amount of fish. A lot of it looks like smaller fish. There's just a lot of stuff suspended. So, I mean, there's quite a bit of stuff in here. A lot of that just looks like small fish. There's not a lot of, you know, bigger swoops. But again, we're 25-foot bottom. I'm kind of searching around right now. This is the first time I fished this water body with a boat. I've always fished from the shore here. So we're exploring. Watching this sucks. Yeah, it's the worst thing you could be doing with your life right now, definitely. Maybe you should go play in traffic. Sounds more fun, doesn't it? What's up, Fred? But again, a new water body for me from the boat. My Phoebe Rainbow Trout does come out of here. It was just under 5 pounds. I'm hoping we can break a 5-pound trout today. It's not an uncommon catch here. And there is also a potential for a tiger muskie here, which is absolutely fantastic. Slim chance, mind you. There aren't very many of them in here, but the ones that are in here are probably quite large. I have no idea where they are this time of the year. Normally, tiger muskie fishing in Montana starts picking up late April, early May. So we're right around the time. We're a little bit early though. Oh, don't worry about that, Yasin. There's no reason to report people. It was just being a troll. If people get real belligerent, we just mute them. But unless they're being, you know, openly racist or just complete buttholes, we like to try and tolerate and bring them into the fringe. Sometimes people are just a little grumpy. They need a fish whistle or two and then they come around. Ooh, I do see some headlights up there. We got somebody joining us here. Hate speech. I'm gonna sub and keep commenting until you troll a pink tassy devil and smoke a giant spliff. I don't know if I have a pink tassy devil, and I definitely don't have a spliff on me, but you know, that is a real possibility in a future stream though. We will see if we can accommodate that for you. We do have the fish whistle here today. I thought it was out, but I have been able to coax a few more whistles out of it. And I went to the fish whistle store yesterday and bought 2 more. I tried to get the huckleberry and I got home and man, she gave me the blackberry. And it's not as good. Now I have 2 of them. I don't know. We'll see. Trolls keep engagement, so they're really trolling themselves. Yeah, it's okay, unless they get real bad. I mean, if people are, you know, being openly racist and just really bad, I don't let them stick around like you do in yours. You have to always try and keep in mind that things you say, things that people in your channel say, can and will impact your monetization. You gotta be careful with it. It's fun to troll the trolls, but there's a line there where you are potentially shooting yourself in the foot by not just muting them and getting rid of them. Tassy Devil lures trolled at 2 miles an hour are dynamite and proven worldwide. Fred, what does a Tassy Devil look like? It sounds, I know a channel on here that fishes out of Australia, Tassy Devil and AJ, and they catch some beautiful trout over there. But I don't know. I've heard of a Tassie Devil. I might have something similar to a Tassie Devil. I offhand just don't know what the heck that is. You'd have to describe it for me. Yes, and you're here in the Netherlands. That's right, you're in Netherlands. Yeah, that'd be a fun place to go fish, I think. Y'all have some interesting fish over there. What's up, Glenn Huber? Welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome. Happy Friday, everybody. Hope y'all are either off work already or off work real soon and get to start your weekends. My weekend here, it's supposed to rain everywhere, so I got rained out. I had to, oh, that's where we need to be. There is 2 giant flocks of birds over there feeding. We are heading straight towards these guys. The birds sometimes know what's up. Sunny, no wind, no rain. Yeah, it's nice here now. It might get a little testy here a bit later. We'll see. Birds mean bait fish. Yeah, I see them over there feeding, so we're heading over to see. You guys hear this bird? Let me shut off my motor for a sec. Now they're not going to do it. It's some kind of crane. They make a really bizarre noise when they're flying. As soon as I cut off the motor, they stop. But yeah, there's a flock of whitebirds and a flock of blackbirds over here. I don't know how shallow it is where they're at, but we're gonna head over that direction and see what they're looking at. Pack of Marlboro and a 6-pack of Bud Light might even sleep there. Oh, it's gorgeous here. This would be a nice place to come and camp at and fish, if you can get a stretch of days where the wind is decent. Up here along the Rocky Mountain front, the winds can get just brutal and they come out of nowhere. You'll have weather like this right now. I mean, it's not glass, but there's very little chop. You know, the wind's blowing maybe 2-3 miles an hour. And, in a matter of 5 minutes, it can run from 2-3 miles an hour to 20-30 miles an hour or more. Which it's potentially going to do that around 12 to 1 o'clock. So around that time of the day, around noon, somebody remind me to head back towards the dock if we're not already. Just in case the wind picks up and we need to snatch the boat out of the water. If so, we'll head to a different water body that's about an hour from here called Hauser Reservoir. We fished that quite a few times last year, caught decent rainbow trout, handful of really nice kokanee salmon. There's northern pike, the state record walleye comes out of there. There's all sorts of critters running around. Tassie devils are like a flatfish wing lure. Great trolling action. Maybe I don't have anything like that. Fred, could you do me a favor and leave a comment on one of my shorts or a video or on my community page and remind me to look for a Tassie devil, and again, any other recommendations on color, size, etc. And something like that. I will look at it after I get off stream and I'll see if I can find one. I'm a bit forgetful. I will try and remember that, and I should be able to because, like I said, I watch a channel on here, Tassie Devil, and they're out of Australia. What's your favorite fish to eat? Northern pike, walleye, or channel catfish usually are my favorites, and kind of in that order. My brother got a whole collection of weekend fishing. I mean, a whole freezer, catfish to be exact. Oh, heck yeah. Yeah, I like, we have channel cats here. I don't like them when they get too big. They get really fatty and they get pretty gamey tasting. But if you can get them around the, 2 to 3 pound range, maybe a little bit bigger, you start having to cut off a bunch of belly meat because it's fat. But as long as you collect them small, bleed them, and get rid of any belly fat, they're really good to eat. Chunk them up and bread them, and little catfish nuggies. They are delish. If you have your phone, you can Google it now. Yeah, I could. I might. There's usually a lot to pay attention here for me to be staring at my phone looking shit up. How old am I? Old enough to know better, but still too young to care. I'm in my 40s. I'm like low 40s. Any y'all doing any fishing this weekend? Ooh, there's some fish. We're at 20-foot bottom. Great answer, yeah. I don't know, some days I feel real old. Some days it's scary how fast time goes. I try not to think about my age too much. Can you be my cool uncle who takes me fishing? Yes. Yeah, I've invited, so I'm on an app called Fishbrain, and oftentimes I post, my more interesting catches when I'm fishing. And I've offered to bring people out on my boat a few times. Usually nobody hits me up, or one time somebody did hit me up, and he showed up and he didn't have a life jacket, and I told him beforehand that I don't have one that'll fit you, so he couldn't come. And then another time there was somebody who was supposed to come and got a flat tire along the way and said, F it, I'm going home. But yeah, I've offered, nobody ever comes out, so it's just me. It is a pretty small boat for a bunch of people to be on, though. Though I have had like 4 people on here at once. It gets real crowded. It gets fun though with a bunch more poles out, because you can have 2 poles out for every person that's on the boat. Anything more than 4 poles, honestly, though, with a jet boat and without having an electric trolling motor, it gets pretty sketch. Getting a tangle gets real painful. Seems relaxing, man. So envious, bro. Have fun. Oh, thanks, King. Yeah, it's this is my zen. I come out fishing like this to get away from it all, to relax, to chill. That, and it's exhilarating too. And when the fish start biting, it gets fun. Some days are busier than others. Again, this is the first time we fished this water body in the boat, so this is all new. I have an idea of what should work here. Getting an idea of where the fish are. It could be hit and miss though this early in the season. Right after ice out, some days the fish just really are not on. Or just want something very, very specific. Love your content, bro. Very relaxing early in the morning. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying yourself, King Flame. We're out here to hang out and chill, and I like to try and make the users feel like they're part of the experience. Sometimes I let y'all, pick the lures, pick you know, what side of the lake we're fishing on. But otherwise, it's always fun to have people to chat with and chill with and share the experience. A lot of the water bodies we fish are just absolute, you know, picturesque, beautiful Montana locations out here in the middle of nowhere. So a lot of these places, it might be the only time you ever see it, unless you hop on over and do some fishing in Montana, which for anyone who has never done so, I would highly recommend it. We have some excellent fishing here in the state. Morning, Rod. You up north today, any luck? What's up, OK Popcorn? Yeah, we're up by Augusta. We're at Willow Creek Reservoir, at least until noon or 1. The wind might get really sketchy this afternoon, and we might have to bail. But yeah, we tried coming here last weekend, and the wind was just incredible. I didn't even put the boat in. I sat here for a half an hour contemplating, and I ended up driving away and going to Hauser. But we're after some fat rainbows up here. It seems like every time I fish this water body, I've only fished it from shore before. This is the first time I've had my boat in here. But almost every time I fish here, I get a new PB rainbow trout. And 5+ pound rainbows here are not uncommon. So there's a good potential here for a new PB. That and there's tiger muskies floating around in here. Anywhere there's tiger muskies, I will fish it all day long and get 0 bites and be perfectly happy doing it, knowing that one of the times I fish it, there might be a 30-pound, 50-inch fish on the end of the line. Because that's how big they get here. SoCal says, odd question, when you're chatting, changing a water body, are you using split screen? Oh yeah, so I normally, this is why I want two graphs. Normally I have the bottom half of the screen is my side scan. So you get the left-hand side of the boat, the right-hand side of the boat. The top right-hand corner is my nav. So I can see, you know, depths and structure and the fish, or depth and structure and my marks, my waypoints. And then my top left is my down scan. So I have 4 quadrants, and it's a 9-inch screen. So they're fairly small. I mean, you got the lower ends, you know, you can zoom in, zoom out. What I do like about this unit though is it's touch screen. You don't have to do everything with the buttons. And it's pretty decent touchscreen. A lot of touchscreen is really wonky, like it never, you know, it's not very accurate, and for the most part, this unit has been pretty good. But what I would like is a second unit to run my nav on, you know, my graph, my map, solo by itself. I would like another 9 or maybe even a 12-inch for just my graph. It's, especially with me trolling most of the time I'm on the water, being able to see your surroundings, being able to see the contours and what's actually going on is so handy. But yeah, I almost never switch from the 4-quadrant view unless I'm traveling across lake, and I will put up just my map. Caught a bullfrog yesterday on a Texas rig craw. I've never caught a frog. I've caught a lot of shit on a fishing pole, but never a frog. When we are getting real shallow here, I'm hoping I don't snag this clip weight back here. Trying to get out into a little deeper water. Couldn't quite make it to the birds. They're in really... But we're gonna go next to them in a little deeper water. My first stream on your channel is a 12-hour stream from November, December. Just been busy last few months, but I did like to come visit lives like this in my free time. Oh, okay, King. Yeah, we did a Thanksgiving stream from Hauser, and then a Christmas stream from Holter Lake, which Holter might be where we end up at later this afternoon if the wind gets bad. But glad to see you back. Glad you found the channel again. Oh, when I'm charting. Yeah, I always have my one quadrant up with the map. Like I said, it's always the 4 screens. That's what I leave it on, unless I'm traveling from one part to another and I've pulled my lines in and I'm going faster. Oftentimes I will have just the graph up, or just the map up, I mean. What's up, Micah? Welcome to the stream. CK Littlejohn, welcome to the stream. I thought wind was good for fishing, or is it land fishing only? My bad, not super informed. Wind isn't necessarily bad for fishing, but what I'm fishing in right now, this is called a flat bottom John boat. It's 16 foot long and 48 or 50 inches wide. And when the wind picks up, I start bouncing, and when there's swells in the water, it gets real dangerous real fast. So I don't like to be in the water when the winds get above 15 miles an hour. But no, winds aren't necessarily bad for fishing. It's just dangerous from a small boat like this. You need a V-hull or a bigger body boat to safely handle bigger swells. A little boat like this can swamp in, a matter of seconds. Can't wait to see you out fishing SoCal, buddy. I'll be waiting. Heck yeah. Better to fish smart. Heading to Hauser shortly here, going down on the river. So you're gonna go below Hauser Dam, Popcorn? Every time I'm there trolling in the reservoir in the dam basin, there's always like a dozen cars over there fishing below the dam. What's up, Sparkplug? Doing awesome. How you doing today? Water looks beautiful. It is. It's absolutely gorgeous here. Surface temperature, it's warmed up. It's 47 degrees on the north end here. So it's 1 degree warmer than it was when we got here. Willow Creek Reservoir near Augusta, Montana. Right on the Rocky Mountain front. Anything dangerous ever happened while fishing? Like gator got too close? No, I'm in central Montana. We don't have gators here. We did have a really sketchy wind encounter on Flathead Lake when we fished there last year. We had like 4 or 5 foot swells that came out of nowhere. The wind shifted from the south, and it was like the ocean. It was scary. All of the boats made a beeline for the ramp, and it's like a 3-lane ramp at the north end, and it took probably 45 minutes for all of the boats in front of me to get out. So we were just being tossed around. Water was splashing over. My frickin' bilge pump was spewing, and we're catching fish still, waiting for everybody else to get out. But that was scary. But I don't know, nothing super sketch other than that. 4-way split screen on mine is too small to see. Yeah, it does. Like I said, I'd like to get a 12-inch, but you jump from like a $1,000 unit to a $3,000 unit when you jump from the 9-inch to the 12-inch. It's ridiculous. Dutch, I'm in Belgrade. We'll be there in a few days. Oh, nice. You're right around Flathead. Do you have oars? Would you ever take it up the river? I actually just took the oars out of here. They used to run along the gun wall over here. I recently took them out and put solar panels on both sides to try and get a little more juice, because my outboard only has a 6-amp stator on it. Ooh, what was that? What was that? I am gonna get another pair just like the one that I have, but I need them to be about 8 inches shorter so I can clip them in half and put them under the seat. They're just in the way. But no, I would never try to oar up the river. I'm in a flat bottom john. I could probably, I mean, I can go in 3-4 inches of water. As long as there's not a bunch of muck for my outboard to suck up, I can go quite shallow. I don't know how shallow the river is here. Again, this is the first time I've fished from the boat. But up the, I suspect there's probably a lot of stuff up where the river's feeding in, or the creeks. With it being spawning time, there's probably tons of shit up there. Water looks better than the Thanksgiving video. Yeah, Thanksgiving was rough. King Flame, yeah, look up, it's the largest water body in Montana. It's called Flathead Lake, and in fact, it's the largest natural freshwater body in, like, the West Coast or something like that. It's huge. It's like 32,000 acres or something like that. But yeah, they sail boats there, and people surf. It's a destination place that people go to surf the waves, like surf like you do in the ocean. They go to Flathead Lake to surf the waves, because when the wind gets going there, they're massive. The waves were, you know, cresting over. We were down in bellies where the water was up above us on both sides. It was the only time I've ever experienced that, and the only time I ever want to experience that. It was terrifying. Look it up though, Flathead Lake. They do all sorts of crazy shit there because of the wind and the waves. When there's storms there, it's scary. Nope, that's the other Willow Creek, Dutch. Unbelievable fishing. You should join sometime. Yeah, Popcorn, I will have to. I've only ever fished underneath Hauser Reservoir once. Took the kiddo down there one day, and the wind was just terrible. We fished there for probably 3-4 hours, and I snagged up once or twice. Had one decent bite, but didn't end up landing anything. I think there was a dude and his wife or something that was fishing next to me, and they caught one small trout while we were there. Just wasn't a great day fishing, but I've heard some stories about some monsters being pulled out of there. Wood stud, now I'll take it. What are you taking, Wood? Don't talk with a cigarette in your mouth, disgusting. I'm sorry you feel that way, Margie. Why don't you go ahead and swipe on, my friend. Launch at the gates and travel up the Missouri. You'd be killing it. I've been thinking about launching at the gates. My main thing, well, there's two things with the gates. One, they charge you $10 damn to launch there, which isn't a big deal, but it's just annoying. But they also have, from what I understand at least, I've never launched there, it's a private marina where you launch, and it opens at sunrise and closes at sunset, so you can't do any night fishing. Which isn't bad, you know, as the days get longer here, that gives you a nice full day. But I like being able to have the option of staying for night fishing if I want to. But yeah, that's I've always wanted to fish that area. I know that I'm pretty sure that's the area where the state record walleye came out of. The Kit, whatever the hell his name is, that has the walleye record. I'm pretty sure that's the area that he fishes. He fishes probably downstream from. But yeah, that's one launch I have not yet toyed around with. I should though, because like Hauser, I think Gates is kind of sheltered, so when Holter is really windy, Gates may be a much safer launch spot. And I don't know what is up with these fish. We've been trolling for an hour and a half now, Not a bite. I was expecting, it is only 8 o'clock though. I was hoping we'd have a real good dawn bite. Is one of the reels running? No. I'm gonna let out some more line on this guy though. Does that region generally get wind? I know a lot of states around the Rockies get wind often due to the downfall. Yeah, we're right. When I pan back around, you'll see we're right on the Rocky Mountain front. That's the Continental Divide, the tallest point in the continent. It separates western and central Montana, and there are massive wind pockets that blow off of the Rocky Mountain front. So yeah, this water body, Pishkin, Lake Francis, Nylon, Lake Elwell, all of them along the front here, you can go from real calm wind to real scary wind in a blink of an eye. Flathead Lake covers 197 square miles. Yeah, it's absolutely massive. But we did fish there last year. I caught 2 lake trout the first day that we fished there. And then I caught my first pike minnow as well. Really pretty up there. It's a 16-foot John boat is not built for big water, and that's big water. So one of the reels running, the tension is too loose? No. Nope. What you hear is probably my outboard engine. No lines clicking. I lived in Idaho, was creeped out looking at that lake. We're in central Montana, Jerome. $10 to launch is cheap, lowest price here is $12. Oh yeah. Yeah, most of the like Holter is $5. Hauser is $6 if you're gonna park your boat. I stopped paying the Hauser fee. I already pay a state park fee, and it doesn't say anything about paying for parking or for launching. It's for tying your boat up. So I stopped paying when I go to Hauser, but that one is $6 if you're gonna moor your boat. I don't we're parking the truck and fishing, so. Yeah, most boat launches here in Montana don't have a cost. Usually when it's like a maintained campground where you're launching, you'll have to pay either to launch or to park, and it's like $5. But most of them don't have that, it's just free. Trevor Johnson, yeah, he works for Kit's Tackle, or his dad's tackle shop is Kit's Tackle. But I'm pretty sure that's where he got his, is right down from Gates of the Mountain. Let's meet in Martinsdale sometime. It's been a long time since I've been through Martinsdale. How are you, Dutch? That's why you head up the river and camp for the night. Absolutely, and that's what I want to do more of this year, is instead of just taking day trips everywhere, I want to, go and overnight, or take 3-day trips. I'd like to make it out to like Fort Peck and fish for a few days. I'd like to go back up to Flathead and fish for a few days. Some of them, when I have to drive 3-4 hours to get somewhere, I don't want to. Holy crap, that's a lot of fish. Wow, okay. All right, maybe we just found a good spot. Yes, that's it. Okay, popcorn. Airplane, this is called Willow Creek Reservoir. It's right near Augusta, Montana, in central Montana. You need to travel to Sandpoint, Idaho, and fish Lake Pendo. I've heard of that. I don't know anybody in the area. That wouldn't be a super massive drive. That could potentially be a trip for next year. I don't think I'll be dragging the boat out of state this year, but maybe next year. "148 square miles, almost 1,200 foot deep." Yes, that's... See, we don't have any... I take that back. Flathead Lake is quite deep in some places, but I don't think it's over 1,000 foot. It's in the hundreds of feet, not the thousands. What's up, Skater? Welcome to the stream. Come on, fishy, fishy. What's making the grr sound or something vibrating? 1984 Johnson two-stroke. It's an old jet motor. That's what we troll with. It's what we're moving. We're not sitting stationary. And then the helm. Everything kind of vibrates on the boat. You hear some rattlies from time to time. You got the net rattling on the aluminum. It's an aluminum boat with an old jet board that has a rough idle. Because that's basically what we're doing, is just idling around the lake. So there's some rattlies. God knows which one you're listening to. I don't know. Pay a fee for permit to fish the lake, fish a fee to launch the boat, and a fee to park the truck. All on top of your yearly license. My dad caught a record smelt on Superior. He ate it, did he? Yeah, we have smelt in some of our waters, I think. Maybe we don't, I don't know. I've never really caught bait fish like that other than chubs. We'll catch lake chub and creek chub when we're river fishing. Flathead Lake is around, yeah, I thought it was like 400 or 500 at its deepest, and depending on whether it's full or not. Airplane, it's a pretty small boat. It's a 16 foot, 50 inch wide, flat bottom, welded aluminum John boat. The days I have to gas up the truck and boat cost me over $300 for the day. Yeah, it's not cheap, especially with the price of gas these days. Alright, I'm gonna swap up this second pole over here. I'm gonna run this without the Dodger, and I'm gonna run just a small white spoon. A little Phoebe we're gonna try. We've been running this guy for about 90 minutes with nothing. We're gonna leave the wedding ring rig out there for a little bit longer. I like to only swamp one up at a time. But I honestly figured this would pique some interest, but it did not seem to. Oh, come on, get out of the Velcro. I'll show you guys in a second what we were running here. I had high hopes for this one, honestly. Chartreuse, purple dots, pink hammered back. And have a worm harness or a double hook on the end. It's about a 1/0 and then a 1/0 treble. No go on that one. But there was a older guy, one of the times I was fishing the dock last year, that said he was doing pretty well here. And he told me to get rid of all the shit on my line and just run a simple spoon, small spoon. That's what he had his best luck on here. And it looked like he was fishing a couple of little Phoebes or needlefish. And that's what I just took off, was a needlefish. I think that's what that one's called. But I'm gonna throw just a spoon on this guy. Actually, I'm gonna run the rainbow trout pattern here, white, blue, and pink. Effie, you want to see my Rod John boat? And I'm gonna tip this one instead of with the corn that we're running on the other. I'm gonna run our pink gulp maggot here. We're gonna run this one out. I'm gonna go 50 foot on this one and then clip 2 ounce on, and then run it another 50. Like 14 or 15 inches from what I remember. Let's go, boys. Little rainbow spoon. Yeah, I get a lot of rainbow trout patterns, brown trout patterns, perch patterns, and pike patterns. Those 4 species are in a ton of water bodies around here. And I found patterns of crankbaits and spoons that are either similar colors or, you know, meant to mimic those. Tend to do quite well. All right, so we're out 50, clip weight on, and then out another 50. And we tip that one with just a pink gulp maggot. Throw on a red and white Daredevil, proven classic. Hey Joel, for trout, I've never run a Daredevil for anything but pike. But I do have a whole bunch of different Daredevils. Red has caught more fish than any other. I used to, that was one of my go-to when I first started fishing. For many years, I caught real well on the Daredevils, especially the red and white and the five of diamonds, is that what it's called? How you doing today, Joel? We could try a Daredevil. We just swapped out one lure. We're gonna run that guy for a little bit, see if we get anything off of it. I do also at some point today want to try and run a fly. I should pull one of those out of the package and tie it up. They come with a really long leader, and I don't think I want more than maybe an 8 or 10-inch leader on it. We'll run that behind. Either a Dodger or this Cowbell. Doing a marathon today? Yeah, SoCal, the wind might get a little sketch here around 12 to 1 o'clock. The forecasts are all over the damn place. If it does, we'll probably pick up here and head over to Holter, which is about an hour from here. But yeah, I plan on fishing until sundown or thereafter. We'll see. I'm feeling a bit peppy today. I feel like today should be a good day. I don't know why we haven't snagged into anything yet. We just need to keep trying some different lure combinations here. Hi Dave James, we're at Willow Creek Reservoir today, near Augusta, Montana. It's right up along the Rocky Mountain front here. In fact, you can kind of see it in the background there. The white mountain tops, snow-capped mountains back there. That's the Rocky Mountain front. That's the Continental Divide. Northwest from here is Pishkin Reservoir. Southwest from here is Nylon Reservoir. And then even farther southwest is Holter. 18 to 20 mile an hour winds here afternoon, so I think I might just go for a couple hours. Yeah, that's not bad. I mean, especially if you're shore fishing. It's not the whole ordeal of having to drag out the boat. That's usually why I shore fish when I do. Is either the wind is too bad or it's just one of those days where it's like, man, I don't feel like taking the boat out somewhere. I'll drive 30 minutes or 15 minutes down the road and throw a line in the water, rather than driving an hour and having to load everything up and unload everything. I hate this helm, that rattly noise. I'm trying to think of a way to rebuild this. I'm thinking about using, what the hell do they call the fancy like molded aluminum that has like the rails that run in it, and they have like square stock, they have rectangle stock. God, it's on the tip of my tongue. They use them for all sorts of fabrication. What depth are you fishing at? What's the water clarity? Joel, the water clarity is not great. Most of our water bodies here in central Montana always have kind of a milky green hue to them. This looks a lot like Pishkin. I don't see a whole lot of debris floating, but there's definitely not a lot of clarity to it. Water temperature is about, on the south side of the lake here, 46 degrees. On the north side of the lake, it was like 47. It was a degree warmer. We're fishing, this one's probably 5 to 7 foot. The one behind us is about 15 foot. We just have a 2-ounce snap weight on the one behind, and this one's the lake troll. Showed you the milky green water for the baby shit green of my own lake. Yeah, you do it. That is quite a vibrant baby shat green you got going on over there. Most of the time here, it's just got, you know, just a green, cloudy, until you get up in like the lakes that are in the Rocky Mountain front, not below the Rocky Mountain front. There's the Salmon Lake and the whole stream of lakes up and downstream from it. They're called the Clearwater Lakes. Clearwater Lake System, I think is what it's called. And some of the, like Echo Lake is up in there. You can go out in the middle of the lake and you can see like perfectly the bottom. There's like sunken canoes, and it's surreal how clear the water gets in some of those water bodies. But most of them that I fish over here are kind of that, it's just kind of a, I don't know, pukey forest green. What depth is the lake with a 5 and 15 foot lure? We're over about, we've been ranging between 30 foot and 15 foot. Ooh. I think I'm hearing shit. This lake isn't super deep. We're marking quite a few, but smaller fish in like the 5 to 15 foot range right now. We did mark some bigger ones earlier. But I haven't seen much big in a while. I'm gonna go up a bit more shallow here. Spring in Minnesota means go shallow. Yeah, our first pass around was pretty shallow. I don't like to fish usually in much less than 15 foot bottom when I'm trolling. I snag and I lose so much gear when I troll super shallow. But I'm kind of trolling, or what I had been trolling is the first ledge below the drop off, which is fairly close to shore. It's got a pretty steep drop off, and then it comes to a flat. And I've been fishing kind of right at the bottom of the drop off and the flat. But again, we're going kind of all over the place here. This is our first, we've completed now our first lap around the lake. I'm just kind of exploring. This is the first time I've had my boat in this water body. All the times that I've fished here before, I fished from either the dock or over by the dam. What's up, Powell? Welcome to the stream. 71 thumbs up, let's go. Appreciate y'all tuning in today. Happy Friday from Central Montana. Our goal here today is to catch a new PB rainbow trout. A 5+ pound rainbows are a fairly common catch in this water body, and my PB right now is just under 5 pounds. Which I caught off of the dock here last year. We're trying to coax a giant out of the water here today. We might succeed. We might get our butts kicked, but That's how fishing goes, especially early in the season here in central Montana. I know a lot of shore fishermen are having real good luck this spring. This time of the year, the rainbows start spawning and can go up quite shallow. The browns are spawning. There's potentially tiger muskie floating around in here too, some really fat ones. But I'm kind of exploring. I'm looking for some interesting structure, pods of fish, pods of bait. Any points, rocks, or any structure in the lake? There are some points. Yeah, we're coming up right now. Well, in about a quarter of a mile here, we're coming up on a nice long point. It's a really shallow, long point that sticks out. And then once you go around that or across that, you're into the small dam basin area, the deepest part of the reservoir. And I know this point up here, oftentimes, every time I've been here shore fishing, there's always somebody or multiple people parked out on the tip of this point fishing, and they do quite well over there. But most of the fish that I've been seeing, I'm marking, aren't very big. So we haven't really run into the pockets of big fish yet. I've seen an occasional nice mark, but most of what I'm seeing are almost certainly schools of small rainbows, which is not really what we're looking for. We'll take them, but not really what we're looking for. What's up, Justin Hill? Welcome to the stream. What? The mark is rattling. What's this? Yeah, I hate this helm. I want to pull it out. I need to rebuild something else first, though. Tight lines, dude. Thanks, Powell. I surprisingly haven't seen much topwater activity at all. Normally, this time of the day, I'd be seeing rainbow trout poking their heads up and feeding. Guess there's not a whole lot this time of the year of bugs and shit floating around in the water. Fishy, fishy, fishy. Is the mic going through my mic when I tap on this? Are you guys hearing the tappy tap? Or is it going through my camera? Hell are all the damn fish? Big fish. Mike? Thanks, Sunburnt. Nope, no bites yet. We might have had one nibble. I did hear a little bit of a zip probably about 10 minutes ago. But if it was anything, it was just a tap. We've been live about 2 hours now. It is now 8:30 a.m. We got out here just before sunrise, just before dawn. I don't know what the peak feeding times are today. I didn't look that up for this water body. It always looks like you fish so far from shore. Like I said, usually what I feel comfortable fishing is 15-foot plus bottom. I don't often go in water shallower than 15 foot unless I'm in the river or unless I'm cutting across from one pool to another. I lose so much rigging, even when I'm trying to run, you know, fairly shallow. I always find a way to snag the shit. So most of the time, when the closest you'll see me to shore is you know, 15-foot bottom. Sometimes I'll pull in 10 foot if I'm running, you know, shallow diving cranks. But when I'm trolling stuff like the Cowbells and, you know, flashers and stuff, when it starts being, you know, like $100 of rigging out there, I don't like trolling super shallow. Even though there are probably more fish up in there, it gets to be way too expensive. I spend a small fortune on fishing as is. I don't need to be replacing gear unnecessarily. But also oftentimes there are a ton of fish that aren't just in the shallow. They're out here suspended in the deeper water. But a lot of it is preference. Smoking a dew, great breakfast, right, Tree? But yeah, we're fishing for rainbow trout, and there is also a potential for, they stock brook trout in here. They stocked brown years and years ago. There might still be some in here. And they do stock every 5 years. They've been stocking tiger muskie in here. So there's a potential for a 30 plus pound, 50 plus inch tiger muskie to come out of here. They don't stock many of them, and they only live 10 to 15 years usually. But with the last batches that they've done, there's potentially some monsters in here. They're a really rare catch. But it's on my bucket list. I had one next to the boat last year? Is it at the beginning of last year or the year before? I think it was last year. Ackley Lake. We had one right next to the boat, and I lost the damn thing trying to net it. It was about 30 inches. But I don't count that as a catch. We didn't get it in the boat. I didn't get to measure it, take pictures. So we're still trying to knock out our bucket list tiger muskie. It's going through the cameras. Let's turn it off real quick. It should be going through the mic now. Eggs, bacon, hash browns, and toast. Orange juice to drink. That's a breakfast. That does sound much better. I know your natural reproduction's in lake. Really? Need stocking? Oh, tree rogie. Almost every water body in the state of Montana is stocked with... rainbow trout is stocked almost everywhere. They stock brook trout occasionally. There are, in a lot of water bodies, natural reproduction. So wild fish do grow there. And there are still some, you know, native Montana wild fish. But fishing is a multi-billion-dollar industry here in the state of Montana. So they stock the crap out of these reservoirs. Normally you can tell the difference between a wild caught and a stalker because they clip the adipose fin, the backmost top fin on the fish. So if we pull one in, you'll be able to tell whether it was a stalker or whether it was bred and born in the water body. But yeah, they stock tons of fish in these water bodies, hundreds of thousands in most of these water bodies every year. And to be perfectly honest, most water bodies in most states in the United States are, the only reason they have plentiful fish in them is because of the stocking programs. There are some water bodies that naturally produce a lot of fish, but with the weather, the amount of fishing that happens, the pollution, all the things we do to fuck up the natural ecosystem, most water bodies would be in dire straits if we didn't add more fish to them every year. A lot of the stocking programs are in the hopes that, you know, they develop self-sustaining populations, but so often the spawning grounds, the breeding grounds that, you know, are preferential for certain species get ruined or developed, or so it requires help in order to keep the populations healthy. Not a fisherman's breakfast, sounds like a noon dump to me. Now, I had one piece of sharp cheddar cheese as I was leaving the house. That was my breakfast. Washed it down with a Mountain Dew. Eel pout, some call them burbot in Montana. Yeah, Joel, the burbot, it's a bucket list fish for me. Hauser Reservoir, where we fished last week, there's quite a few burbot in there. Below Hauser Dam, at the top end of Holter Dam, some of the biggest burbot I've seen or heard of being caught in this area are pulled out of there. Canyon Ferry's got them. There's one water body, it's a kind of a locals only. I don't think a lot of people know about it or fish there. It's up kind of by Lincoln, Montana. It's called Newland Reservoir. I almost went there today. I've never fished it before, but there are 30+ inch burbot are fairly common catch there from what I understand. Really nice brown and rainbow trout come out of there as well. It's kokanee as well. It's about a 2-hour drive though. It's a bit of a trek. But yeah, there's lots of burbot here in Montana. I've never caught one though. I've been with somebody. I normally don't ice fish, which is when most of them are caught, and then a lot of them are caught out of boats, jigging at night during, you know, fall and winter. And this last year was the first time I ever night fished on the boat. But yeah, we have burbot here. They call them ling, or eel pout. There's a handful of different names for them. They're supposedly delicious. I want to catch one so I can try it. But I will have you know, Joel, we are fairly close to the bank here. We're in the basin area, so we're right up on the dam. Pretty steep drop-offs. Not marking a whole lot of fish in here. I'm gonna run up a little closer to this wall over here. Man, the almost glass on the water right now. It is so pretty out here right now. Quit rattling. God, I hate this thing. Whoa. That got real shallow real quick. Delicious fried in butter and salt and pepper. Yeah, I've heard, well, I've heard people call two different things poor man's lobster. Burbot as well as paddlefish. But supposedly both of them are quite good and a very simple recipe and just dipped in butter. I think a lot of it has to do with the texture of it. It's similar to lobster or shrimp. I don't know though, I've never eaten one. That side view looks better. Yeah, we're real close up on the shore. We just went, we were at about 15-foot depth there. And I cut out. We're just kind of doing an S pattern. Shallow, deeper, shallow, deeper. Not marking a whole lot of fish over here though, unfortunately. The outboard's running a little rough today. Everything's a little rattly. There's a few fish. Come on, fishy. David Rowe, you're at work? Yeah, we're playing hooky from work today. We called in a fishing day. It's supposed to rain Saturday and Sunday here at most of the available water bodies around me, so we had to call in work today and get some fishing in while the weather was nice. We get like one nice day a week, so when it happens, you got to jump on it. And I think I am gonna try a different flasher. These are the Max Double D Dodgers. Oh, let me show you this in a second. So some of you guys may know what a planer board is. You put it on the end of your line. It's a big plastic thing that oftentimes have a flag on them. But what it does is it has a fin on it and it takes your lure out away from the boat. And oftentimes I feel like I don't get the greatest trout or salmon bite because I troll with my outboard, which is noisy, it's loud, creates a whole bunch of cavitation, you know, disrupts the water. But what this does is it wobbles for one. So it's got a flash to it that attracts fish. Also, your lure then comes off the end with anywhere from, you know, a lot of people will say the Dodger length and a half. So this is like a 8-inch Dodger. So you would normally use like a 12-inch leader with this. And when it's bobbing back and forth, it makes whatever you're running behind it kind of whiptail. But what these have is instead of just one clip point in the front, which drags it basically straight, if you clip it to one side or the other, it will actually drag your lure out to the side like a planer board. So I think we might try running one of these as an alternative to planer boards. Planer boards, you got to clip onto the line, you got to unclip them. They're kind of a pain in the butt. and usually overkill when you're fishing by yourself. It's just a lot of extra work. But with this, it's nothing to clip on and clip off. It just stays in the line. It's gonna be funny when someone shows this video to your boss. No, I emailed him and told him I'm going fishing. They know. I didn't lie to him. Told him the weather's beautiful, I'm going fishing, I'll see you on Monday. Well, that takes the fun out of it. Well, I do prefer to keep my paycheck, so. So I think I'm gonna hook the Dodger up on our leaded line here. We have not yet run leaded line, and they accomplish the same thing, you know, leaded line and a snap weight. They both are meant to get your rigging, your lure down in the water column, right? But lead core is kind of a unique. It doesn't just get your lure down. So when you're running with braid like we are right now, your line is taut. It's kind of out there at an angle, a fixed angle. When you're running lead core, the more that you let out, it doesn't get a straight, you know, angle dive depth. It goes down and you get kind of this rolling effect. Your lead core line doesn't pull straight in the water. It imparts a unique action to any, you know, crankbait, any spoon. You're not always at a fixed depth. You're kind of always, you know, you have some vertical action in the water column. So when stuff isn't biting on a flat line, oftentimes I will throw a lead core line on just to get some different movement. And being as we've kind of went around the edge, I haven't made any passes kind of through the deeper basin here, which does have some interesting structure at the bottom. There's some humps out here. There's some little ledges and drop-offs. So I'm actually gonna take a pass more across the open water here and see what's going on out here. So I'm going to set this on the far right, which should bring it off the right-hand side of my boat. What's up, Bay 8 fishing? What's on the other side of that rock dam? Willow Creek. Willow Creek runs, I think, runs out of the other side. I've never fished below it. All right, what do we want to run on the end of this guy? Hey there, Rock Shaman. We're in central Montana. This is Willow Creek Reservoir, just outside of Augusta, Montana. Give me a sec here, guys. I'm tying up a fly over here. I just busted it out of the package, and it comes with a leader and a hook, and you gotta do some rigging. Yeah, we're in central Montana, right up next to the Rocky Mountain front. As I'm panning around here, you'll see the snow-capped mountains in the background. All right, so that's what we're gonna throw on. It's a fly. So it's got some green beads. They're basically just fillers to keep the tail up. And it's just got a single, it's gotta be like a 3/0. It's a quite large treble. And I bought these for lake trout, but I think we might have some luck with the rainbows here on them too, possibly. We're gonna try it. Targeting trout. Isn't there a trout season? No, in central Montana, there are a few select water bodies that are closed, but lakes and reservoirs are open year-round for all species in central Montana. There are some explicit closures for spawn for certain species in the lake, or excuse me, the rivers and streams. River, streams, and creeks, but I think for the most part, all of the lakes and reservoirs are year-round. What's up, Skipjack Cindy? Welcome, welcome. Welcome to the stream, Edgar Reyes. Happy birthday, Northwest Fishing Outdoors. All right, so what do you guys think? Should we pull in our spoon or our trusty? This one's been running for a long time. We haven't had anything on this. I hate to pull this rod in, but we're gonna give her a break. We're gonna throw out this fly instead. We'll throw that guy on the camera. But we're gonna pull in our lake troll that's got the double wedding ring on it. This usually does really well for trout and kokanee for me. But we're gonna try something a little different for a bit. This one will probably end up back out in the water at some point today. But we've had a solid 2 hours on this rig and we have not had a bite yet. So I think it's time to get a second option out there. Excuse me. That means I need to reclip this guy on the other side. All right, we're on my short and stubby rod here. This one's only a 5'3", I think. It's an itty bitty little pole. These are my down rods for the back when I'm when I have 2 or more people on the boat and I'm running 4+ rods out. There's a big fish finally, 25, right on the bottom, 25, 30 foot. We're gonna mark that guy. We haven't seen a big fish in a while. That looks more like a muskie. We're gonna go out about 90 foot on this one. Again, it's leaded line, lead core line. It's 17 pounds Suffix Advanced lead core. All right. Why does it seem like that's going the wrong way? Let me get some stuff put away. Bigger fish, 20 foot. Oh, this guy out a little bit more. See you, Rod, at the lake. Good luck. Oh, right on, Jighead. Go catch a bunch. You always do. Hope you get a big one today. Nice to meet you. I'm watching from Japan. It's tonight in Japan. Oh, hey, Hasagawa. Welcome to the stream. We're in central Montana here in the United States. It's 9 o'clock in the morning here. We're fishing for rainbow trout, brook trout, and there are also potentially tiger muskie swimming around in here. And truth be told, that's what I really want. But the goal for today is to get a new PB rainbow trout. 5+ pound rainbow are fairly common in here, and my current best rainbow that I've ever caught was just under 5 pounds. So we're shooting for a pig out here today. We just swapped out. We swapped to our lead core line, and we're running a Max Double D Dodger in silver, or I guess nickel, followed by a. Oh, and that's what I forgot to do. I didn't tip it with anything. I should throw a Nightcrawler on there. No sandwich. It's always bags of chips or jerky. That's pretty much all I ever bring for fishing snacks. I like to keep it simple because some days I don't get hungry, and you know the bag of chips could roll over to the next fishing trip. Jerky will last a whole season. Not seeing really any surface activity. It's so surprising. When the lakes are just glass like this, normally that's when the topwater action all starts. I guess with it being so early in the season though, there aren't a whole lot of hatches yet. I don't see much of anything floating on the surface. There's a few gnats and bugs, but not much. All right, so we've been traveling in mostly counterclockwise direction. What I'm gonna do is switch directions. We're gonna go closer to the shore, but in a clockwise direction. So with the sun at our back and the banks to our left. My left, your right. Oftentimes I find when you're trolling, so if a fish is swimming in one direction and you pull the lure past them in that same direction, oftentimes you don't get bit. It seems like when you're pulling head onto them, they tear off and they bite at it. Sometimes though, you'll get fish that just follow you for miles and don't bite, they just inspect. But we're gonna try, being as we've mostly been trolling in the opposite direction. We're gonna troll on over. Some of the same spots we've been, but in the opposite direction. Troy Duffus, welcome to the stream. Good morning, Johnny Berg. Wow, what a gorgeous day, isn't it? It is so nice out here today. Currently, the wind might pick up around noon, between noon and 1 o'clock. We might get blown off the water here. Kind of crazy looking at it right now. It's completely glass. If we do, don't fret. We'll probably head over to a different reservoir called Hauser Reservoir, which is about an hour from here. But I'm hoping the weather stays decent and we can fish this all day. That's warmed up quite a bit. It was like 22 degrees, 22.9 this morning at like 7 when somebody checked. There, fishy, fishy, fishy. Yeah, all the forecasts were conflicting when I was checking last night and this morning. Most of them said it's going to be a nice calm day here, or, you know, moderately windy, up to, you know, 11, 13 mile an hour gusts. Some of them, though, were saying like 20 to 30 mile an hour gusts, which is way too much. We shall see. This is the first time I've fished from the boat in this water body. I've always fished from the shore here, so this is new for me. We're exploring. Yeah, it's near glass right now. The wind is almost completely gone. Not seeing anything feeding on the top though, which is just crazy. There is one other, I saw a van pull up. There's 2 people fishing on the shore about a mile in front of us. We're the only boat on the water though so far. I love it when the water's calm like this. It's not always good fishing, but it's just so relaxing. Puttering around out here. We just need the fish to start biting. Do you have a Navionics map chip for this lake? No, so the Lowrance comes with C-map. And yeah, this particular water body has a preloaded map. Most of them do that I fish in central Montana. Every once in a while you'll run into one that doesn't. But most of the ones even the ones that do have maps, I like to record my own because you get not only, you get a better, better contour. So 1 foot contours instead of, it's like 3 foot. That's the default. In addition, you get vegetation, you can record bottom hardness. So I'm mapping right now also. But yeah, this water body does have a preloaded map. Any fresh shad? I do have some frozen shad. I don't have any fresh though. The only place that sells fresh or live bait near me is about a 25-mile drive, and I have to go through Great Falls all the way across town, and traffic is always terrible on 10th Avenue South. It basically ends up being like a 45-minute one-way drive to get bait. But North 40 sells frozen bait, usually 2 or 3 different kinds of frozen fish. So I do just have some little frozen shad minnows. Whoa, we are super shallow. God damn it. We're in 7 foot of water here. No snaggy, no snaggy, no snaggy. Come on, no snag. Well, there's no fish up here, good to know. Let's hope we can keep our lures. Steam, that's from my outboard running in the back. Probably partially steam because the water and the air temperature is cold, but mostly smoke. Robert, nope, no fish yet. Tried trolling with a shad rolling it. No, I haven't busted that out. We for the first hour we ran our rigs tipped with white shoepeg corn that I've added some attractants to. I did just change out on the second pole we're tipped with pink gulp maggots. This line we're running a fly, and I don't actually have anything tipped on this one. I meant to throw either a pink gulp maggot or something on there and I forgot, so we're running this one raw. I might pull that one back in and throw either a small chunk of shad on there or like a half a crawler. We're running a double D Dodger and what are these flies called? Dreamweaver action fly. I bought those for lake trout fishing, but I figured we'd try them out for the rainbow trout here. How productive was the solar panel? We only got about 30% efficiency. It was pretty low, but it was still well over 100 watt hours. Or watts. I didn't look too closely at the Victron. It didn't get as much as I was hoping. Robert, there's no pike in here that I'm aware of. There are, though, tiger muskie in here. They're very rare. They only stock a small number every like 5 years. But there's potentially, you know, a 30-plus pound, 50-plus inch tiger muskie swimming around in here. It's only a 500-acre reservoir, so it's quite small. It's about the size of the half of Pishkin that I fish when I am pike fishing. So I do like the size of it. You're kind of, it's not as daunting as somewhere like Canyon Ferry or Flathead Lake, you know, where it's 30,000 or 16,000 acres. This is 500. This is manageable. Again, we've already made one full lap already around the lake, kind of around the perimeter, and now I flip back around and we're going the opposite direction. What's up, Mana? Wow, calm weather. Yeah, for a couple of more hours. It might get real nasty afternoon. We might get blown off and have to go over to Holter. But yeah, it's spectacular right now. Here in Northern California, any lake I go to, I roll shad, and it never disappoints. Okay, we'll have to try that. A lot of times you can roll, you can take fresh shad or fresh, you know, fish dead, and if you hook them just right, they twirl in the water as you troll, and just that spinning motion of the fish, it just like a flasher when you're running it, it's spinning and it makes your bait spin. It can oftentimes trigger all sorts of different fish to bite. But we do have the frozen fish that I have are about 3 inches long. maybe 4 inches, so that they're a good size for it. Sometimes this time of year, too much movement is not a good thing. It really depends on the water body. It depends on the species you're after. But you got to remember that we're you know, just after ice out. We didn't get a whole lot of ice, but the water temperature is still quite cool. We're in the low to mid 40s at most of these water bodies here in Montana, in central Montana, I should say. And the fish are still quite lethargic. As the sun starts beating down and the water warms up a little bit, you can start trolling a little bit faster. You can throw things out with a little bit more action. But I tend to have better luck with smaller baits, trolling a little slower, a little less action. I don't know, I think like this time of the year, too much movement can kind of spook them. And they sure ain't running out. I wonder if these Dodgers, they get tweaked, they get bent, and they don't run right. And sometimes they come untweaked out of the package. Doesn't seem like it's running the right direction. I guess Minnesota fish are smarter than Western fish. Our fish would never bite a rolling shad. Yeah, it's one of those things. Some people rig it specifically to do that because the fish in whatever water body they're fishing like it. And a lot of times people, when they're rigging, you know, fresh fish or live bait, they're trying to get it to run as true and natural as possible. It's just one of them things. Different strokes for different folks. And of course, fish, you could be one water body like this one. I could go 10 miles over to nylon, and what works here probably won't work over there. Like fish in water bodies, it's like they develop preferences, and it can completely differ, even, you know, a few miles between water bodies. And y'all know they can change their mind halfway through the damn day too. They'll bite real good on something in the morning, and then they're done. And you got to find out what they want now. Manna, enjoying your videos, keep it up. Oh, thanks, Manna, I'm glad you're enjoying it. I'm gonna try and get some more underwater footage this year. This water body might be a decent one to do it. I'm not seeing a whole lot of snaggy shit here, so if I can figure out what the trout are biting on here, we can get some cool trout footage. If you guys haven't seen those on my channel, I do have probably a dozen or so underwater lure camera footage. I run these cameras called Water Wolves, and they're an inline lure camera. So you run it, you know, you snap it in at the end of your line, and then you run from the camera your lure on a leader. So it's a, you know, a first-person point or a third-person point of view. 12 to 18 inches away from your lure, so you can see the lure action, you can see fish following and chasing and biting. It's pretty cool. They're expensive though, so I don't use them all the time. I usually I need to feel fairly comfortable and know the water body well enough to run them, because I don't want to snag a $300 camera at the bottom of the lake. Slow action, you know what you're doing. Every derby the winner was using rolling shad. My record is a 13 German brown with shad. Nice, man. Yeah, the biggest brown I ever caught was a couple of years ago over at Salmon Lake, which is up in the Rocky Mountain front, probably 100 miles or so from here. I caught it off a frickin' oh, what do they call them? It's like a Daredevil spoon. They're called like a wobbler. It's like the Daredevil, the 5 of diamonds or 9 of diamonds, the, you know, the yellow with the red diamonds on it. And it's got 2 beads embedded in it. Instead of like the Daredevil, how they're skinny, it's more like a Colorado blade. They're fat. And then they have a treble hook that runs off the back. Real oddball lure. I've caught not a whole lot of shit off of it, but I've caught a whole bunch of different species off it. It's one of those lures that when I run it, you never know what the hell you're gonna pull out. But it was like a 23 and a half inch brown, real nice size. Again, somewhere around 4 to 5 pounds. Wasn't a true pig, but she was beautiful. And came in after a long weekend of almost nothing. We trolled for days and just had a few bites here and there, but nothing great. It was a wonderful way to end the trip. It depends on presentation you're going for. What exactly is true and natural? It could be anything if you're wanting to mimic a healthy bait versus... You're absolutely right, Real Midwest. That's a really good point. Red eye wiggler. There you go, Joel. Thank you. Yes, a red eye wiggler. Yeah, I've caught some big fish on the wiggler. But yeah, that's why I pulled the biggest brown I've ever pulled came off of that. That's one of those lures I usually don't break out until I'm getting desperate. When nothing else on the damn boat, the wiggler goes on. When nothing else works, that's what I pull out. You ever fished with one, Joel? I assume you have. You know what it's called. Appreciate the thumbs up, y'all. 88. We are getting closer to the 100. Hope you guys are having a wonderful Friday. I'm sorry if you guys are stuck at work or have to work today. This is the start of my weekend. I almost went to Flathead Lake. I was so close this morning to Willow Creek or Flathead. But if I went to Flathead, it would have to be a 2-day trip for it to be worthwhile. And tomorrow, it looked like it was basically gonna be like the last time I went to Flathead. The first day, perfect. The second day, you get like 3 hours and then all hell's gonna break loose. That south wind comes through. And I didn't feel like drowning in Flathead Lake tomorrow. God, I wanna go back there though. I wanna catch some fat lake trout. That was so fun. Years ago, don't have that lure now. Oh, okay. Yeah, after that brown, I think the next trip out, I snagged it like within the first 5 minutes of it being out in the water. And I immediately got on Amazon and ordered another one. I don't think I've taken it out of the package. I haven't fished it since. Hey, M5. No, it's been a slow morning. We've been marking sporadic fish. Most of what I've been marking is really, really small. Not what I expected. Lots and lots of small fish. Every time I've fished this water body in the past has always been from shore. And I usually always, end the day with at least a couple of 4-pounders, 4+ pounders. So I know they're in here. 5+ pound is a fairly common catch here from what I understand. Boat in here, so we're doing some exploring right now. I'm looking for some big fish. Most of what I'm seeing look like they're probably either stalkers from this year or late last year. I think they've already done one stocking this year. They stock, most of the water bodies in Montana have, like for rainbows, they stock them typically like 3 times a year, 3 or 4 times a year, once a quarter or once every 4 months or so. Sounds like you're hitting patches of bait. Yeah, my guess would be is it's probably smaller rainbow, you know, like less than 10 inches, just babies. Probably last year's late season stalkers. We have come across a handful of, oh, we are way shallower than I realized. We're at 12 foot. We're back, we're headed right towards that flock of birds that we were headed towards earlier. They might know what's up. But I do know that there's white suckers in here. There's rainbow trout, brook trout, tiger muskie. I don't know if I don't think they have Cisco in here or whitefish. I don't know, most of this is the only water body I've fished in the last couple of years that every fish that I did harvest from here that I opened up, the belly was completely full of snails. Every rainbow I harvested from here, the bellies were just packed full of tiny little snails. Every other water body I fish around here, it's usually craw. Their bellies are full of craw. Sometimes, you know, little shad, little suckers. But I thought it was interesting that there were so many snails here. Flock of seagulls, sounds like a band name. Yeah, I don't know what these are. These are a bunch of little blackbirds. There are a bunch of seagulls that were over on the bank earlier. But these are all just a bunch of little blackbirds. There's a bunch of them, probably 100 of them or so. Yeah, I'll show you. Most of what we're over. Yeah, so it's just, those aren't big fish. That looks like itsy bitsy rainbows. Most of them are just little specks. The bigger fish you're gonna see are gonna be like the swoops. These are just itty bitty little guys. But we're running pretty shallow here. This is right on the borderline of where I don't like to troll because I lose shit. Slow down just a touch. Isn't Flock of Seagulls, isn't it a band name? I think it is a band name. I don't think it just sounds like a band name. I think it is a band name, Joel. We're gonna blow the old fish whistle, see if we can call Nessie in here. If y'all would like to help me call in the lake lunker, now is the time. Come on, fishy fishy. Whoa, buddy. I would be so stoked if we hooked up on a muskie. I can't say for 100% certainty that they are still in here. I know that they stocked, the last stocking that I saw I think was 2023. They usually only stock a small number, like 50, you know. But it's like every 3 or every 5 years they've been putting them in here. But they did a massive drawdown in this reservoir in something like 2019 or 2021. And took the lake level down to almost the kill zone in order to repair the two, I think there were 2 dam outlets, the draw, the door, whatever the frick they call them. But they did say that it wasn't a complete kill-off, that the fishery is still active, which means that, again, with them stocking it, there is a potential that some of the muskies did survive. Some of them got washed downstream, though, which means that they're now in the Sun River system as well, which is awesome because I do love to fish the Sun. But they stock them in a lot of the, not a lot, in a handful of Montana reservoirs to eat white suckers. Some of these reservoirs just get overrun with white suckers and they compete with the other fish for food. So they put the tiger muskies in here to eat them, but they can grow to, you know, 30 plus pounds, 50 plus inches. It's one of the biggest species of fish in Montana, and is on my bucket list. I really, really, really want to catch a tiger muskie, and I was so close at Ackley Lake. We'll be headed back there sometime either later this month or early next month. Again, that's another water body. It has rainbow trout, it has brown trout, and then they have tiger muskie. All right, I'm gonna pull this guy in for a second, and this should be running way further out. It seems like the planing of the double D is not behaving like it should. But I'm gonna pull her in and check. Maybe it is. But I'm also gonna tip this. I think I'm gonna throw a little chunk of, what do you guys think? Should I throw half a crawler on the end of this fly or a chunk of frozen shad? I'm thinking a small knot shad. We just had a fish whistle. I'm high and drunk. Let's throw a chunk of crawler on there. We haven't tried crawler yet today. Just give her a little scent. Yeah, this stubby rod here, this is my down rod. It's a lead core line. £17 Suffix Advanced. We'll thumb this back out to we'll start at 75 foot. We'll leave it there for a bit. We'll run it out to 90. We'll leave it there for a bit. We'll run it out to 120. Sorbet. Oh yeah? How do you get that to stick on your hook? All right. Let's do this, midget rod. 75, 90, 120. Yeah, we'll just work it out. Again, they said the 17-pound Suffix Advanced is supposed to give you between 5 to 7 foot of dive depth per color, but that's at like 1 mile per hour. We're running closer to 2 mile per hour, so you can kind of 50% that. So we're out, you know, 2.5 colors. That's, you know, we're probably 10 to 12 foot depth with that. Maybe a little bit deeper on our, you know, when it's on an inside curve. But we are seeing that when I am marking fish, and again, we're mostly just marking small stuff so far, but it's anywhere from 5 foot, you know, all the way down to 15, 20 foot. So they're kind of all over the water column. I like to try and start up. More fish are going to be willing to bite up than bite down. So you want to kind of try and keep it on top of them or right in their face. Bite is definitely not as hot as I was hoping, though. A wee bit slow today. We're gonna give this rainbow trout lure a spoon. We're running a little Phoebe. It's a little rainbow trout pattern spoon. We'll let that run for another, I don't know, 5-10 minutes. If we don't get something else on that, we might consider switching to a different spoon. I might need you to keep them forlorn. How's the catch? We haven't even got a bite yet. We're having a repeat of Hauser. I'm gonna figure Hauser out one of these days. I miss Pishkin though. I miss having streams where we just destroy. I tell you what, I'm a much better pike fisherman than I am a trout fisherman. We have hit and miss luck with the trout and the salmon. The pike aren't so picky. We're doing about 1.4 miles an hour right now. We have the wind kind of in our face, the little bit of breeze there is. Our speed varies quite a bit depending on which direction the wind is blowing, how wide of a turn I'm doing. And one thing we could try later too, because we've been trying to troll on the slower end. Some days, man, trout will bite at surprising speeds. I oftentimes when I'm trolling 2.5, 2.7 for pike, I'll get trout smacking my my riggings. No, Scott, this is a new reservoir. I've fished this one a handful of times from the shore. This is called Willow Creek Reservoir. The mountains that you see behind, that's the Rocky Mountain front. That's the Rocky Mountains. That's actually the Continental Divide. That's the western and eastern Montana. This is a really good rainbow trout fishery, and they have potentially brook trout, possibly brown trout, and possibly tiger muskie in here as well. But mainly we're after a new PB rainbow trout. The biggest rainbow trout I've ever caught came out of here, and apparently 5-6 pounders are not uncommon. So there's some good sized trout that did get pulled out of here. We just haven't really run into the fish. I have a sneaking suspicion. So there's the deeper part of this lake is like the southeast corner of it, or southeast, I would say half of it. The northwest half, and it kind of bisects at an angle rather than, you know, a horizontal line. The northwest section is dry a big portion of the year. This isn't at full level, but it's quite high for this time of the year. And the northwest corner has water in it, but it's mostly shallow. There's one deeper pool like way up in the very top left-hand corner, but we would have to skirt through some shallows to get over there. We might go poke around over there, and honestly, now would not be a bad time. Ooh, there's some stuff on the bottom. That's a bigger fish. But I have a sneaking suspicion, because the water is so cold, because it is right around the time that trout, both rainbow and brown trout, are starting to spawn. That northwest corner is where the water feeds into this reservoir. So that's kind of the spawning grounds for a lot of trout species. I suspect there might be some massive pockets of them up somewhere in amongst those pools, because it's like pool shallow. But I don't know how shallow. I think too shallow for me to troll through there, but we might be able to skirt over there and plop our lines back in. Planning on getting my boat on Flathead tomorrow, fingers crossed. Oh, Scott, check the weather, man. Today was the day for Flathead, I think. I was looking, I almost went there. Tomorrow, I think morning is gonna be good, but look at the wind forecast. I think the wind switches to like a south by southwest or south by southeast at mid-morning or afternoon, and it picks up. And the last time I was there, it got scary. I don't know what kind of boat you're running, but my boat almost sunk to the bottom of Flathead when I was there last year. And it wasn't very much wind. It was just because it was coming from the south, and across the full fetch of the water, there's just massive swells. But tomorrow morning's supposed to be really nice. But I think today was pretty much perfect for Flathead in the forecast. On an airplane this morning, unfortunately, 2072 flat bottom. Okay, so you're a bit longer and definitely wider. Have you fished it much with the flat bottom? Because I'm running a 1650 flat bottom, and it was, when the weather was nice there, it wasn't bad. You know, I got bucked around, you always do in a flat bottom. They're not really lake boats. But the following morning, we were out on the water, and out of nowhere, these just massive big swells came, and it was tossing me around. A couple of, rogue waves hit the side and were splashing over. My bilge pump started spewing, and I was like, all right, this is not fun anymore. But I'm curious to see how your little bit bigger flat bottom, you probably still get beat to shit out there, don't you? Got to troll with the wind. Yeah, I've been thinking about, I was looking at getting maybe like a bigger, like an 18 or a 19-foot mod V, which is still, a flat bottom, but it doesn't go flat as far up front. You get more of a V, so it says they're better at at breaking through, you know, wake and waves. But I think the flat bottom on somewhere like Flathead, it's still dangerous, especially when so little wind, when it blows the wrong direction, can create such massive swells. Dead pond? No, Jerry, there's I mean, they're not biting, but this pond is far from dead. Some of the biggest trout I've ever caught come out of here. And there's also tiger muskie, I think, floating around in here. Oh, that was a bite, but we lost it. Shit. That was our first bite, as you say, dead pond. That was off our white spoon that I was just threatening to take off. No, a rainbow pattern little Phoebe. And we're running that with a 2-ounce snap weight. Damn it! All right, we got some action. Scott, do you live in that general vicinity of Flathead? I'm curious how much you fish it. Last year was the first time I went up there for 2 days. I fished it one solid day, and then the next morning we were out on the water for a couple hours, and then the wind picked up and blew us off the water. And also, what part of Flathead do you like to fish? We tried launching at the, I forget what the hell it's called now. It's like northeast portion, like right above where the borderline is between the reservation and the non-reservation. There's a boat launch like right to the northeast there that kind of gets you into that first little cove. And I tried launching there, and the wind was blowing from the west, so it was crashing against the east, and the water was so shallow and the waves were so wonky. I had my truck backed all the way in, my back bumper under the water. I couldn't get my damn boat off the trailer. I had to drive all the way up to the North Shore launch, and we spent most of our time kind of in that little northwest corner. Damn it, we lost our first bite. It's a good sign though. We finally have some action. Had mine on the Columbia River with 3-4 foot waves. Handles good. Live on McGregor Lake, 30 miles west. Okay, there are so many cool places to fish around there. I'm jealous of y'all who live up, you know, northwestern Montana. Central Montana has some cool spots, don't get me wrong. But you guys just have so many water bodies within such a close proximity. Not to mention you have Flathead, which has frickin', well, a bunch of them around there have lake trout. McDonald has a shitload of lake trout. Yeah, I would love to fish that area of Montana more. This year, I'm gonna take at least a couple of trips up there. Like I said, I almost went up there today. The weather forecast for tomorrow spooked me off though. I didn't want a replay of last time. Today looked like it, like what we're looking at here at Willow Creek. But I'm from, you know, Great Falls area, so Flathead is, you know, 3.5+ hour drive for me. It's a trek to get up there. So when I go up there, I would prefer to fish for, you know, 2-3 days. But good luck getting 2-3 days of fishing on a 16-foot john in big water like that. Like you gotta pick your moments. You get a few hours here, a few hours there. Live on McGregor, 30 northwest. I fish where the Flathead River dumps in, north end. Okay, yeah, so that's that. There's the boat launch like southeast from there, and then the river comes in and you kind of have that flat. That's exactly where I was talking about. I wanted to launch at, I forget the name of it. It's the boat launch that's like right southeast of where Flathead River comes in. Twisty, windy little like 1-lane road going all the way down. But super shallow boat launch, and the wake was just coming in. It wouldn't have been bad if there was no wind or the wind was blowing the opposite direction. I think I probably would have been able to get it in, because it was blowing up so much water that I mean my truck was just swamped trying to get it deep enough to get the boat off. Put in a new boat launch at Sportsman's Bridge, very nice. Okay, so when I tried launching at the one southeast from where you're talking about, I couldn't launch there. We left from there. I tried, or was going to, chat guided me to, I think, where you're talking about at the bridge. They were still building it. They had excavators and freaking shit. They had the ramp all tore up and there was big heavy equipment digging all around it. So I had to go all the way to the next one, which is like the very northernmost launch. But yeah, I guess that one would be a better spot to launch, closer to the, you know, the kind of the delta area of where the river spills in. Because that's where, looking at a map, I was like, okay, that's where I want to fish. That or there's a bunch of spots in the south end that look real tasty, but I've never gone through to get the tribal permit or whatever, and I was looking it up, and it was like 6 o'clock in the morning. Nowhere was open that sold them. I didn't plan well enough. It was a spur of the moment trip because the weather was being stupid at where I was trying to go. You get your woman to kick your butt out of the bed that early? Breakfast. I didn't sleep. I almost never sleep the night before I go fishing. It takes me a solid 5-6 hours to get boat and truck and everything prepped. I pack and repack when I go on fishing trips. Try and make sure I don't forget shit. And I always end up, I tie a few lures. I usually will re-spool, you know, a pole, you know, one pole got fucked up, or it's time for one pole. And then it takes some time to set up the stream and the description and the thumbnail, and so I'm usually doing shit. Catch some fish. We just had a bite like 10 minutes ago. It wasn't on there long enough for me to, when I picked up the pole, it was gone. Yeah, it's done. They're still building a new bridge. Launch is done now. Okay. Yeah, I'll have to try from there. Yeah, I caught my first 2 lake fish there on the first day that we fished. The second day I caught, I think all we caught, we were only on the water for, you know, like 2 hours or a little over an hour. I caught a northern pike minnow, which was pretty cool. I actually caught that while I was getting blown off the water. What are these white things I keep seeing? Oh, it's feathers. Like everybody that was on the water made a mad dash for that boat launch, and I think there's like 3 lanes and there were probably like a dozen boats. So it took a good 30-45 minutes for everybody to get out of the water, and I was one of the last ones that made it there because I'm trying not to drown in these freaking ocean-sized waves. But while we're trying not to get swamped by the giant waves, I still had poles out, and I ended up catching that northern pike minnow. Like, hell yeah, we're probably gonna die, but hey, we just caught a fish. Everybody was so slow getting their boats out of the water. The wake was just massive, smashing against the coast. It is crazy how big the wake at that water body gets. Delorious Scott, what's up? Welcome to the stream. I'm back. Can't stay for long, but if you stream past 5:50, I can come. Yeah, I don't know if we'll be at this water body at that time. The wind is potentially going to kick up real bad here afternoon. If that does happen, we're going to trailer the boat and we're going to head to Holter Lake, which is about an hour from here. Because the weather forecast there was supposed to be moderate for this afternoon. I was really tossing back and forth whether I wanted to just go to Holter this morning or whether I wanted to try Willow again. I've never fished this one though from the boat, so I really wanted to try and get it in here. I know there's really big rainbow in here, and there's the potential for tiger muskie, which means that I will fish this place for hours and hours and hours on end just for the chance to snag one of them puppies. Heck yeah, 100 likes. Thanks, you guys. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream. Hope everybody's having an awesome Friday morning / afternoon. Hope everybody gets out and does some fishing this weekend. It's supposed to be pouring rain here tomorrow and Sunday, so we're getting our fishing in while we can. Hoping we can get on some fish. We did just have, and we're running right back over the spot where I just got bit the last pass through. So maybe we can convince another one to come. I was just about to take off that spoon too. We'll give her another little bit. I hate taking something off that just got bit, but it's been out there for quite a while and hasn't done much. I do have a few marks now though, and I am noticing some fish in a general area that it might make sense for us to make some passes back and forth on. I am curious to go to the shallower northwest corner here and see what's going on. There might be a shitload of fish pooled up in there spawning. This spot though does look nice. You have kind of a, what do they call it, a saddle. So you have a kind of a small hump and then it dips down and then a small hump, and so you have flat on both sides. And what we're fishing, where I just got bit, was right when passing over the deeper part of the saddle. And I'm marking a fair number of fish over here, more consistently than a lot of the places we've been. So I might make just a couple of passes back and forth, poking in and out of this saddle here. We'll do side to side, we'll do up and down, because this does look promising. Hey Rusty, welcome. We're fishing for, primary target is rainbow trout. There are supposedly some brook pulled out of here occasionally, and there used to be brown trout in here from what I understand, but I don't know if they're still in here. And then the wild card is there's potentially tiger muskie in here. We're running right now, the short rod that you're seeing here is normally my down rod in the back. It's the only leaded line that I brought today. We have about 75 foot out of lead core right now, and at the end of that we're running a Max Double D Silver Dodger, followed by a fly tipped with a little bit of Nightcrawler. On the pole behind me that you guys can't see is a braided line. We're running that one out about 110 foot. And that one has a clip weight on a 2-ounce snap weight, 50 foot from the lure. And the lure that we're running on that one is just a little Phoebe. They're like a little fish-shaped spoon. They're called a Phoebe. And it's a rainbow trout pattern. And we did just get bit on that one about 15, 20 minutes ago-ish. Passing over kind of the general area of where we're at right now. It was just a quick smash and grab though. He smacked it, and by the time I picked up the pole, he was gone. But it was the first action of the day though, so we're kind of in that general area, and I'm gonna run a few patterns back and forth. I was marking a good amount of fish in there. Nothing super big, but hey, if they're biting, they're biting. And the saying goes, don't leave fish to find fish. We finally have found a decent pocket of fish that at least one of them showed interest, so we're gonna go make some friends over here. We're gonna have the first guest show up on the Want to See My Rod show today. And I do have a bunch more of those Phoebe style spoons. And I think that is a common lure type that does work well in this water body. There was an older gentleman that was at the boat ramp loading his boat up one of the times I was here last year. And that's what he was fishing with. He said, get rid of all of your dodgers, your flashers, your lake trolls, run a spoon, a simple, small spoon. And I think he said that they were hitting on black with yellow dots that day, and white with some dots. But he was running similar, I don't know if they were Phoebes, but really similar style lures. I don't know if he was running lead core or flatlining, drop weights. He might have, it was a bigger boat he was running. He might have been running downriggers. I don't know. It was later in the year though, warmer. They were probably all towards the surface. But yeah, that's the only action we've had so far today. Sounds proper? Do they behave like salmon? Yeah, so when you're rainbow fishing, or when the only salmon that we have here are what are called kokanee salmon, which is a landlocked version of a sockeye salmon. And oftentimes you will get a lot of cross catch. Whether you're fishing for rainbow, you'll catch kokanee. You're fishing for kokanee, you'll catch rainbow. Really depends on the time of the year. This time of the year, salmon and trout are often sharing the same space in the water. Later in the year, when the water temperatures start warming up, rainbow trout aren't nearly as temperature sensitive as salmon are. Salmon, the kokanee at least, tend to go deeper in the water column. So you can usually target kokanee and not get many trout because you're fishing at 30 or 40 foot depth rather than at 10, 5 to 15 foot. The rainbow tend to hang out higher in the water column. This time of the year though, in spring and fall, when the water temperatures really start cooling down, they mix, and there's no real way to target one over the other. There's a lot of bycatch. But right now we're marking not a lot on the bottom. We're not over very deep bottom. Between 15 and 25 foot is kind of where we've been hovering. And occasionally I'll see stuff on the bottom, and usually when the stuff is on the bottom, it's bigger. Most of the stuff that I'm seeing is in like the 5 to 20 foot range, and it's all small. Looks like small schools of rainbow. So we haven't found a pocket of real big fish yet, but the pocket that we did just find, they're spread between like 5 and 20, and one of them just bit, so we're making another pass right back at them. What's up, Mike Wazowski from Florida? How's Florida treating you? Is it gonna get blown away in another hurricane this year? Florida's like freaking New Orleans these days. It's like y'all get blown off the goddamn map every few years. A lot of places in Texas. That whole goddamn Gulf Coast is, I don't know how y'all, like, it's beautiful down there, but I don't think I could live somewhere that your house blows away every few years. Like, I spent a decent amount of time in Galveston, Texas, right after one of the hurricanes went through, and good Lord, man, just ravaged. And I know the area that I visited when I was down in Florida when I was younger, the Cape Coral, Fort Myer area. I spent like 3 months there last year or a couple of years ago, maybe it's a few now. Like, all that, gone. Like, wiped it off the map. Like, whole sections of Cape Coral and Fort Myers. And New Orleans, I mean, it's just a giant soup bowl. They go for a swim every few years. Always. 0 hurricanes last year. You're inland and safe. Okay. Yeah, Cape Coral, Fort Myers was down like southwest, you know, the Gulf Coast side. Come on, fish. We do now have, so there's 2 vehicles over here. I see 2 people shore fishing. There's 1 truck over here. I see 1 guy fishing out of that. There's another, like a van or something driving down the road. There's a whole bunch of people showing up here now. Everybody's shore fishing though. Oh, here we go. Here's a cloud of them. They're still small, but come on. These fishing need to come out and play. What's up, David McChesney? Welcome to the stream. Carl Bear, you lived there for a while. Oh, really? Cool area. I loved, we fished for a while off of piers and bridges and just shore fishing. It was fun though. You never knew what the hell you were gonna pull up. The one day I pulled up, it was like a 3-4 foot frickin' stingray off the side of a bridge. Snagged the poor bastard in the belly. We were catching puffer fish, all sorts of different catfish. Throw your line out, you got like crabs holding on. Every time you throw your damn line out, it was something different. Puffer fish, weird fish that we argued that nobody wanted to touch it because nobody knew what the hell it was. Like, who's gonna get that off of the hook? Just stop by to give a thumbs up. Appreciate you, Bouncer Slab. Thanks for stopping in. We need some luck over here. We need some fish. We've had 1 bite so far, and it's just not cutting it. But thanks for stopping in and the thumbs up. We'll be streaming here till it gets too windy for us to fish anymore, and then after that, we're probably gonna head over to Halter, which is about an hour drive from here, but we're gonna be fishing probably well past sunset, especially if we can get a bite going. I haven't lost hope yet. Sometimes the bite's just slow. We might have to do a few more lure changes. It's a fairly small water body though. It's only 500-ish acres here, and we're really only fishing like half of it right now. Carlo, Fort Pierce, Port St. Lucie, opposite coast, across state. We had party boat, $35 to go deep water fishing. Oh yeah. Yeah, see, I've never, I've been in the ocean on a boat, but only in a bay, like, you know, a protected bay where everybody's just, you know, anchored up or or up on the docks. I've never been in like the actual ocean on a boat. That scares the shit out of me. It sounds fun, but it also, that's like, I don't have very many fears or phobias, and I don't. Big water scares me. I mean, I'm out here. As long as I feel comfortable, the waves aren't too bad. I'm not a great swimmer, and I don't like being in the water. I don't mind being in the boat. I feel fairly safe, fairly comfortable. But being in the ocean with the big rocking waves and being, you know, tens of miles off the coast, like that gets my my phobia going there. You know, if my boat sinks here, I could float my happy ass the mile over to the shore. You're out 10 miles in the ocean and you sink. That current might take you to Cuba. You know, you never know. Went through 2 hurricanes, direct eye hit. Jesus. Within 2 weeks of each other. That's rough, man. Why do I feel like all these people on the bank are probably catching fish? Why am I the only one out here in a boat? Come on, fish. Go, go, gadget, tiger muskie. It's supposed to work. Come on, fish. Fishy, fishy, fishy. I feel a bite coming. I feel it. $10.17. Man. Man, I don't want to leave this patch of fish. They ain't biting. We gotta think what our next lure change here is gonna be. We haven't tried a small crankbait. We might try a crank. Fishy, fishy, fishy. Anyone been over to Jighead Jones live? Someone should go see if he's caught any fish yet. Usually he does real good over there. It's just at Jighead Jones, all one word. I'm gonna go pop over there for me and say hi, see if he's caught any fish. It's time for our first fish. We're gonna give it a 3, 2, 1 fish. That works sometimes. Not today. Victor, I farted out, trouser, and trout popped out. That's quite the talent you have there, Victor. Did your mom teach you that? Come on, fishy, fishy. You do you, buddy. You do you. Dang, temperature's almost up to 48 degrees at the surface. It's cooled or warmed up 2 degrees. There we go. It's a little bit bigger. It's 10 foot. Come up on this guy a little bit. Coming a little bit more shallow with that one, see if maybe that'll help. All right. Thank you, Mia. Good morning, Mia. Real Midwest, not wise to take a nap while trolling, but I bet if you fall asleep, you'll get bit right away. That's quite the alarm clock. Real Texas Fishing, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Popped in to hit the like, busy day at work, gotta focus. Oh, no problem, man. Thanks for stopping through. We'll be on, we should be on till after sundown. You'll know how it is. It's been a slow start to the day so far. We're fishing a new water body, and I don't know, we have not yet dialed in the fishy fish. But we'll be on till probably sundown or later. Man, there's a shitload of birds up in the shallows over there. I have a really sneaking suspicion that's where all our big fish are at. Way in the shallow end of the lake here. I would have to swap up my troll here to do some super shallow fishing. But I am marking, I've kind of narrowed it down to like this 15 to 20 foot band that I am marking more consistently fish. Still quite small. There's some medium-sized ones mixed in here. Not bad looking. Yeah, there's hundreds of them all up in the shallows over here. I don't know how shallow it is. The map is saying bottom here's 30 foot, and I'm at like 17 foot of actual. And I'm pretty sure that end, that might be like a couple or a over there. We might go poke over there and see what's going on though. But yeah, I do tend to, when I don't get bit for a while, I tend to start following the birds around. Like, what is it that they know? But yeah, by and large, they're all on the northwest corner, the shallower sections of this water body. That's where I'm seeing all of them. Walleye should be moving into the shallows, getting ready to spawn for me. I'm sure you're probably a week or two behind Iowa. Yeah, probably delayed at least a little bit. There are no walleye in this water body, but I do know that the rainbow in here probably are spawning, so there's probably a lot of them in the super shallows. There are potentially tiger muskie in here as well. And if the rainbow and the bait fish are in the shallow, they're probably in the shallow too. But I am marking quite a bit of fish outside of the shallows here. It's just most of it's quite small. This looks better though, this band that I found. I'm just kind of marking and mapping. fellow also from Wisconsin. My God, no, we're in central Montana. This is Willow Creek Reservoir near Augusta, Montana. Central Montana, what you see in the background here, these mountains, is the Rocky Mountain front. That's the Continental Divide. We're trolling around looking for some fat rainbow trout, maybe a tiger muskie. Dang, everybody's live right now. Got dog tags, jig head, SoCal Outdoors. Come on, fish. Yeah, fishy, fishy, fishy. Where the heck did those people go? Oh, they're all the way down there now off the point. How you doing over there in Wisconsin? How's the fishing? How's everybody's Friday treating them? We are on the prowl for some fatty fish. We need a big old rainbow. Come on, fishy fish. I am seeing another patch of birds over here, which is actually a good sign. Because I do see them actively diving. It's not, like there's, you guys can probably see them in the background. There's hundreds of birds flying around over there. But there's like a dozen or so that are over here that are bloop, they're gone, and then they come back up, and then they go down, and then they come back up. So maybe we got something interesting going on over here. Hallelujah, it's Friday. Hope you feel your limit. Thanks, Annie. Or Ann, excuse me. Appreciate you. This is my first time fishing this water body from the boat. The only times I've fished at Willow, either the dock or over by the dam area. And I've had decent luck. I pulled some really fat, nice rainbow trout out. But decided to try and fish from the boat here today. And we haven't had much luck yet. We've had one bite. But it wasn't on the pole long enough. It was off before I grabbed the pole. Hoping we can get into some more fish here, because I do know that there are some really quality trout that come out of here. But yeah, I had an early start to my weekend here. We're out here fishing instead of working. Took the day off. Unfortunately, it looks like it's probably going to rain tomorrow and Sunday, so I wouldn't have been able to get out and fish on the weekend, so we had to start the weekend a little early. Welcome those joining. We're on the prowl for some fat trout and potential for tiger muskie in here as well, which would be an absolute blast to pull one of those out on stream. Not really running the most tiger muskie centric rigging right now. We're running a dodger and a fly on this one, tipped with worm, and on the other line we're running just a snap weight and a simple rainbow trout pattern Phoebe spoon. They're just an itty bitty little fish shaped, kind of have a S curve to them. But I think I might swap that out to a different pattern of that same style of spoon. We need to do something. We're not getting bit. We're not just going to keep running the same thing around and not getting bit. Give me just a moment here. I'm digging through a box of treasures here, see what we can find. We're gonna try really similar. This one is more of a perch pattern. So we're gonna run this other Phoebe spoon in and swap her out. Well, it has to see it, but your rod's right there. Yeah, this is our stubby rod. It's my down rod. They're only, I want to say it's like 5'3". 5 foot. It's a lead core rod. It's usually my down rod. It's the only lead core rod that I brought today, and we're experimenting with some different lure types and presentations. The other line we're running is braid with a snap weight. But we're about to swap out the spoon on this guy for similar style, different color. And we'll probably swap out the fly that's on that one here in a little bit. Just doesn't seem to be producing. Not yet, at least. Oh. And I'm also going to put some attractant on this one. Ooh, spinny, spinny. All right, so this is what we're running. It's a little gold and kind of perch, so it's orange, yellow, green, black lines. I don't know if they call that perch, but it's similar to a perch. Slightly bigger than the other Phoebe, but we're gonna run this one out probably 35 foot, and then we'll snap on a weight. We're gonna run a 2-ounce weight. I'm headed over towards a point that's over here. We'll see if there's anything lurking. What's up, Yasin? Welcome back. Had to go kickbox training. Nice. Yeah, we haven't had a whole lot of action. We had one bite. All right, we just reset that one. We went out 35 foot, put on a snap weight, and then went out another 40. So we're at 75 foot total. Time for a fish, y'all. 112 thumbs up. Let's go. Hope you guys are enjoying the stream today. I know it's been a little slow. It's been a slow start to the season in general for us this year. Again, we've been trolling almost everywhere we go. We're in the boat. Everybody's on shore. Everybody's fishing from shore this time of the year. The rainbow are spawning, the browns are spawning. A lot of them do go up quite shallow. I don't like trolling super shallow. I lose too much rigging, so I tend not to troll much below 15-foot bottom. Sometimes into 10, but that's where I start snagging. But they are out here, and fish are never off. You got to get the right thing in front of them, and we just have not found the right thing yet today. We've had one small smash and grab. He took our bait, but we didn't get the fish. So we'll keep swapping out to different lure types, different presentation types. Again, we moved from braid down over to the lead core line. We'll try flashers, dodgers, spoons, small cranks. We'll vary our speed a little bit. We'll vary our, bottom depth a little bit. We'll just keep plugging away till we get some bites. It's a beautiful day out here, though. I am absolutely loving the weather. I'm hoping it stays this way. It's almost 11 o'clock. The weather might get questionable between 12 and 1. So we'll have to play it by ear. We might end up at a different water body for the second half of the stream today. But I'd love to be able to stay here. I love having the chance at a tiger muskie, even if that's not our main target. It's always nice to have that as a potential bonus species. I secretly get giddy like a little kid every time I fish a water body that has tiger muskie in it. They're one of those fish that are just few and far between to catch them, but oh man, what a fish. But at any rate, I'm enjoying being away from the computer at home, chilling. Hoping we can run into some chunky fish somewhere around here. I know they're in here. These guys over here look like they're fly fishing. Polymer knot? Yeah, I know the polymer knot. I don't usually tie them. My most tied knot is probably a uni knot. And when I make like my worm harness rigs, I tie a modified egg loop and easy snell, quick snell, I think it's called. The front hook gets a different knot than the back hook. But now uni's kind of my go-to knot, or it's actually a double loop. All right, we're gonna let this guy out a little bit further. Where are you at? The scenery is beautiful. Oh, thank you. Yeah, this is Willow Creek Reservoir. It's near Augusta, Montana. The background that you see here, the snow-capped mountains are the Rocky Mountain front. That's the Continental Divide. It's splits the western United States from the eastern United States. Absolutely beautiful day out here. Perfect weather so far. The fish bite could be better, but the weather has just been wonderful from the moment we launched all the way up until now. I'm hoping it stays that way, but we do have a potential for a pretty windy afternoon. So we'll see. We've got an hour or so before it's supposed to change. Yeah, the target today, this water body is known for producing quite large rainbow trout. There's, I think, 3 or 4 different strains of rainbow trout that have been stocked in here over the years. There is potential for brook trout and also tiger muskie. But our main target for today is a fat rainbow trout. I'm trying to catch a bigger one than I did last year. My current biggest out of this water body is just under 5 pounds. I want to break 5 pounds. What's up, Tommy Stam? Welcome to the stream. I didn't see you come in. 2 months in the rod squad for Tommy Stam, the man. How you doing, buddy? We're doing good. We haven't caught any fish yet, but that's kind of the usual on our streams as of late. Having fun, though. It is so nice out here. It was a little chilly this morning when we got here, but man, the weather has just been absolutely phenomenal this morning. And I'm just stoked that I know there's big rainbow in here. If we can get them to bite, we're gonna have a hell of a fun time reeling them in. And just the fact that there's tiger muskie floating around in here is, I love it. Yeah, these guys over here, there's 2 guys fly fishing. Real CMJ, thanks for being a member and supporting the channel. Thanks, Crappy Man Jigs. How you doing, buddy? Cabby Young, welcome, welcome. Oh, who just gifted? Why do I say who? I know who it is. It's Tommy Stam. He saw white names and he just had to make them green. Tommy Stam with 5 gift memberships to the Rod Squad. Thank you, Tommy. Always appreciate your support. Who got it today? Auntie Matt, Auntie Mara, Ohio Player, Windbalm Angling, Run 6182, and Kevin. Welcome to the Rod Squad. You get 1 free month as a member of the Rod Squad. Again, thank you, Tommy. We are still trying for today's first fish. We had 1 bite. It's got to be half hour, 45 minutes, maybe even an hour ago at this point. Time kind of bleeds together when you're out here spinning in circles. But there was 1 bite. I know there's fat rainbows in here. Just some support for the Starlink. Appreciate you. Yeah, the bill just came due. I just renewed it for the month. So we're on to our goal for the next month of service. Hopefully we'll get a good use out of it this month. I think we should have some decent fishing days coming up. How's your day treating you, Tommy? How you feeling? Hope you're feeling better. Keep seeing that there's like these weeds. They look like little Medusa heads, like just floating on the top of the water. I don't know what the hell they are. It's an unfamiliar weed to me. You missed a membership? Yeah, Tommy gave away 5 gift memberships, so we got 5 lucky people got 1 month membership. Yeah, not seeing much over here. We left the biggest pile of fish that we found so far because we couldn't get them to bite on anything. Looking for a new pile of fish right now. Just grabbing some ice cream. Ah, that sounds good. Welcome back, Mia. We've only had 1 bite so far. We haven't managed to catch anything yet. Been a slow morning. So nice out here though. Really pretty sunrise this morning as well. Fishy, fishy, fishy. Yeah, it's really nice. It's sometime in the next hour to 2 hours, it might get kind of sketch out here and we might have to move to Holter. But the forecast, everywhere I looked, it was conflicting. Like nowhere is a good source for weather at this water body. It's beautiful right now though. We'll see how it progresses. It's about an hour from here. It's about the same distance from Vaughn to Holter as it is from here to Holter. We're about, I don't know, 30 minutes from Pishkin. But Pishkin's so low right now, I would only be able to fish it from the shore. I don't think I could get my boat in there. Though I should try, just for the fuck of it. It's so much lower than it was the last time that I was there. Maybe the boat ramp is now into a different pocket. I just know the last couple of times I tried to launch there, it's all it had in me to get the damn boat off the trailer. Plus I had to sink my damn truck up to the bumper to even have a chance. And that always makes me nervous. Back in the tailpipes below the water. Now, the closest place to here, there's another water body about, I don't know, it's like between 10 to 15 miles from here called Nylon Reservoir, which also has really nice trout, really nice brown trout in there. But the water level there, I think, is much like Pishkin. It's way below the boat launch. That one, I don't think they fill up until later in the year. And then there's another one that's kind of in between that's called Bean Lake. That's just this little, they call it Bean Lake because it's shaped like a little bean. There there when I was younger. I don't think I've ever fished it. I think there's rainbow trout in there. I don't know what the hell's in Bean Lake. I don't know if they have a boat launch there or not. But it's absolutely perfect day out here. Everybody on shore looks like they're fly fishing. I don't see anybody catching anything yet, but they are sure as hell trying. We've had one bite. That's close. There's a pond I fish that I can only launch my little boat into. It's a deep bowl, but the boat ramp is super shallow. I have to back into it so far. I can see water over the hood of my... Dude, that's fucking scary. At that point, I would feel like the truck is just gonna float away. I can't do that. Like when my tailpipes start going under, my rear bumper's in, you know, the water line is up to almost, you know, the passenger rear door, or, you know, your rear doors. Like that's far enough for me. It's a truck, not a submarine. But I lowered this year, so the back end of my trailer, I changed my trailer springs from the top to the bottom of the axle, which dropped it down 3-4 inches. I bought, and I haven't installed yet, roller bunks. So instead of the flat bunks I have on the bottom that are made out of like hard HDPE plastic, they're, you know, a series of 3 rollers every 6 or 8 inches for 6 feet. So 2 sets of rollers. So when it is more flat, I'm not pushing it against, you know, a surface that it's got suction to or friction, that it should roll on or off better. I'm thinking about building a hitch extender, basically, just, you know, square tube iron, either in like a 4-foot or a 6-foot chunk with a hole drilled at the end to put a ball in and another hole at the end to put a pin in, and not haul it like that, but just attach it at the boat launch to launch. And ooh, there's a big fish, 20 foot. That looks like a muskie. 20 foot. We're gonna kill her for that. 3, 2, 1. Tiger muskie. Tiger muskie. Come on, fucker. Gimme. Oh, that was a fat bastard we just went over. I don't know, Falcon. The early season in Montana, trolling is not as productive as it is later in the season. Like I keep saying, so many of the places that I'm going, you see most of the people that are in boats are basically on the shore, anchored up and fishing as if they were on the bank. They might as well be on the bank. And everybody else is fishing on the bank. Like a lot of people this year just bank fish. They don't boat fish. I had to try this water body though. I've only fished it from the shore. I've never fished it from a boat. And I know that there's big trout in here, as well as the chance for a tiger muskie. So it's a potential really good spot. Today does not seem like the day. I worded that wrong. I can see water in front of my hood. The exhaust pipe, and even under the water, so it's too shallow. All 4 tires are in the water. I can see water in front. Oh, okay. Yeah, at Pishkin, where I was launching, you know, my rear bumper's underwater, my tailpipe's underwater, all 4 tires are in the water. When I get out of my truck, you know, I'm in 2 feet of water, so my shoes, my pants are getting wet, and I'm at the back of the boat, you know, just rocking trying to get the damn flat bottom boat off of there. I mean, it's a shallow water boat. I can launch that shit in some pretty shallow water, but I need to be able to get it, you know, to where I can at least slightly float it off the trailer. And there's just, when you're launching, the boat ramp, or the water level is 50 feet below the boat ramp. The boat ramp just ends and you're basically launching in lake bed. And it stops being slanted. You're almost launching it in flat ground. So I think between lowering my trailer, adding the roller bunks, and adding a hitch extension, I might be able to get it in there easier, but I don't know. It might be a lost cause. Best of luck. Thanks, Falcon. Appreciate you stopping through, my friend. Go tell SoCal I said hi. Hope he's catching some fatties over there. I know Jighead Jones is live. I think Dog Tags is live. A whole bunch of people are live right now. So if y'all hop on over there, let them know that Rod said hi. And hope they're catching more than I am. Raylan, the biggest rainbow trout I've ever caught came out of here, and it shouldn't be that hard to get bigger. 5-6 pounders come out of here quite frequently. The one that I caught last year was just under 5 pounds. So that would be awesome. And there's a potential for a record-sized tiger muskie floating around in here as well. Those are kind of the two species that I'd really be stoked to pull out of here. SoCal will have a story for you if you ask him. Oh, Jesus Christ, what did he do? Whoa. That man, I swear, his streams, I was talking with Mia the other day. He's walked under too many ladders, stepped on too many cracks, broken too many mirrors. I don't know what that man did, but he has some of the most interesting luck when when he's out fishing. I'll have to remember to ask him. A few people around here that have tilt trailers. Yeah, I've seen those. They look cool, and yeah, you can launch in some pretty interesting scenarios with them suckers. They also look like kind of a giant pain in the ass too. Would be interesting. My boat, I think, is a bit heavy for one of them. I have a big gas tank. I got 2 giant AGMs in the back. My John boat is rigged out way more than what a typical John boat should be, especially in the ass end. I'm gonna subscribe to you right now. Oh, appreciate it, Raylan. Yeah, we're out here. We usually marathon stream when we fish, so we typically will fish from sun up to sundown and sometimes well into the night. It really depends on the weather and how the fish are biting. But if the weather stays today, we'll probably be out here for a substantial period of time. We should have plenty of gas, plenty of batteries. What we might run out of today is Mountain Dew, and that could be a showstopper. That'd be a problem. You and your dad go saltwater fishing. He caught a big red, I also caught a big rat. Mine was 10 inches, I can't remember. Oh, heck yeah, saltwater fishing's fun. It's one of the you never know what the hell you're gonna pull out of the water. It's interesting. We're here in central Montana, so we don't have any oceans to fish out of. These are all natural lakes, or like this is an irrigation reservoir. They fill this from the Sun River drainage to hold water to use for the farmers and agriculture around here. They water their fields, they water their cattle. So water levels in here fluctuate quite a lot, but it's all nice, cold, clean mountain runoff. When I pan around, you'll see the Rocky Mountains, the Rocky Mountain front in the background, and it's still snow-capped. So most of the water that comes into these reservoirs is from snow melting up in the Rocky Mountains. And it's beautiful out here. Absolutely stunning views, and the weather today is just perfect. The only thing we're lacking is some fish. What's up, Mike 905? Welcome, welcome. Chosen Law Bro, why is your beard so cool and your boat so clean? It's making me mad. I've been working a lot on the boat lately. We just got, a couple of weeks ago, I finished the solar panel installs. They don't benefit me a whole lot, but they are, I got two 50-watt panels on my sidewalls. The old motor that I'm running here is an 84 Johnson 75 horsepower 2-stroke. But we troll with it, and we're running at just, you know, basically idle most of the day. And it's only got a 6-amp stator on it. And you only get that 6 amps when you're running basically, you know, 3/4 to full out throttle. We're running at, you know, 2,000 RPM. So we're getting just a trickle of charge from the motor back to the battery. And when I stream, I'm running, you know, iPhone 16 Pro Max to stream with. I got a GoPro that goes on and off. I have my secondary phone, you know, that I use as a chat phone. I'm running, you know, a 9-inch Lowrance graph. We have lights on the boat. There's Starlink, so there's a lot of power draw. So even a little bit of extra juice from the sun helps put back into the battery, so I'm not drawing so much so fast. But I also, for this stream, the fishing's been slow today. Weather perfect. This water body produces some of the biggest rainbow trout I've ever caught in my general area, so it's always fun fishing here. There's a chance at real big rainbows, but there's also a chance at tiger muskie. They stock a limited number of them, like every 3 to 5 years here, to eat up all the white suckers. So there's a chance of just a behemoth tiger muskie being pulled out of here, which is freaking awesome. But yeah, I've been working on the boat. We got a new flooring installed in the back. I installed some new pole holders. I got some new lights. We just got, in fact, let me show you guys this. I haven't shown this off yet. I gotta check on it as well. So we're running, there's no signal out in these places. So I run, these are the batteries for the boat. You got a crank battery and a house battery and a battery switch. And then that's for the solar. So we have our 2 panels, one on each side, a 50-watt and a 50-watt. But I'm also running a Starlink up here. That's how we power the streams, because there's no cell signal out here. And previously I've just been running, and I'm still running from DeWalt power pack batteries. These batteries you see here. Previously I was running on just one of them, and they last about 5 to 6 hours a piece, but then when they die, my stream dies and almost everybody disconnects. So I've rigged up underneath the console here a waterproof box with a step-up converter, and that little blue board in there is a voltage sensor. It's used typically in like an uninterruptible power supply for computers. And what it does is it allows me to run, shit, hold on, I gotta reclamp this. It allows me to run not just one, that's my primary if I'm running just a single battery, but I now have 2 of them. 2 8 amp hour DeWalt batteries, and they basically run, it's not together at the same time, so it's not drawing from both of them at the same time. It draws from the primary, and when it senses the primary is too low, it automatically fails over seamlessly, or at least it's supposed to the second battery, which allows you to then remove the first battery without taking the stream offline, put a new fresh battery in, and then it switches back over to the first one. So it's always going to draw out of your primary if it's got the voltage, but if it doesn't, it falls over to your secondary. So it should allow me to seamlessly transition between multiple batteries in the stream without the stream actually going offline. But we'll see. In my testing at home, it seemed to work, but I wasn't streaming. I was just testing for, outages while, downloading, watching video. But give me a sec here. I'm just strapping this case back closed because that board is a computer board. It is not waterproof. It is now, though. Rainbow trout, I've never heard of that before. If you've heard of steelhead, a rainbow trout is a landlocked steelhead. All right, we're gonna drop this down just a tad more. So I'm just, over time, if I'm not getting bit, I'm dropping it down another 15 or foot or so every 20, 30 minutes. So we're now at 90 foot on that one. That's the lead core line, so 3 colors. iPhone Max, no wonder I can see 2 centimeter hair on your right eyebrow. Yeah, it's a iPhone 16 Pro Max. It's pretty good for a streaming phone. I got it right before the 17 came out. I wish I would have waited for the 17. The 17 is built with an aluminum unibody that is it's one of the best, if not the best, streaming phone on the market right now, simply for its thermal cooling factor. If you've ever streamed much, especially outdoors, overheating is a huge factor. It is so disruptive and it's really hard to avoid in a lot of circumstances. And the iPhone 17, with it being a aluminum unibody, it basically the case acts as a big heat sink. So it helps expel. But it's also got some other things that make it better than the 16. But the 16 Pro Max is a very good streaming phone. But yeah, that's my setup for now. It's a little complicated, and we're constantly tweaking and adding and changing. It's what I do in the downtime when the weather is crap here in Montana. That makes sense when I use my imagination. Someone studied his videos on the way back home, slowed the videos down so they could see the signs, looked on Google Earth, and they found a spot on the home lake, and they stole his spot. Oh, yeah, I had, he films the drive in and out. I've mentioned it on his stream before. When he's streaming, he's so often focused on the fishing that he misses shit that people say in chat. But yeah, he streams the drive there and back, but doesn't say the lake name. I mean, it's not hard to figure out where it's at. What's your favorite fish to catch? Northern pike is probably my favorite species to target. I'm seeing a good number of fish in here. Love steelhead. Yeah, so we don't have steelhead here because we have no path to the ocean, but we have the landlocked version, which are rainbow. And they do get quite large here in Montana. Our state record is over 30 pounds. I can't imagine catching a 30-pound trout. That's just mind-meltingly big for a trout, but they do. Browns and rainbow both get over 30 pound here in Montana. I'm trying for a new PB. I'd be happy with a 5 or a 6 pounder. That's my current biggest rainbow that I've caught is just under 5 pounds. Like just shy of 24 inches, like that 24 4-inch, 5 pounds, that's a nice trout. That's a good trophy class trout. Those 30-pounders are just mutants. Those are pond monsters. Those are like farm-raised fish. Sometimes you pull a dinosaur out like that out of the Missouri River, or, you know, but those are just freaks of nature. A big trout is, you know, a 5, 6, 7 pounder here in Montana, and at least in central Montana. Learn something new every day. I did not know rainbow and steelhead were the same. Yeah, same species. It's just, again, it's like kokanee salmon and coho, or excuse me, kokanee salmon and sockeye. Same species. One's kokanee's just landlocked. Sockeye are not. It's the same thing that brown trout have a sea run version. I forget what the hell they call them. What do you call a sea run brown trout? Yeah, here in central Montana, we have a handful of landlocked species that there's, you know, a comparable ocean run version. And really the only difference is the ocean run ones spend the majority of their time in the ocean and they come into freshwater to spawn. The freshwater versions are trapped, otherwise they'd be going back to the ocean to spend most of their time, and they come, you know, to the tailwaters of the freshwater to make babies. I have a 17 Pro and my wife has 16 Pro Max. 16 seems to run much better than 17. We haven't streamed any of them. Oh, really? Yeah, I think, don't they have the 17 Pro Max now too? Or have they not come out with the next iteration yet? The same phone, but slight upgrades. Hey Kevin, we're on a 16-foot welded aluminum John boat, a 1650. It's just a flat bottom John with an old 2-stroke 75 horsepower jet on the back. That's what we troll with. I don't have a fancy trolling motor on here yet. It's on the agenda. We have not managed to get one on the boat yet though. You have the 17 Pro Max? How do you like it? Our steelhead or lake run. Oh yeah. Kind of glitching out for me. I'm not sure about everyone. Is it? Let me see. Should be able to pull up Starlink over here and see if anything funky is going on. It's definitely orange. I don't know if they have the Pro Max yet. Don't like the big phones. I love the iPhone 4 size. Yeah, so again, I use it as a streaming phone, so that extra screen size, while it does take more battery life to run it, my eyes are not what they used to be. It's hard, especially when you're moving and shit shaking around, and it's hard to read the screen. So yeah, the bigger display really helps when you're streaming. On a small device, it gets real tedious trying to run a stream. Pretty much on par with all the previous year upgrades in terms of battery life and camera quality. Okay, Kevin, that makes sense. 17 is supposed to have a better camera. Camera is trash compared to my wife's 16 Pro Max. Yeah, so the whole thing, the 17 was supposed to be 8K. So the 16 Pro Max is 4K, and most phones on the market are 4K. The 17, this whole thing was it's supposed to be 8K, which is, I mean, from my layman's understanding, and I'm not super technical when it comes to, you know, camera formats and the resolutions. I know a fair amount, but it's not enough to really wrap my head around it. But anyways, as far as I understand it, barely anything uses 8K right now. So you're able to record in a resolution that really isn't useful for very many real world purposes right now. I mean, like, technically you could stream on some platforms in 8K, but most people don't have a device that's able to display 8K, so it's pointless. As same thing, like 4K. Most people don't stream in 4K. You have to have a really solid internet connection and a good device to be able to stream in 4K. It's really heavy in encoding, which again with the Starlink, it's not really feasible. I get decent satellite internet coverage, but it's not blazing fast. Ah, damn fish. Let's get things cooking here. The fly is about to come off. We've given that. The fly has had a fair shake today. It's not cutting it. Oh, I was looking at statistics here. Let me see. 99.7 uptime. We have had one event. Router rebooted. Now that was 6 o'clock this morning. 23 latency, 23 watt power draw. $11 meg per second uploaded. Jesus. Yeah, I don't know. Anybody else having issues with the quality of the stream? Is it getting grainy or is it nice and crisp for everybody? Sometimes Starlink, you have to understand, so it's a satellite pointing at the sky, and you have a succession of satellites that are passing over. So one goes, and as it gets too far away, another one's coming, and the satellite hops from that one to that one. And sometimes during that transition, it'll get a little grainy and then it gets clear again. And sometimes it's further between them. They're not all evenly spaced. So sometimes there is some period of degradation, and sometimes it has problems connecting to the new one. But yeah, if it does get funky, if the audio gets weird or the camera quality gets weird, somebody say something. Looks handsome to me. All right, thanks, Kevin. Looks like you're trolling heavy, some Ford fender gear, like a 4-blade. So we did try earlier, for the first 2-3 hours, we were trolling a hammered brass Cowbell with a wedding ring worm harness. We didn't get anything off of that. We switched over. This pole is actually now leaded line. We're out 3 colors, and we're running a, oh, what did we put on the end of this? Somebody remind me what we have a double D silver Dodger and a Phoebe perch and gold spoon tipped with a pink gulp maggot. The other line we are running just a clip weight and a spoon. No, we're running a fly over here. The spoon, the Phoebe's on this line. A 2-ounce clip weight and a Phoebe spoon. Yours glitched out again. Seems like chats are coming in late from when we said it to when you read it, but really audio quality is good. Yeah, there's always going to be some delay. It's anywhere from like 7 to 15 seconds after you guys type something that it can take to relay. And that has to do with the satellite, and it has to do with trying to maintain a decent quality. So the delay is there as a buffer to try and ensure that the quality doesn't bounce all over the place. Well, that's what we're looking for, is better quality with a little bit of delay. You know, I think people are okay with slow responses rather than watching a potato cam all day. Yours glitched out again, Raylan? Let me see if I can see it from my end. Never seen the greens, smoked blacks. These are, they have 2 or 3 different greens. These are the mildest. It's just a mild menthol. I like menthol, but most menthols that are on the market are like burn your balls menthol. Like they just make, after a pack, my lungs are crystallized and on fire all at the same time. I didn't know potato cam is like bonus Minecraft levels, right, Anonymous? No, and honestly, people will put up with a grainy cam as long as the audio is good. Audio, I think, above all on streams is more important than anything else. If you don't have to have great audio, you just have to have reasonable audio. You know, not a shitload of background noise, you know, wind noise. As long as people can hear you, they will put up with a little bit of grain, but not too much grain. So that's my, oops, that was a twitch. All right, I'm gonna let a little bit more line out on this guy. Again, I just kind of periodically let them out, you know, 15 more foot if it's not getting touched. And that's kind of just what you got to do when you're trolling. Make small tweaks to your presentation until something works, and then try and reproduce it. See, the wind held off. You had much action. Got 6 rainbow on buzzer. 3 pound, just up for a couple hours. My friend got called home. Wind was just starting on the fish. We're in a small bay coming on well. Nice. Nice work, Jordan. Yeah, we haven't had shit in a small bay, huh? How deep? How deep was the bottom? And what are your water temperatures looking like? Curious if it's comparable here. I've been talking about going into the shallower bay over here. I suspect there might be piles of them. Everyone that I'm seeing shore fishing is fishing this side of the lake, though. Victor, go ask your mom to change your diaper, buddy. All right, fishy. It is time. We need fish. All right, so we started the stream. It's been almost, Jesus, 5 hours. 5 hours and no bites. But I'm gonna check. So we're right around the time that my first battery should be dying, and we need to sanity test this setup to see if it stays. Yeah, we got 1 more bar on this, and we still have full bars on the other one. So sometime in the next hour, the first battery should be dying, and it should seamlessly transition over to the second. If it doesn't, we'll have to see. Turned out better weather there, rain's moving in. It was about 5 to 8 feet, don't know the temperature. Interesting. Okay, so you were really shallow. Dang. I mean, we could go back to braid instead of the leaded line, and I could run just some shallow shit. Could roll, we haven't tried like a max flashlight. That pulls pretty shallow, 2-3 feet, 1 to 3 feet. With just a, you know, I mean, you could run anything behind that. Oh God, I would love to go catch some lake trout. That sounds so fun. I didn't catch a very big one. I caught 2 of them, but they were both on the small side. I think the bigger one was like I'd have to look it up on Fish Brain. I want to say it was like 6 or 7 pounds. Good sized trout, but I want to pull like a 20, 30 pound lake trout out of there. Did you try back at the boat jetty where you seen fish at the start? Yeah, we're in fact, I'm headed right back in that direction right now. We had one bite on the northern end. There's kind of a saddle. So there's a hump and then a dip and then a hump. Going horizontally across the saddle instead of through the saddle. We did get bit. It was just a weenie bite though, smash and grab. But I've went by the boat launch. I've been through there 2-3 times now, and I'm not marking the fish I was earlier. They were just in there at daybreak. That saddle over there is where I've marked the most fish, and that's kind of the entrance to where the northwest section of Willow Creek, where it gets really, really shallow. And that's where I've been saying I suspect that with the trout spawning, and that was where all the birds were earlier. I suspect there's some fish holding up over there. But other than that, I've been seeing them in the 20 to 25 foot range. Bottom, that is. There have been a decent number of them, but more on the north shore than the south shore. I should pull up, just do real shallow and go poke around over at the northwest corner. Because if the rainbow were over there, the muskie are probably over there too. Tricky this time of year, pre-spawn, not much water temperature variance across Sagebrush Reservoir. They're stacking somewhere. Yeah, it's after ice out, you know, when the water temperature is still so cool and the fish are still so sluggish and cold, it tends, every once in a while you get a really great bite, but this is not uncommon this time of the year, especially trolling. A lot of the people I think that are catching are catching from shore or in boats, you know, super, super shallow. I tend to like to fish a deeper bottom. And again, we are seeing sporadic fish. Like right now, 20-foot bottom, I'm marking a patch at 5 foot. There's a big gap, and then I'm marking another patch at like 15 foot. And it's kind of been that way all morning. You know, that 5 to 20 foot mark, they're sporadically in there. Every once in a while, I'll see a much bigger one on the bottom. And those are either fat trout or those are the muskie. But I'm not seeing piles of anything. I've yet to see like a school of actual bait fish. Just a bunch of small, what I suspect are rainbows. But we'll keep on keeping on. We've just been changing up, switching up our rigging, trying different depths, different colors. We have not yet run any small cranks, and that is definitely coming up on the agenda at some point here in the near future. I've run one worm harness. We might want to try another. We've been running this damn fly for hours now and have not had a hint of anything on it. So I think, in fact, I'm gonna do that now. It's time for our channel mascot here. Anytime we're facing difficult fishing, our little buddy here, little Jimmy, makes a debut. And this is the smallest crankbait I have ever fished with. And we've only, I think the last time we tried to use this, we didn't catch anything. But every time before we put this in the water, we've managed to pull something off of it. And these are they're called a hot shot. I believe they're made by Lure Jensen, and they're just itty bitty. But this is Jimmy. He's our wild card here. I bought it. Think it's like one of those things you see a picture of and you're like, you have no idea how big it is, and I didn't really read the description. I thought it was gonna be much bigger than it ended up being. I got the package in the mail and I'm like, what the actual fuck did I just buy? I had no idea they even made crankbaits this small. So I threw it on as a joke and we immediately caught a fish off of it. So it's been kind of a running gag on the channel that little Jimmy comes out to save the day. But let's see here. Quit rattling, damn it. It stopped rattling for like a whole hour and now it's back to rattling again. But we'll pull this in and we're gonna give Jimmy a go here. Maybe he can pull us a W. We need to get the skunk off. All right, so we're taking off a fly that's tipped with a worm. And we're gonna run. Man, we are picking up some weeds on this shit. All right. Shoot. That's way too long. Give me a sec here. I gotta find a proper leader for the spoon here. The one that I tied up is in my damn truck. I left it in there. Shoot. Oh, and we are getting all sorts of spun around here. Ooh, we got big fish coming up at the boat. We don't snag what we have here. We're just gonna run it. All right. All right, that looks good. Actually, it looks really good. All right, little Jimmy, it's time, my friend. What's up, Josie? Welcome back. Sorry, you guys, let me get this line out and we'll catch up on chat. We're gonna start at about 60 feet on this. Looks beautiful out there, isn't it, Dave? It's so nice here. Hey, Danucci, welcome, welcome. Welcome to the stream. I don't know what your name is. That looks Japanese, maybe? Welcome to the stream. Now it's heat up. If you could just find a pot of fish, could change your day fast. Still big water, a newer. Oh, 100%. Yeah, most of the time I fish a new water body, I almost expect to get skunked. If I could manage to get into the fish the first time I fish somewhere, that's absolutely fantastic. But my luck, most of the time, it takes me a few times to really get the gist, to figure out where the fish are holding, what they want. I still have high hopes. I think, like you said, it's just sometimes the right time of the day, finding the right patch of fish. I mean, when the trout bite, sometimes they just go berserk for, you know, an hour or two, and then they're gone again. But the weather's holding out so far. It is really pretty here. Those mountains in the background are so gorgeous. It's always neat to see them still covered in snow. Especially when the weather down here, it's up to, somebody just did the weather, isn't it? Like, yeah, it's almost 50 degrees right now. We just need fish. Preferably fat ones, and lots of them. I'm almost tempted to go faster. We've been, again, normally when I troll for trout, I try for, you know, as slow as I possibly can, especially this time of the year. But it might be one of them wild days where they're like, no, we don't want, you know, 1.8, we want 2.8. Probably not, but you never know. It could be something like that. Sometimes trout do bite at quite fast speeds. That's how you learn. I mean, as much fun as it is to always fish somewhere where you know you're gonna catch stuff, you know, after you fish the crap out of a water body, it's nice to challenge yourself, or to, you know, try for different species, get a little change of scenery. I mean, a lot of these bodies have similar fish, but some of them, you know, the fish get much bigger than others. And this is one of them that the rainbow trout, I know they get big. I've had really decent luck fishing from shore here. So I figured the fishing from the boat should be just as good, if not better. Waiting for that to pan out. Right? All right, what time is it? 11:51. We're gonna give the spoon we have on the other line another let's say 20 minutes, 12:10. If that doesn't produce, we'll throw on something a little different. Anthony, yeah, we're running a fish finder. I run a Lowrance Elite FS9 with, I think it's called the triple shot transducer. So I get down scan, side scan. Could be such a small area of activity, easy to miss them, makes you a better fisher, right? Well, and that part of learning a water body for me is marking. So again, when I see nice schools of fish or when I start seeing big fish on bottom, I like to mark. You know, there's 4 or 5 different fish icons that are in the Lowrance, and it's, you know, there's some for bait fish, there's some, you know, there's a red fish that's a little bit bigger, a green fish that's a little bit bigger than that, then a really big fish that's, you know, blue. So based upon what I see, I start marking, and then over time you end up seeing that, man, there's a lot of marks in this general area, so you start running patterns over it, and then you start picking fish up. And then every time I catch something, I mark again, or every time I get a bite, I mark a different mark. And over time, the more you fish somewhere, you end up seeing blotches and patterns. They hang out in certain coves, certain points do really well, certain saddles. And then over time, you end up kind of seeing those similar features in new water bodies. And it doesn't always work like that, but oftentimes, you know, you could pick out similar features and they do fish similarly, even in completely different water bodies. So it's a process. I don't ever get too anxious to catch something or too bent out of shape if I don't. I just hope that every time I fish a spot, I get a little bit better. You know, I learn. Nah, it's just a cigarette, a menthol cigarette. That's like Pishkin Reservoir, where I fish for pike. I've been fishing that. That's one of my most heavily fished lakes or reservoirs in central Montana. And I've been fishing the crap out of that lake for the last, you know, 3-4 years, really heavily. And it's just been this last year, and in fact the last half of last year, that I really feel like I've got that spot dialed in. I mean, we went from beginning of the season, I was catching nothing to, you know, 1-2 fish per trip out, 3 to 5 fish per trip out. It got up, you know, 7, 8, 9, 10. The last couple of trips we made out there, you know, 29, 33, and we were missing fish all day long too. And a lot, again, it just, you get so many marks and you start figuring out where the hell they're biting. This water body is just so small, it shouldn't be that hard to frickin' find them. It's only 500 acres. But again, that's big enough that you really can't, I mean, I can't run cross patterns across the whole water body in a single day. It's gonna take me a few times out here to really check out all of the humps and bumps and weird saddles and dips, and because it usually ends up being like 1 or 2 spots that produce really, really well, and you'll get bites, you know, everywhere else. And it changes also, you know, your AM bite can be completely different. Like at Pishkin, the AM bite is usually way better on the north end of the lake, but the south end of the lake picks way, way up during the evening. But it just takes time and practice to really learn a water body like that. This is a water body I've never spent that much time here. This is one of the ones, it's close enough to me that it's real interesting. If we could figure this out, this could be a fun place. But it's also so close to the Rocky Mountain front here, though, that the weather is just volatile here. Like, you guys see how calm it is right now. The forecast is 30-mile-an-hour winds in an hour. I don't know if it's going to happen, but it does happen. I tried launching here last Sunday. The forecast said it was like 4 or 5 mile an hour north winds with gusts, 7 to 8 miles an hour. And I got here and there's like 2-foot whitecaps slamming against the southern shore where the boat launch is. I'm like, I'm not launching in that. If it doesn't pick up, leave it a month to heat up so there's feeding next time. And that's true too. Again, it's so early in the season that some of these water bodies, they're just, there might not be much activity here. Though I am a firm believer that fish are never truly off. Sometimes they get slow, sometimes they get real picky, and you gotta get the right thing in front of their face. But the biggest part is finding them. That's really the biggest battle right now. Is I know there's a ton of fish in here, and we have not crossed over anything that I'm like, okay, there's the fish. Like, we're just seeing the remnants, the bullshit that's still spread out. There's some huge schools of fish in here somewhere. They eat when they're hungry, but they also eat when they're irritated. A lot of fish, and just curious. I found that especially with pike. I'm convinced that they'll bite at anything if they think it's going to get away from them. If they think it might be food or it's just interesting and it's getting away, they chase, and they will chase for miles. But that sudden jerk, they'll follow for, a mile, 2 miles, but that one jerk sideways, they slam it. That's what's really interesting. If you haven't checked out, I don't have a whole lot of the content on my channel, but I do have some underwater cameras, the water wolf cameras. And them pike, they are some of the most persistent and ridiculous fish I've ever seen on camera. They are so aggressive and so curious, and they're so fast, and they follow for so long. All right, we're coming back into the basin right now. It's been a few hours since we've been over here in the dam basin. And we're coming up across a point right now. It's got ooh, holy shit, that's a big fish right there. And a log. Ooh, that's a muskie. That is 100% a muskie. When you can see a fish on the fucking side scan and you can see the giant shadow, like when it's super distinct that it's a fat fish on the side scan, it's a fat fish. Okay, there's another big one. So we're 17-foot bottom here, right off of the point. And what I was gonna say is it's kind of like a sharp drop off, and then on the other side, it's a gradual slope. And I'm seeing some big stuff hugging the bottom right here. This makes me want to throw on a shallow diving, or not even, a medium diving crank and just bang that bottom. It looks like soft bottom too. So it doesn't look super snaggy. I've had pike chasing the float reeling in before. But I'm convinced pike will bite at anything. After I caught a pike off of a bread ball last year, they will eat anything. I was frickin' carp fishing and pulled in a frickin' 5-pound pike off of a bread ball. Just ridiculous. There's a big fish coming up at us. We're gonna kill the motor for a sec. wee bit more line here. Come on, Jimmy. We need a score. Need you to score, Jimmy. Let's do this. It's time. We believe in you, Jimmy. Yeah, unfortunately there aren't any pike in this water body, but we have the next best thing, which is a tiger muskie. Which is actually the better thing. And there's another fat one on the bottom here. We got muskies hanging out right by the dam here. That's either a muskie or a really fat trout. That looks way too big to be a trout. I don't think they have trout in here that big. There's just these logs laying on the bottom. It's only 20 foot, 25 foot. I'm kind of on the steep drop off of the basin. And they're kind of like just right at the bottom, right after the drop off. Which makes sense. I mean, that's a perfect ambush spot. They sit right at that transition area, waiting for the bait fish to come between the deeper and the shallow feeding areas. Fishy, fishy, fishy. Yeah, see, and those guys are leaving. I don't know that anybody's catching anything here. I see people fishing all over the bank, and they stay there for like 30 minutes, 45 minutes, and then they're gone. I can never fish like that. Oh, okay, I'm gonna move on. Like, that it's just not a long enough time. The water clear, not super clear water here. Kind of hard to tell probably from the cam, but there's kind of that greenish tinge to it. Most of these water bodies up along the Rocky Mountain front, down, you know, on the plains or the foothills of the Rocky Mountain front, get this microscopic like green algae that grow in them. So it's not super cloudy this time of the year. It probably will get much worse later in the spring or early summer when, you know, the algae blooms really start. But there's always just kind of that green tinge and a cloud. Maybe 3 foot, 4 foot visibility. It's not like stained water. It's algae, and it's just a constant presence. At least that's what I think it is. That's what it looks like. Again, if you look, if you watch my Pishkin Reservoir underwater cameras, you'll see you can see there's decent visibility, but there's always just kind of that murky cloud that you're pulling through. It's never crystal clear. Once you get up into the Rocky Mountains, like down in the valleys where it's pure snow melt, that water stays much colder up there and the water stays super clear. Hey, fishy, fishy. Yo, I'm back. Got rained and wind advisory. Oh, dang, man. Well, it's noon here. You guys can see that the wind, our flag is finally blowing. The wind is picking up here. Some of the forecasts were saying between 20 to 30 mile an hour gusts between noon and 1 p.m. It is now noon 06, so we might be getting blown off the water here too. That's a shame, Jighead. Did you... I don't know, you always catch something. What'd you catch? Oh, there you go. 13 gills and a crappie all in your final 20 minutes. You just had a rampage. We've had one bite. One small, weak bite. I finally found what I think are muskie, though. There's a few of them that are bedded down in this dam area. Or basin area, 25 foot-ish. That's a hell of a haul there, Jighead. You and that damn kayak, man. Looks like it drops away from the bank straight away. Yeah, it's fairly steep and then it goes to just a flat bottom. Or a real gradual slope out. I mean, it's basically a wall and then a flat bottom, and the big ones, the logs that I was looking at earlier that you can see clearly on the side scan with the side, big shadows, they're sitting just off bottom in like 25 foot, and the deepest over here is like 45 foot, so they're just sitting like right on the edge of the drop off. 3 other guys said they didn't catch it all. Dang. Well, I'm glad you got something, man. Hopefully you brought some luck with you, because we need it. Got them all when I switched smaller on a point. Okay. Oh, it's been such a nice day out here. It's a shame the fish don't want to come out and play. What's up, Francisco? Francisco oh, wow. Azevedo. Francisco Azevedo. My apologies for butchering your name. What's up, BTB Outdoors? Welcome, welcome. How you doing today, buddy? Welcome. Welcome to those just joining. We're trolling out here in central Montana. This is Willow Creek Reservoir. It's mainly a trout fishery, rainbow trout. There are some brook and potentially some brown trout in here. There's also potentially some tiger muskie still left in here, which grow to be massive, 30 pounds, 50 inches. But we're out here trying to catch a fat trout. Maybe get lucky and drag in a gator. Fishing's been slow. We've had one bite all morning. The weather's been absolutely fantastic. It's been just gorgeous out here. But we have not managed to land anything yet. Hoping we change that soon. Looks like this guy's putting a kayak in. We're finally gonna have some competition. This place and Obday? This is Willow Creek Reservoir. It's in central Montana. We'll see. Maybe this kayaker knows what's up and we can just copy him. He's probably going to be fishing in 5 foot of water, though. Doing great, just chilling. Oh, glad to hear that, BTB. Yeah, we're enjoying our day off from work. Took a long weekend to come out and fish. It's supposed to rain, I think, tomorrow and Sunday, so I don't know if I'm going to be able to make it out on the water. I don't so mind much the rain, but I have so many electronics at this point and no real... there's no canopy, there's no bimini top, nothing to shelter stuff. So I get a little hesitant to bring the boat out when rain is, you know, 60-70% chance in the forecast. And it's not exactly safe to be out on the water when it's raining most days anyway. It's a real good chance you're holding the lightning rod in your hand. But we're just trying to get our first fish. We need to get the skunk off here so we can get things moving here. I feel like the first one we catch is gonna be, you know, like pulling the plug and it's just gonna flow from there. It's about time to switch up. What do we got? 12, we're 12. So our spoon, I think it's time to go. What do we want to run there? All right, I'm open to suggestions. We got a free rod that we're taking out our clip weight, run on braid to a Phoebe spoon. What do you guys think we should run instead? We have small crankbaits, we have inline spinners, we have worm harness rigs, we have dodgers, flashers, spoons galore. What do you guys think we should run? Wedding ring? What color? We did run the one double wedding ring earlier, the orange, the UV orange that we typically run. Though I did, normally we have a silver hammered Colorado blade on there. I did switch it up for this trip to a willow leaf in like an iridescent purple, green, red, orange, yellow. It turns all sorts of colors. But I do have multiple of that. I have it in blues, I have it in greens, I have it in whites. What we're running right now, the spoon that I'm talking about taking off right now is a little Phoebe in perch color with orange. That's what I'm running right now. I had the same thought as you, my friend. Are they shallow? The shallow, as shallow as I've gotten below 10 feet, sub 10 feet a couple of times. I didn't see anything. Most of the fish that I'm seeing are over 15 to 20 foot bottom. That's the shallowest that I'm seeing them. And that's kind of the depth range. And it's more like 20 to 25 bottom that I'm seeing the most fish. They're not all the way at the bottom though. They're suspended between 5 and 20 feet. So nothing right at the surface, but below the surface. And we've kind of been marking them there all day. I just keep coming in and out of patches of them. We're running into a patch of them right now. Something white. Okay, so we did run a smaller Phoebe spoon that was rainbow pattern, so it had some white in it, but we could try. When you say white, so I have white wedding ring. Let's see if I have that right here. Yeah, in fact, this is probably what we should try. No, wrong one. Oops. How about this guy? So that really similar to the wedding ring that I've been running at other water bodies. So we have some 1/0 hooks. These are drop shot gamakatsu, UV white beads, and 2 wedding rings. So you have pink, white, white, pink, white, white, and then a hammered brass Colorado blade. What do you guys think about that one? Planer board, get it away from the boat, throw the bucket out. I don't have a bucket. I do have 2 small planer boards here somewhere. I'd have to dig them out. What I'm actually running on this line right now is a Double D Dodger, which I don't know, it's a Dodger, but unlike most Dodgers that just have 1 clip hole in the front, it's kind of like how, you know, like a Dipsy Diver, how you can make it plane one way or the other depending on where you set the weight on it. The Max Double D Dodgers have different clip points on it, so if you clip it all the way on one side, it planes it out from the boat. And that's actually what I'm running on this line right here that we're gonna swap out. No, that's little Jimmy on that guy. Let's run this on the other one. That looks okay. Yeah, this is what I've been, that's one of my most productive. And we did try running very similar to this earlier and it wasn't hitting. That neon pinkish orange color, it's UV with the silver hammered blade, works real well at Holter. Let's try the white here. Let's, trying to think which line. Should we run it behind the Dodger to plane it away, or should I run it on... In fact, let me see if I can find my damn planer board. I'm almost positive I have some small ones on here. I do have Dipsy Divers too, which again do the same thing, but we're not really trying to get deep, we're just trying to get away from the boat. Hey Dave James, welcome back. Yeah, we're still struggling here. We're switching up some gear again. I swear to God, I have 2 small planers out here. Oh, it's been so long since I've used them. Where are you? Alright, just doing a little bit of cleanup. I don't like having too many hooks out at once. That looks like Strawberry in Utah. No, we're actually in central Montana. Really similar terrain in a lot of places. But no, this is central Montana. This is Willow Creek Reservoir. It's an irrigation reservoir on the Sun River system in central Montana. Planer board, planer board, planer board. Where did I put my planer boards? Where they're in here. Fucking Tetris on my boat. I never get anything without taking 5 things out first. Nope. What's up, Dave Hensel? Welcome to the stream. Been hard, Dave. Not many fish. About been searching. Yeah, it's been a slow morning. We're still poking around. You know how it goes. It's a new water body. We don't know anything. So we're exploring. I don't know where the hell my planer boards are. I swear I have them in a tote in here somewhere. Oh, my quick weights. No, that's all my musky lures. These are my underwater cameras. Well, I must have taken them out of the boat. I'll have to find those and put them back in the boat. Working in the rain in Oakland, California. I'd much rather be doing that. Tight lines, bro. Ah, Adam, I'm sorry to hear that. Well, hopefully your day is over soon and you can get out and do some fishing this weekend, or just at least relax. We ain't catching any fish yet, but man, I'm having an absolute blast. I always do when I'm on the water. We're living the dream out here. We're looking for some fish. Right behind us, you can see that's the ramp where we came in. So that's the south end of the lake. We're headed kind of over the open basin. There's some interesting looking depth changes over here. This water body's weird. It's almost like, I don't know, it's like a layer and then a layer and then a layer. It's almost like stair-step layers, and it's just very gradual slope from the western shore over, but it runs into some, what I assume are, you know, some little valleys or, you know, bottoms of hills at the bottom here. But sometimes it's just these weird little pockets that the whole goddamn school of fish will hold in. So I'm just trying to run over some more interesting, weird looking terrain, something that we haven't been over yet before today. Love the scenery, miss the terrain. Oh, it's so gorgeous up here. And as I start panning around going this way, you'll see the Rocky Mountain front in the background. It's such spectacular views. It's so nice out here right now. It's got to be mid-50s right now. I think it's supposed to get up above 30 or up above 60 today, which is crazy because it was 22 degrees when I got here this morning. All right, what was I doing? Oh, I was looking for planer boards. We don't have planer boards. All right, you guys pick. Are we taking little Jimmy out of the rotation and putting the worm harness on the Dodger, or should I take the Phoebe spoon out and replace it with the worm harness, our double wedding ring? What do you guys think? Yeah, the Rocky Mountain front here, this is the Continental Divide. It's the highest point in North America, isn't it? It's what separates western and eastern portions of the continent. So yeah, it's one of the highest points in America is right in the mountains over here. So they're usually the earliest to get snow and the last ones for it to melt. Jimmy, we're gonna nuke the Jimmy. Yeah, he's had a half hour out there. We can sub him out. He might go back in later. We like to give him a chance. Sometimes the little, just tiny little lures will clean up. Sometimes they want bigger. I mean, we might try running more like a stick bait style lure at some point as well. Who the fuck is Cindy? I don't know anybody named Cindy. Why is maybe Cindy calling me? I don't have... The only Cindy I know is Skipjack Cindy. And she don't live in Montana. Why the hell does my phone maybe know it? Must be somebody who sent me an email. Why would they send me an email? Who the hell's Cindy? All right, so we're running a Double D Dodger. So again, this just waves back and forth. In fact, let me show you guys. Let me pick this guy up. Hold on. I know a lot of you guys have never fished with flashers and dodgers, so many of you guys might not know what they look like, what they do. So, I'll give you guys a little tutorial here. So, this is our bail. Just like any other bait caster, you want to thumb it before you open your spool because it can and will rat's nest. So it's open now, and you turn, the clicker is on the side here, it's this silver button, and you turn the clicker off. Sorry. And then you just thumb it out. But you'll notice, we'll get this down in the water. Oh, come on. So it just has a swoop back and forth. And it's hard to see until it's a little deeper in the water. But it swoops back and forth, and it just imparts action into the lure running behind it. So it just gives it a waggle. And again, with it clipped like it is, you notice that as I let line out, it's planing over to the side of the boat. So it acts kind of like a planer board. But we're just thumbing out. 30 feet is one color of lead core line. So every 30 foot is a different color of line, roughly. And each color of lead core line gets you out. It depends on your speed that you're traveling at, but it's about 5 foot or so per color. So we're at 2.5 colors, so we should be at roughly 12 foot or so. And I turned on my clicker, I closed my bail, and now we're gonna loosen our drag. Sorry about the close-up view here. I should be doing this with the GoPro. But we're gonna loosen our drag here enough that when we pull back, that we get an audible click. So that's too tight. We're gonna loosen it a little bit more. And this is hard to do with one hand. So like that. And then typically you set it in your rod holder, and then I always take one crank on it and test, because like right there, it gets way loose. So I'm gonna tighten it up a little bit. You click it forward, crank it. That's too tight, so I'm gonna loosen a little bit. You gotta kind of play with it. You want, you know, a few pounds of drag. So when the fish pulls on it, it's enough to make an audible click, but not enough that they're gonna just run away with all of your line. Oftentimes they will set the hook themselves. But we let it out 2.5 colors. We're 12.5 foot. And again, what we're seeing here on the finder, it's a lot of small fish. I'm assuming a lot of that is just small rainbow trout stalkers, but it's all the way from 5 foot to 15 foot. It's all over the place. Stephen, we're in central Montana. This is called Willow Creek Reservoir. It's an irrigation reservoir on the Sun River system. But we'll let it out 75 foot. We'll leave that for a little while. If we don't get any hits, we'll let it out another 15 foot or so. That drops it another, couple feet. If that doesn't work, we'll drop it another 15 or 30 feet, which drops it another 2 or 5 foot. And you just kind of bring her down in the water column until you get hit. And if, by the time you've got it below where the fish are, nothing's hitting, it's usually time to swap out, try a different lure, a different attractor, a different color. Thanks and good luck, tight lines, baby. Oh, appreciate you, Steven. Thanks for hopping in and checking out the stream. If you like fishing streams, hit that sub button. We stream, I try to stream at least once a week. Later in the season, we typically will have multiple streams per week. And we marathon fish here. It's typically, 8, 10, 12, 15 plus hour streams that we do. And we fish mostly central Montana, but we target all sorts of different species. And we fish, lakes, rivers, streams, ponds. It don't matter. If there's fish and we can drop a line in, we will. But I need to take off a layer. I am baking. It's no longer 22 degrees outside. So you'll notice I have layer upon layer upon layer. This is how you dress in Montana. Because in 20 minutes, it might be 20 degrees again. You never know. So layers, layers upon layers. It will keep you warm. And if it gets too toasty, you can always take some off. What's open to catch and keep there in Montana? So this water body is mainly rainbow trout. There are brook trout here. I think you can keep the brook trout. They're fairly small though, if you catch them. They're a pretty infrequent catch from what I understand. But rainbow trout here, 1 over 20 inches, I believe, is the slot here, and five total for the bag for the day. And there's also potentially tiger muskie in here, but there's no slot size for them. I'm pretty sure they're catch and release only in this water body. This water body doesn't have a whole lot of variety in it, but it does produce some quite nice rainbow trout specimens. They get 5, 6 plus pounds in here, which is an excellent trout to keep to eat. Normally, if I'm keeping a fish to eat it, it's in the 2 to 3 pound range. Anything bigger than that, and they're old enough that they've started to build up oftentimes significant quantities of heavy metals. So if you're consuming fish on a regular basis, it's much preferable to keep and consume smaller fish. They haven't had as much time to consume the smaller fish that that builds up the heavy metals in their body, mercury in particular. But in general, Stephen, there's almost every species you can catch and keep here. It just depends on the water body. Brown trout is one that's pretty selective. Most water bodies that you can catch brown in are catch and release only. Unless you're, I think, a child below 14, and then they have, you can keep 1 over 15 inches or 1 under 15 inches. But we have all sorts of species here in Montana that are absolutely wonderful to catch and eat. Northern pike, channel cat, walleye, rainbow trout, kokanee salmon, 2 or 3 different kinds of whitefish, burbot, largemouth, smallmouth bass, lake trout. Yeah, lots of lake trout here. Northwestern Montana has a lot of lake trout. Yeah, I caught my first lake trout last year at Flathead Lake. I caught 2 my first day there. They weren't super big. I think the biggest one was 6 or 7 pounds, something like that. They get to be, 20, 30 plus pounds in that water body though. I want to catch a hog. They were definitely fun though. It has by far the hardest fighting trout I've ever had on the end of my line. Yeah, there's another water body that I fished, I think, 3 times last year, and I got skunked, I think, 2 out of the 3 times I fished it. It's one of the bigger water bodies in central Montana. It's called Lake Elwell or Tiber Reservoir. You guys may have heard of it. If you guys are into walleye fishing, the world record, the biggest bag ever in any walleye tournament was pulled out of Tiber Reservoir last year, Lake Elwell. It broke all previous records, and what's crazy though is the top 3 bags for last year at Tiber all broke all previous records for all walleye tournaments in the U.S. from what I understand. So not only did they produce a record, but 3 records in 1 year of total bag. It was like 90 pounds, something obscene. Fishing spoons from shore? Yeah, done that for pike. We were looking for lake trout last year. That's how I caught them. Never fished in Montana. Drove through a couple of times on my way to Cali to pick up back in the day. Oh, nice. Yeah, Montana's beautiful to drive through. Unless it's wintertime, then it's just treacherous. You gotta be really careful though traveling through Montana any time of the year. The deer are insane. I guarantee there's probably twice as many deer killed every year as roadkill than there are killed by hunters. Or probably by all other sources combined. But there is some good fishing here in Montana. Central Montana is kind of hit and miss. We do have some really good fisheries in central Montana. Most of the records come out of eastern Montana or western Montana, though. We do have a few records in central Montana. The record walleye and like the record kokanee come out of central Montana. Taylor Reservoir in Colorado is perfect bank spoon fishing at the dam side. Oh, nice. Yeah, oftentimes the dams, they have, just those really steep drop-offs, and that would be, that's an excellent lure for bank fishing. Steep drop-offs like that, you can throw it out, you can let it sink, you can jig with it, you can whip it back, and get the top bite. But you have that steep drop off, you have so much less, likelihood of snagging and losing them. I take 15K to Humboldt County and turn it into 30K every month. Oh, heck yeah. I gotcha. 1-1 slope, a riprap, and it's deep. Throw a spoon out far and count down until you find them. Oh, hell yeah. No, it's a good strat. Back in the day, I used to have buddies that would take Cali trips quite often to pick up. Always way cheaper. All right, we're over about 12-foot bottom here. Again, I'm just checking a little more shallow. I don't see the fish that I'm seeing, you know, in the 20 to 25 foot range. And there's a few in here. Nothing sizable. We'll run a pattern a little closer here like this and, you know, 10, 12 foot. Hopefully we don't snag something up. Come on, fish. Yeah, it is. It's so cool here. Any of these water bodies that are on the Rocky Mountain front all have just a gorgeous view. You ever make it to Minnesota, fish the mine pits outside of Deerwood? The water's crystal clear. Oh yeah? Yeah, there's so if you go more west from here up into the Rocky Mountains, there's a whole series of lakes. They call them the crystal water or clearwater lakes. And there's like 6 or 7 of them in a row. It includes Echo Lake is one of them. And it's one of the clearest water bodies I've ever seen. You could see, you could paddle out into the middle of the lake and see all the way straight to the bottom. It's insane. In fact, I think there's a handful of videos on YouTube about it that at certain times of the day, it looks fake. It looks like it's CGI, green screen. More scuba divers out on them lakes usually than fishermen. You can see about 50 feet. Oh, that's so cool. Yeah, Echo is not super deep, but yeah, the multiple water bodies in that chain are just immaculately clean. That's pretty cool. I don't know. Echo though, I don't think they allow motorized boats on Echo. Man, these trout are picky. Normally trout aren't so picky. I don't know what the hell they want from me today. I'm about ready to swap this spoon out too. I think I'm gonna try another spoon. I don't think we've found the right spoon yet. Shit. Did we just turn around? We're about to get snagged. I wasn't paying attention. We just turned completely around. No snaggy, no snaggy, no snaggy. Definitely bouncing off the bottom there. Alright, so I'm thinking about changing out the current spoon to either a gold and red with silver back, or plain white with a black dot and a silver back. What do you guys think? I really feel like the Phoebe should get it. These are trout magnets. It's like a pearl white, so it's got kind of a pinky sheen to it, but I don't think it's UV. Alright, we're pulling in one really similar to that. It's more like a perch pattern with, I believe it's got a gold or a hammered brass back. So we're just trying to run a similar shape to what we were. That's what got hit on before, but we're trying some different colors. And oftentimes as the sun changes position in the sky, darks versus lights, you know, golds versus pinks, silver, just switching things up can make a big difference. I just realized my mic is sitting on the console over here. Oh man, we're all fouled up here. Yeah, we probably just picked that up. Our other line probably looks exactly like this too. I think we just fouled it. There's a bunch of weeds on the bottom here. We're going to swap this one out, and then I will check the other line, because I'm pretty sure we just fouled that one. Dragging her on the bottom. We got turned around. It's easy for that to happen, and trolling with the damn outboard jet outboard. So this is what we're swapping out. That's what we were running. It's kind of a perch pattern, orange belly, gold. I thought that was going to be a winner there. But yeah, I am a fan of white with black eyes, white with red eyes, especially pearl. They tend to do real. Pike love them, and I have had moderate luck with trout in the past with white. I normally get more kokanee than I do trout with white. I'm gonna throw on just a little pink teaser at the end. I should actually probably use the white shoe peg corn. But we'll roll with this. Sorry, let me put the mic back on. You guys probably can't hear me. All right, what did I do with the clip weight? There it is. All right, so we're out 40. We clipped on, and we're gonna do another 40. Just switching her up a bit. We'll start there and go deeper as needed. Alright, let's fix this guy. I'm gonna run back over where we had that first hit on the North Shore. It's 1 o'clock. This weather, it doesn't look like it's picking up, so we might be all right. I'm gonna get a little ways away from the dock. I was kind of holding in this central area by the dock to be careful just in case the wind picked up. Can fish multiple poles in Montana. So in central Montana, in lakes and reservoirs, you're allowed 2 poles per person, and each pole can have up to 2 hooks on it. In rivers and streams, you're only allowed 1 pole, 2 hooks. It differs though between western, central, and eastern Montana. All right, we picked up some scum on our Dodger, but we didn't, nothing on our worm harness. Still looking good there, one little tidbit, but we're good. Watching this from work, wishing I was on the water. I hear you, Jack. Well, I hope you're out of work soon and you can go catch yourself some fat fish. That's what we're trying to do. Flash is fishing. Long time no see. What's up, buddy? How you doing? Yeah, been a while. We streamed at Hauser last weekend, and Hauser the weekend before that, or something like that. We're at Willow Creek Reservoir today. This is the first time I've launched the boat here. Trying to catch one of these fat rainbows out of here. Appreciate that, my man. All right, no problem. 1 pole per fisherman there? Okay. Yeah, it drives me nuts. I much prefer fishing lakes, reservoirs, and ponds because you get 2 poles. 1 pole, I mean, unless you're actively fishing, you know, throwing a jig, And even then, I like to throw a pole and soak it while I jig or, you know, throw spinner or cranks. I always like to have one soaking either for catfish or for carp or for pike, for anything really. But yeah, you're restricted to only one in lakes and streams and creeks. So I do fish them. I always feel like I'm fishing with one hand tied behind my back. You fished from the beach there, caught some rainbows, bottom fishing. Yeah, the only times I've ever fished here before was from the dock or from the bank over by the dam. And I've had good luck. The biggest rainbow trout I've ever caught came out of here. And 5-6 pounders are not uncommon here from what I understand. That's what I'm trying to pull out of here today. Yeah, they're so pretty when they're still covered in snow like that. A lot of it's melted, it's almost all gone. Greetings from Serbia. What's up, SRD? Welcome to the stream. We're in central Montana. We don't have any mountains here. I miss seeing them. Yeah, so central Montana is largely plains and rolling hills. There are some mountain ranges, but most of it is, you know, the border between western and central Montana, and then the other set of mountain ranges are kind of the border between central and eastern Montana. Central Montana, where I live, is kind of the dry belly basin between. But I'm close enough. I mean, this is an hour from where I live. So we're real close. An hour's not bad, not a bad drive at all to fish. What's up, Neha official? Welcome to the stream. Outlaw trucker. No, we're actually central Montana. This is near Augusta, Montana. This is Willow Creek Reservoir. Bozeman is southeast from here. You'd have to go from here, you'd go to like Helena. So there's Holter, Hauser, Canyon Ferry, and then, you know, Three Forks area. So we're a ways away. That Bozeman's probably a 2 to 3 hour drive from here. Got your first carp last week, 12.3 pounds. Heck yeah, Flash. They're so fun. Do you know if it was a male or a female? Did it have a big fat belly, or was it more pointed at the end? The females are more round. They're more like a sausage, and the males tend to be more, you know, streamlined looking. The females are faster, or excuse me, heavier generally, and can put up really good fights, but oftentimes it's like pulling in a log. They're just dead weight. Every once in a while they'll give you a good fight. The males, though, even a small male will put up an incredible fight. Nebraska by far is the worst state to drive through, nothing but cows. Well, we do have more cows than people in the state of Montana. That is a legitimate truth. But there's so many pretty places here in Montana. Northwestern Montana is some of the prettiest shit you'll ever see. Going through Glacier Park area. Pretty much if you go to Missoula and then head north, it just keeps getting prettier and prettier and prettier. All right, we got 2 new presentations out here. We gotta get something. The first carp, every damn carp, anytime I get a carp on the end of my line, it's a blast. But if you can catch a 10-pound plus carp, you're doing good, and they are fun. Wait till you get a 20-pounder on the end of your line. Them suckers are insane. Carp is the only species of fish, freshwater fish, I've ever caught that spooled my line completely. I've caught some big catfish, they're fun. You know, I've caught some big pike, they're fun, but the only fish I've ever been spooled by is a carp. Used to get nervous driving through Montana with pounds in my truck. I've heard horror stories about the police. I don't think it's as bad these days as it used to be, like in the 90s, the early 2000s. There was a period, a couple of decades there, though, that the cops were just, I don't know if they have a quota or they just get bored. But yeah, they just pull everybody over. I mean, it gets bad. I haven't been pulled over. I don't know. What's up, Car Legends? Welcome to the stream. Good to see you. All right, so maybe the huckleberry isn't cutting it. Let's retire the huckleberry fish whistle and try out the brand spanking new blackberry. What'd I do with it? Okay, blackberry fish whistle. Maybe this is what we need in our life. There we go. All right, we got the blackberry double fister. All right, hold on to your weenies, boys. Woo! Woo! Alrighty, that's a fish whistle. Good Lord. I think I might have got one, guys. Maybe. Oh. What fish are you fishing for? Rainbow trout and tiger muskie. Yeah, I'm the only motorized boat on the lake right now. I did see about 45 minutes ago one guy load a single person kayak. He's hanging like 5 feet offshore right over by the dam. Where he's fishing, there's literally no point in even being in a kayak. You could cast right there from the shore. You should hear that one, right? I think my ancestors heard that one. Ooh. Man, them brand new right out of the package fish whistles are, they're loud. Real loud. Oh. Woo. We're doing awesome. We haven't caught a damn fish. We've been here for like 6 hours, but it has been so nice here all day. It was chilly when we got here this morning, but just if I could get out on the water and not have to deal with being thrown around all day, like, it's a great day on the water, fish or not. It's a brand new water body for me in the boat, so we've been exploring, I'm mapping, I'm marking. We've only had one bite. It's been slow. That wind is definitely starting to pick up. You can see our pirate flag here that we salvaged from the bottom of Hauser Lake last week starting to blow. There is a potential for the wind to get up 20-30 miles an hour. Fishing along the Rocky Mountain front here, there are some weather systems that move through that just, it's like turning on a light switch. It's like storm, no storm, storm, no storm. So I'm trying not to stay too far away from the dock just in case the weather forecast was right and it tries to hurricane on the side of the lake here. But other than that, it's been so 1 to maybe 5 mile an hour breeze, no real gusts. We had glass water for like an hour and a half. The only thing that would make it better is if we could get the damn fish to bite. We've run through a fair amount of different setups so far, but we're not done yet. We got other things to try. And we sometimes, you know, as the day goes on, you cycle back to things that didn't work earlier. Fish are weird like that. They'll bite some things in the AM that they won't in the PM and vice versa. But we've tried a handful of spoon combinations. That's the only thing that we've gotten bit off of is just a clean spoon and a clip weight, you know, a 2-ounce weight. We've tried running Dodgers and inline spinners, and we ran a tiny crank. We've run inline flies. Leo, our main target is rainbow trout. The biggest rainbow trout I've ever caught is just under 5 pounds, and it came out of here, and I've caught quite a few of them in that, you know, high 4 range. 5 and 6 plus pounders are not uncommon here. I've only fished here from the shore though. That's where I caught the biggest rainbow trout I've ever caught, from the dock right back here. But I've always wanted to put the boat in here. It's just usually it's too windy to put it in. So we rolled the dice on it this week and I lucked out, and the wind isn't too bad here. We can't find any good schools of fish. I know they're in here. I suspect that they're on the northwest. So this, where you saw behind me, the Rocky Mountain front, that's the high elevation. The rivers, the streams, they run down from there. So that side of the lake, the west side of the lake, is where the water source is feeding into here. And it's just around the time that the rainbows and potentially the brown trout are starting to spawn, and oftentimes they will go from the reservoir, you know, up into the stream and river systems that feed the reservoir. And I think we might have missed the bus. I haven't seen any big schools of fish anywhere in the basin here, you know, the main body of the reservoir, other than just small fish, which are more than likely, you know, rainbow trout stalkers from late last year or maybe even early this year. But the northwest section of the lake, it's super shallow. There's a few deeper pools in it, but it's not, I don't know if I can troll it without snagging the shit out of everything. We could maybe try trolling some bottom bouncers through there with worm harnesses on it, like you're walleye fishing. Maybe that would work. But like right now, I'm kind of on the edge of that. It's a lot of it too. I mean, it's half the frickin' lake. Where we're at right now, it's basically from here all the way to the edge is like sub 15 foot. It's like, you know, 10, 8, 6, 5, nothing. And it's a lot. I mean, it's a whole it's damn near half the lake. But it kind of busts off over, there's kind of a bend that goes around, and then there's a big pool on the other side. Kind of where that truck is over there. I don't know if you guys can see that. Holding it steady enough. Yeah, there's a truck over there. There's a pool over on that side that's kind of deep. But it's just all, I normally don't troll in less than 15 foot of water, and it's basically from this point on all the way over the other way. It's less than 15 foot, and much of it much less than 15 foot. Crawler harnesses. Lindy rig, we could. That was one thing that I was saying is, I haven't run today like a max flashlight rig with you know, just a straight crawler harness, or you know, a very simple wedding ring. And that, I mean, will troll in 2-3 foot of water. That usually stays pretty. I just hate the water level's so low from where the map says it is. So like right here, it's showing 20 foot bottom on the map. On the predefined map, but the actual bottom is 12 foot. So, you know, we're 8 foot off of what it says. I just, I hate this. I've never been over there. I haven't mapped it to know how inaccurate it is based upon the water level. And trolling at the same time is just a recipe for disaster. You ever fish with leeches? Yeah, so walleye here at certain times of the year will absolutely turn on for leeches, and then it's like the next day they don't want leeches anymore. But yeah, every once in a while leeches are really, really good for walleye. I've never caught anything else off of them though, I don't think. I think I caught a bullhead off of a leech. But it's usually walleye or nothing that'll eat them. Nightcrawlers will catch almost anything. I want to be wherever they're good fishing. I hear you, baby Daisy. We're looking for the good fishing. We found pretty scenery and calm waters, but we just haven't found the fish. Leeches for eyes, not trout. Yeah. I don't know. I would imagine there's probably a lot of fish that would eat a leech. I've only ever purposefully used them trying to catch walleye, because I know that, again, like the walleye in Holter and Hauser and Canyon Ferry, where I fish often, certain times of the year, they really, really like the leech. Oftentimes you'll just put them on a jig head and jig with them. Had your best luck with leeches there. Walleye, bass, northern, and muskie. Oh, really? You've got, again, northern will eat anything, so that shouldn't surprise me. Muskie are basically a northern, so that shouldn't surprise me. Yeah, bass are kind of the same way. They just bite at motion. Baby Daisy with the $1.99 super chat. Can we fish one day if I travel in future? Oh, heck yeah. If y'all are ever in the area, hit me up. Hit me up on the community page, or you can find my email. I'm always down to fish with people. I've, in fact, Flash, who was just in here, another local. There have been quite a few people. I shouldn't say quite a few. We've had a dozen or so, now probably close to half a dozen or so locals from the Montana area that we've met or talked to each other on stream and run into each other on stream. It's pretty cool. It's always cool meeting people that are fishing in the area. Tommy Stam, thanks for being a member and supporting the channel. Heck yeah, y'all see Tommy Stam in here. He is one of the channel's biggest supporters. He is always in here gifting memberships. Almost all you guys that are green, not all of you, but if any of you guys have been gifted a membership in the last 6 months, a large portion of them have come from Tommy Stam. So if y'all see him in here, give him a fist bump. He's a good dude. He also fishes over there with some of the most ridiculous rods I've ever seen in my life. Them suckers are like 15 feet long. He's doing that long haul. That's cool shit. My name's Michael, by the way. What's up, Michael? Baby Daisy, welcome to the Rod Squad. I appreciate your support. Glad you're enjoying the stream. Any memberships that y'all buy to the Rod Squad, it's 99 cents a month. It just goes to pay for the Starlink service that we use to stream. The unlimited Starlink package is $165 a month. Some months we can get by on the $50 a month package, which gives you about 100 gig of data. It depends on how often we stream. This last month we were able to get by with the 50, and this month we might be able to. But as we progress into the season, in order for me to just stream, we get the unlimited plan because we usually stream 2 to 3 times a week. But yeah, just so you know, any donations, super chats, gifts, it all just goes to pay for the Starlink. We're not here to make money, but if you guys want to flick a few pennies to help pay for the interwebs so we can broadcast this beautiful scenery and maybe a fish at some point, I mean, that's what we're trying to do. Thank you all for hanging out and fishing. It's always fun. Now we just need to catch a fish. Or 10. I'm gonna give you 100 when we fish together to help support. Oh, that's awesome. I appreciate you. If you guys are ever in the area, hit me up. And if I can't fish with you, I could point you in the right direction. Maybe. Spring fishing here is tough in Montana. I have not got a firm grasp on what the hell these spring fish want here. We've got a weird season though. It's been freeze thaw. We didn't get a real true Montana winter here in central Montana. And these fish seem grumpy. I hope so. Love helping out fellow fishermen. Oh yeah, it's always nice to support channels. If you're enjoying the stream, I mean, even if you're not sending donations, and I always tell people, if you don't have the money, please don't send it. I don't need it. I'm able to afford this. I do this for fun. I just stream to bring you guys along with. But I can afford it. But if you guys want to chip in, and a lot of people like to because they enjoy the stream, just please don't send it if you don't have it. It is an expensive hobby though. I don't know if y'all, those of you guys who run boats and are out here, you understand. But I don't think people will understand how much gas you go through, how much overhead there is in just getting out and, moving around in a boat. Especially with gas, $5, $7 a gallon. That's all right though. We're out here for the fun. The adrenaline rush when we can catch these big ones. And they're in here. Just because I ain't catching them don't mean they're not in here. Beaver State Fishing with the $1.99 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate the support. Big fish incoming. We are locked and loaded. We've been ready. So we're moving back from the 15-foot marker. I'm gonna meander back out to the 20, 25-foot mark and run some patterns. Again, as soon as I get out here, I'm starting to mark more stuff. There's just more stuff out here. It's not big stuff. It's not the monsters we're after. But we just need something. When did the trout spawn there? From what I understand, the rainbow have started. They're the rainbow, and in some water bodies, the brown as well. They're early spring, kind of ice off, shortly after ice off, when the waters start melting and everything starts warming up a little bit, they start heading upstream into the shallows to spawn. But again, it's normally not all at once. The spawn can be, you know, an extended period of time, and it differs by water body. I don't know what all makes it change. I would imagine there are a lot of factors, though. But yeah, definitely, from what I've seen posted on FishBrain and a handful of the places that I've been fishing, that I've seen people pull stuff in from shore, the spawn has started. I don't know if it's full swing, but they've started to move. And I think in this particular water body, we haven't come across what looks like a school of fish other than just small stalkers. And I know there's more than that in here. So the bigger fish are schooled up somewhere that we just haven't run across yet. Pay for your gas that day too. That's nice of you, Michael. Appreciate you. Plenty. I hit 14K grand jackpot at casino. Oh hell yeah! Congrats. That's always nice. I don't gamble very often. The few times I've been through Vegas, I've thrown, you know, 50 bucks or 100 bucks down on the blackjack table to play a hand or two. But then I walk away. I don't. It's fun to win or lose a couple, but I don't like gambling my money. There we go. There's some fish. Is it okay if I make you a custom rod? Oh, you make fishing rods? I've never had a custom rod. We troll a lot on this channel, but we do also do some bank fishing. I like to throw crankbaits, shallow diving crankbaits when I'm bank fishing. So like right now I use a Ugly Stick carbon medium light fast action paired with the Piscifun, however you want to say it. Carbon X2 reel. We're super light, really sensitive, surprisingly sensitive and tough combo. I catch all sorts of stuff on them, but that's kind of my go-to when I'm not trolling. It's a cheapo rod setup, but I love it. What leader are you using for trout? We are running on the worm harness rig. That one's tied up with 30-pound. And the other one, the spoon, is probably on 25-pound fluoro. What's up, Andrew Pearson? Yeah, we're trolling. And we're running over. I've kind of found what appears to be a pocket of fish, but they're all smaller. I've been marking some stuff back and forth through this area. We might roll around in this little pocket for a bit and see. How are we running? 90? These guys are 5, 10. Pull up a little bit. All right. Man, it has been a real slow start to the season here. We, our first stream of the year, we Did a few hours below Maroney Dam, skunk. Second stream was Hauser. 2 fish in 15 hours, and they were 12 hours apart. 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. or 7:45 a.m., 7:45 p.m. That's it. Third stream, we did 12 hours at Hauser again, skunk, 1 bite. And now we've been here, this is our 4th stream of the year at Willow Creek Reservoir, and we've had 1 bite. We've been here since 6:30 a.m. is when we put the boat in the water. So it's now 1:26, so 7 hours. 7 hours, 1 bite, no fish. We're rolling right over the damn top of them. We're plowing through these fish. All the way from 5 foot to 20 foot. Like we're fishing is my gambling fix. Gambled 5K before I hit the grand. Bang. Using a fidget. So we have a white Phoebe spoon with black eye and silverback, and a 2-ounce clip weight on the rod behind me that you can't see. That one's just on braid. This one is lead core line. We're running out 2.5 colors, so 75 foot. And we are running on this silver Double D Dodger, set to one of the far settings to move it away from the boat, and it's trailed by a wedding ring harness in pink and white UV. Nothing is biting. I don't want none of that. So we're gonna have to. We haven't tried a small crank other than little Jimmy, but I don't know if you could call him a small crank. I don't know what to call little Jimmy. He's just little Jimmy. One thing I haven't tried though that I should is speeding up. We should run for like 20 minutes at 2.7. Do like a pike troll. Some days I swear when I can't get the pike to bite, or excuse me, the rainbows to bite doing anything else, speeding up way too fast for what they normally should bite gets them to bite. You just think that'd be counterproductive this time of the year with the water so cold. But you never know. So we do have, the Phoebe is a spoon. We've ran 3 different styles of the Phoebe spoons. We've ran one version of a needlefish spoon. I think that's it. That's it for spoons. That's what we've tried. I should throw on the goddamn red wiggler. We were talking about it earlier. That's the one that I throw out when nothing else is working and something bites it. I like the ugly stick. Yeah, ugly stick is great. They're solid. Too heavy for trout. Oh, jackstraw, no. I've caught plenty of trout with rigging that high. And so I will also give you one reason why we're fishing with that. There's a potential for tiger muskie in here, which will probably tear up our 25 and 30 pound. But that's the biggest that I can tie with, that I can reasonably fit the line through the 1/0 and 2/0 hooks that that I tie with. I would tie them with metal if I had a clean, if I knew how to do it right and I had the equipment for it. I'm not too concerned with light gear. You'll notice that on my channel. I'm not into finesse fishing. There are some circumstances where yes, it definitely has its advantages, but when it comes to trolling and the river fishing and shit that I do, I would much rather keep my rigging than potentially spook some fish. I've caught enough fish with the most ridiculous rigs out there that I'm convinced that most of them aren't as sensitive to your presentation as you would believe them to be. Or they're not always. 8-pound, 10-foot leader, crawler harness, and stinger. Make sure when we fish with eggs. First YouTube channel I spent money on for membership plus super chat. Well, I appreciate the support, baby. Yeah, glad you're enjoying the stream. That's what I do this for. If you'd use a light leader for trout, you'll start seeing more action. 20-pound line for trout can make it tough, especially if finicky fish are an 8-pound max. Like absolute max. 20-pound leaders just noticeable. They have sight. Slow it down. Water's cold. Yeah, Jack. I've been trying to run. We had it down 1.4, 1.5 earlier. I'm just saying that's one of those things, just like a dramatic speed change that I'll often do when it's like you're plowing through the fish and ain't nothing touching it. You're giving them a whole bunch of different options. They don't want it. Like plowing through, just bahaing across them, oftentimes will trigger, or can, I should say, not will, can trigger a bite. But no, you guys are absolutely right. Trout, normally people will troll with much lighter gear for trout. And you're probably right as well. You may get more bites. I don't know, the riggings, so, and that's another thing. So when I tie up these riggings, I normally tie them for multi-species. We fish in places in Montana here that there's so many different things that can potentially bite on the same thing. And when any of those potential have big teeth, such as walleye, northern pike, tiger muskie, I'd rather catch the fish than lose the ones that are afraid of my presentation. But no, you're not wrong. It's way overkill. I overkill everything. We're running 45-pound test line on the trolling rod over here that I'm swapping out for 65 when I get around to it. We're running 17-pound lead core that I'm swapping out for, or it's 18-pound and we're swapping out for 27-pound when I get around to restringing them. Every year I fish, my presentations just get heavier. If I can keep my rigging, I would rather keep my rigging than spook a fish. Well, Jack, the whole thing is you don't really, I'm in a reservoir that has tiger muskie. It's a very, very low number of them. But what I'm saying is that anything you throw out here, a tiger muskie, like a pike, will bite at it. They're not picky. If they're hungry, they see it. If you get it in front of them, they're gonna bite it. So it's either I fish with steel for the trout in case the tiger muskie bite it, or I fish with something a little less dramatic, a high-pound fluoro, that the trout will still bite at in most cases, but has a potential for actually keeping the muskie instead of completely losing it. You can go one extreme or the other. I'm not fishing with an 8-pound test if there's a potential for a 30-pound muskie to be grabbing it. I want to catch that fish if I can. But it also doesn't make sense to spend your whole time trolling for tiger muskie here when there might be less than a dozen of them lurking in the water body. Rig one rod with 80 pound and 170-pound leader with a big spoon and a rod. And a 6-pound leader with a crawler harness. Can't recommend using a stinger enough. You're talking about for if I'm trying to catch the muskie. Yeah, no, this is way undersized gear and presentation for a massive tiger muskie. But it's just, I'm floating down the middle there, like it's obnoxious for the trout and underweight for the muskie, but it has a chance at both. And I often fish like that. I would rather have a more universal rig that can and may get bit by more things than targeting super specific to one thing or another, if that makes sense. Tigers, yeah, they're stalkers. They, every 3 to 5 years, they put a small batch in here, and have been doing so for, I think, at least the last 15 years. But it's not a ton of them. Like the number, it's like they'll put in 50, then they'll put in 100. Some of them may be 2 inches, some of them may be 10 inches. But they'll put in, you know, small batches. They put them in here, or in some reservoirs in Montana, to eat, specifically for the purpose of eating white sucker, to clean out the pests of the water body, to improve the quality of the fishery. But in doing so, they kind of get free run of the place, and they just grow, if they survive. So this water body also, and that's why I say potentially tiger muskie. I know they've been stocked, and they've been stocked for a long time in here, but they did a major drawdown in 2019 and or 2021 in this water body to fix the dam. And they had to lower it to a level that potentially killed off, you know, a good number of fish. It didn't kill the whole fishery, but it did. There was some fish killed due to the water level, from what I understand. But again, that was 2019 and 2021, and they've stocked it then again in 2023. And tiger muskie, they grow quite rapidly. When they have ample food source, they're like 10 plus inches a year. A 30-inch tiger muskie can be 3-4 years old. So something stocked in 2013 could potentially be 30 plus inches here, if it's got adequate food source. But they don't, they're sterile, so they can't reproduce, and then they only live like 10 to 15 years, I think, under ideal conditions. So it's kind of a cycle. You'll get to a period where the one batch can potentially be absolute units, and then there's, you know, a smaller batch in there that hasn't got it yet. So they kind of get big, they get smaller, they get big. I don't know where on that cycle it would be here, probably on the smaller side. But there is the potential always in a water body that they stock like this for there to be a true behemoth. Gonna show the 48-inch tiger. Oh, heck yeah, Jack, that's awesome. So there's one other water body that I fish, Ackley Lake, that's east of where I live, about 1.5 to 2 hours. And last year, from what I understand, there were 2 50-plus inch muskies pulled out of there. Tiger muskies. So they're also producing, you know, potentially state and or world record size. I had one next to the boat, I think it was beginning of last year, about a 30-incher, but we lost her. So I haven't technically ever caught a tiger muskie. I've never landed one in the damn net. I got the tiger on a live rock bass drop shot. Oh, nice. Yeah, so live bait's not allowed here. Live bait's not allowed at Ackley Lake. Dead Man's Basin is another one that I think the previous or the current record holder came out of. I don't think they allow live bait there either. There are a limited number of water bodies in central Montana that allow live bait. That's cool though. That's such a massive fish. I've got, you know, a 42-inch pike, but I've never caught, you know, a close to 50-inch anything. That's just, it's huge. How late are you gonna go? Sundown. The wind is picking up a little bit. Can somebody type .w for weather? I just felt a definite tick up in the wind there. And like I said, being on the Rocky Mountain front here, the weather patterns, it can change dramatically. 6.7 gusts, okay, so it's going up a little bit. Type .fc for forecast, and that should tell what the current day's max wind is supposed to be. Pressure's been dropping today. Perfect. Thank you, Stephen. Thank you, Yasin. 24-hour, 5:59. Max wind 3.8. Okay, yeah, that ain't right. Where are the damn fish? Nightbot, you fail. I don't know what I broke on Nightbot with the weather. I really need to fix that. Try casting or use another bait. No, we're trolling. There's too much wind here. In a John boat like this, a flat bottom boat, when there's any bit of wind, you get tossed around and spun around, and it can be dangerous just floating, especially when the wind gusts here. But yeah, we might switch out to something else here in a moment. So we're running, let's remember here, we're running Double D Dodger with our wedding ring over here tipped, and we've had nothing. We've ran that at 60 foot, we've ran that at 75 foot, we've ran that at 90 foot. Well, not this one at 90 yet. We can drop it out. We're at 80 foot. Let's drop her out a little bit more. Yeah, the Double D Dodger may need to go there. We need to think of something else. That one's run long enough that if we were gonna get something, I think we would. What else should we throw down there? What are y'all thinking? I'm thinking, oh God, like a kokanee cut plug or a flicker minnow, or hell, we could even go with a Vibrex. Or we could go with the red-eyed wiggler. Like I said, that's one that always, I throw that down when nothing else is working. Sometimes it works. Fun for anglers, just seems counterproductive to stock sterile fish. Well, again, they're stocking them. It's a trophy fish opportunity. Again, there aren't many fish species, freshwater fish species, that get 30 plus, pounds and 50 plus inches. Big, magnificent creature. And they serve a purpose. They're there to clean the pond of excessive fish that they have deemed are, making an imbalance in the ecosystem. But if you allow them to breed, then you pretty much guarantee that highly voracious species that you just put in there to help clean out the muck so the trout that you're trying to catch can get big. The tiger muskie eat all the sucker, and then they eat all the trout, and then you just have monster muskie, which I would be okay with. I'd be okay with that. I think you would hurt a lot of Montanans' feelings, though, with saying that. So many people, trout is the lifeblood of Montana people in their fishing. fly fishing for trout is the mecca around here. So if you were to introduce a highly predatory species of fish to reproduce, they end up dominating that water body. Oftentimes, there's a good chance they can. I shouldn't say that they always do, because there's pike in Halter, there's pike in Hauser, there's pike in Canyon Ferry, and they're few and far between. But the ones that are there tend to be behemoths. That'd be awesome to have a fishery of tiger muskies that could reproduce. Meps. Yeah, we could do a Mepsaglia, you know, something with a bucktail. We could do Vibrex. I have Panther Martins. You know what we haven't run? We haven't tried a Castmaster. We could throw a Castmaster out. Oh yeah. No, there's y'all over there have some nice big fat juicy fish for sure. I wish we had muskies here. We have good sized northern pike. I mean, they can get to be that the state record's like 37 pounds. Ooh, that is a school of rainbow trout. That's rainbow. Bigger, not a big one, but that looks more like a decent. Where are we? Where have we been? This is out in the goddamn middle, 35 foot. Just a flat out here. Oh, okay. Yeah, it did. Let me throw on the charger. Thank you for letting me know. A little more. All right, these charge up pretty quickly. So I apologize for the wind noise. I had two of them. I don't know what I did with my second one. I'm still looking for it. I don't think I lost it. It's in one of my pockets of one of my jackets. I couldn't locate it. So these charge up in 5 minutes. They say that you get 2 hours worth of mic use out of. But after like 30 minutes, it's like almost full. There we go. Yes, 100%. This is fish, 20 to 25 foot. These are real targets. This is what I've been looking for. Okay. 20 to 25 foot. We are 90 out. $15. What above that? All right, so we just let I'm marking some good sized fish. There's not a whole bunch of them, but there's been two couple of groups of them that I've gone across here in this. It's kind of just like a bowl right out here in the middle. But I've come across two patches of them that look like decent targets, and they're at 20 and 25 foot. Some of the only suspended fish that I've seen today that aren't minnows. Right in proximity to each other, too. I wonder. There's another little bowl just like this right past that one. I wonder if they're all holding in this little soup bowl over here. The first fish. Just fishing small canals from shore, starting to reel in. Yeah, there's so many different places you can drop a line in and potentially catch fish. Got tapped. We're over 30-foot bottom, so yeah, if it moves, it might have been. No, I'm not seeing nothing now. I'm seeing just the rhythmic wobble of the dog. We very well may have. That's all we had earlier was just a drive-by. It got a bit of drag off, though. All right, we're coming right back over where we just saw those fish before. So maybe they're still there. Yeah, I have the mic plugged in right now. Give it like 10 minutes and I'll pull it back out. It needs a quick charge. Oh, yeah, there we go. That's fish. 10 foot, 15 foot, 25 foot. All the way at the bottom. That's a nice fish. That is bingo right there. Bingo, what do we want to use? That's fucking a teepee right there. That's going to be our home. Quit rattling. Oh, God. There's bait fish. Holy shit, did we find the spot? I see bait. I see big fish. Not a ton of them, but they're there. It's like 5, 6 good-sized fish that are picking at a bait ball. Panther martin, yeah, that's an option as well. I do have a handful of those. Yeah, bear with me for another 10 minutes or so on the sound. The mic is charging. Let's see bait fish go to Rapala. Yeah, there were a couple of small clouds. It's the first bait balls that I've seen. Again, what I've been seeing all over the place, I'm pretty sure it's just, small trout stalkers, probably less than 10 inches. But this, what I just went over, and I've passed over twice, and they're holding it there. Rapala, let's see, what are we running? That's our worm harness and our spoon. When are you going live again? I'm not sure. It all depends on the weather. Oftentimes, our weather is, the forecasts are so unreliable that I oftentimes don't settle on where I'm fishing and when I'm fishing until maybe 24 to usually like 12 hours before I actually go. The forecasts, they change every day. You can look at a water body, 3 times in a week, and it says something completely different for the same date every time. Oh, All right, Yasin. Thanks for hopping in and hanging out. I'm glad you enjoyed yourself. We'll catch you on the next one. Come on, let's see a connection. Yeah, we're trying. Damn it, I missed the spot. Over here watching the rod, not the graph, and I missed the spot by like 50 feet. Great white attack. A 30-pound tiger muskie on the line would probably feel something similar to Crankbait. I'm gonna try and get up to Ackley Lake sometime later this month, well, and probably early next month. What I understand, late April, early March is some of the best time to get on the tiger muskies. Go explore. Yeah, these are much healthier schools for nice, clear swoops. Good sized fish. This little pot of fish is what we've been looking for all day. This is what I've been looking for on the map all day. I'm marking, so what I'm doing, I'm doing like kind of like a bigger concentric circle around it. Seeing how wide they go. I wonder if they extend all the way out into this flat here. Or if they're just like a little, it's like a pretzel. Like a little pretzel next to a flat. It's this weird shape on the bottom. They're all intermixed with it. 30-foot bottom here. So some of the deepest, the 40 is about where the bottom of the basin is over by the dam. So this is some of the deeper area of the lake. But yeah, so about 30-foot bottom, and the fish themselves are ranging anywhere from, 7-10 foot all the way down to 20-25 foot. They're kind of just, it's like a stack. I'll show you the next time we pass through them. It's like a stack of them. Daredevil or Ace of Spades. You think so? Should we do it? Should we just do the... Well, we oughta. Well, we'll catch a muskie. always the last one. And y'all know why that is? Why is it always the last box? The last... Holy shit. Yes. 25-foot biggest fish. Holy shit. Oh, you guys. This is what I've been... Okay. Here's the fish. We found the fish. There's the fish. We have 100% found the fish. That's what we're... And again, what we're rolling over all these marks. Stop rattling. Good God. That's just this little pocket here is where I've been finding all of them. It's just a deep little pretzel next to a basin. Hold on. That's what we've been looking for all day. All right. How big of a daredevil? I have a ton of them. We have all the way from... I mean, these aren't even the biggest ones, but a smaller one, I'm assuming, not a bigger. Yeah, and again, this the same little area I've made. This is like the third kind of circle I've made around it, and they're stacked in here. It's not. I mean, there aren't like hundreds of them, but there's dozens of them. It's the fish. Medium size. I mean, this kind of is medium size, honestly. I've got. Yeah, we're gonna run this one. This one's got the copper back. This is my lucky one. I've caught some shit off of this guy. She's got a few bites. All right, we're taking off. Our white spoon here. Phoebe, little Phoebe. Dang, her feld was green. Marketing. Get this shit for all of them. Should we just throw her raw or should we tip it with something? I think we'll just throw her raw. Where'd you go, fishies? Red with black dots. What's it say? Lazy Heights. What? Screw it. Get it in the water. Marking fish. Oh, we got it. It's down. It's down to depth. We're at 50 out, a 2-ounce clip weight, and another 50 out, which would put us right around going 2 miles enough. Ooh, big fish, big fish. Nice big fish. Tank of a fish. 50-50 with 2 ounces gets us down to 15 foot at about 2 miles an hour. We could clip on further. I'm trying to find this patch again. But again, that's starting at kind of the top end of where I'm seeing the nice ones, and I think we'll stage them down rather than drop them down. We've got I got a good number of, I mean, these are basically my pike spoons. I mean, there's a whole assortment of daredevils and crocodiles, cyclops. All right, I need a bite. Off the fish. I went a little bit deeper into this basin just to see. I'm not seeing them, so we're gonna turn right back around and head through the pile again. Turn around. Yeah, that's my pike box. I have 2 other boxes of assorted, what I got is lake trout spoons and walleye spoons. This one's not as full, but some needlefish, some more Phoebes. There's some barbet jigs. I don't know. We have some of the Dreamweaver spoons. This other box can rip for it. I shitload in there. That's what I was joking that saying we should throw down there is the red, I forget what the hell they're called again. Red eye warbler, red wiggler, red eye wiggler. % off the fish. I am the wrong damn direction playing with my boxes. Steven, I don't know offhand. That name does not sound familiar. I may have something similar to it, but I don't think I have that specific lure. What does a lazy eye look like? What does it do? Is it a spoon? 5 of diamonds? Should we just go full on with spoons. Get rid of our worm harness here and spoon the shit out of them. Man, the sun came out. It's toasty. Lazy X OG jerkbait. Okay, so a jerkbait. Is it similar to any other pattern? All right, turn the F around. We're taking like the world's slowest bullshit turn here. It's unique. Okay. It's always nice to have those one-off lures in your tote. All right, so I'm sure this first battery is dead. We're gonna do a test here while let me make sure I get us pointed in the right direction. Seems like pointed right at the dock from here is our. All right. I'm gonna swap out. I'm gonna take out battery number 1, which shouldn't kill the stream. It should stay on battery number 2 where it's at. And then I'm going to put in a fresh battery to battery number 1, which then should trigger it to automatically fall back to the fresh new battery that's in there. Let me know if my stream craps out. Somebody type a swirly doodle or, you know, let me know. All right, swapping. And we are swapped. Am I still live? Somebody give me a thumbs up. Can you hear me? Can you see me? Oh. Audio good? Ah, shit, yeah. We survived the Starlink swap. It works. You're off work. Hey, Creamy, welcome back. We still haven't caught anything, but we finally found fish. I found actual fish, not just freaking stalker mini babies. We found some stacked up school fish eating on a bait ball. But I'm off of them. We're headed back towards them now. They're still there. All right, I'm going to turn on my mic now. All right. Mic, test 1, test 2. You guys hear me? Tappy, tappy, tappy. Oop, shit. Wrong button. I didn't do it. I don't know if that broke it. What's on the rod the camera is on? Oh, I can show you guys in a second. Hold on. I need a drink. Felt bad doing that was my water. Oh. What's up, Josie? The fishing is great, the catching is terrible. But the fishing is great, so. We are very much enjoying ourselves out here. I feel like we've found our first actual pod of nice looking fish. And they seem to be, they're a little bit spread out, but they seem to be kind of sticking in the same area. I've gone through this pile 3-4 times now, in and around them, and they seem to kind of be sticking to where they're at. . Put a 5 of diamonds on and run straight spoons. Alright, we can do that. How big? Same size or smaller? Or should we throw the red-eye wiggler on? Kind of feel like if we're gonna go all the way, we might as well throw the Joker out there. I'm just happy you're showing us all the bait not to use. Hey, that's what I'm here for, Creamy. I will show you everything not to do. Occasionally I will show you what to do. You just gotta pay attention. But most of the time I'm just gonna show you what not to do. But the truth is that's half the battle, right? 9 out of 10 things you throw out there aren't gonna work. But you'll never know until you try. Coming from a lifelong northern Wisconsin muskie fisherman, med this time of season. Med? What do you mean med this time of season? Good Lord, how do I keep getting turned around? Alright, we should be on top of them any moment now. Unless they fucked off since I took the detour into the basin there. That's weird, it's just a pocket of fish. Nothing really around them. Wonder if they're just roaming and found the bait pile, or... There we go, here comes the wind. Hear the flag whipping. Hey, Callie Dave. No, we haven't. We've had one bite. We did just though stumble into, it looks like some decent fish. We've been struggling all day to find, you know, a real school of fish that looks like rainbows other than just babies. And we just came across a decent sized school of fish that aren't just babies, and a bait ball. It's the first bait ball we've seen all day. We're just trying to find him again. Left a like. Appreciate you, Bob S. What you trolling? We have a we're actually just about to switch out on this line. Right now we're running a white and pink worm harness behind a Double D Dodger, Max Double D Dodger. It ain't getting nothing. On the other pole we just switched to, we haven't run a Daredevil all day, so we for the hell of it are running a Daredevil. And I think we're gonna switch out this worm harness, the wedding ring, for something else. They want a 5 of diamonds. What about a Daredevil white with red dots? Or do you really want the 5 of diamonds? Where's your fishing spot? We are central Montana. This is just outside of a town called Augusta. This fishery is called Willow Creek Reservoir. It's about 500 acres. It's in the Sun River watershed. It's a pretty decent, not today, but usually, trout fishery. There's some really nice rainbow trout that get pulled out of here. We are just not getting them to bite today. We have been just trolling through a bunch of garbage all day though, tiny little fish. We got one bite, but I'm trying to find this damn fat pile of fish we just rolled over like 3-4 times. And then I got kind of sidetracked and off of them, and when I came back, I'm not seeing them in the same spot. I mean, it was a little off still on this last pass though, so we'll keep looking. Oh my god, I need to fix this rattle on this damn helm. I want to just tear this thing out and throw it in the trash and build a new one. It is so janky. Hey Joel, welcome back. Yeah, we're still sucking at life over here. We're having a blast doing it though. Where did the damn chunky fish go? Come back. Come back, my little fishies. Come back. All right, we'll do it. We'll... Bigger or smaller? Or that one? No, Steven, unfortunately I don't have a trolling motor. I troll with the my jet outboard. It's a 75 horsepower 2-stroke, old Johnson Evinrude. Sometime this year I am hoping to get around to putting an electric trolling motor on here. They're expensive as shit. The one that I want is stupid expensive. I can never just buy the cheap one. I always have to buy the one with all the bells and whistles that I want to use. How far away are the snow-capped mountains? Okay, so on a map, we're about in line with Augusta, or excuse me, Shoto. So when you're in Shoto and you go to Pishkin, Pishkin is about 19 miles. It's about, to get into the base of them, I would say 20 miles-ish. There's a little bit of fudge in that figure, but somewhere around there. 20, maybe 25 miles. It's really, really pretty. One of these days I'm gonna take the stream up that route. It's one of the most breathtaking, gorgeous drives I've ever taken in Montana. Going up to, it's basically the start of where the Sun River starts. You go all the way up to Gibson Dam, Gibson Reservoir, and it just winds through the mountain, and you go up and you get all the way to the peak, and it drops off, and it's just this giant bowl that's Gibson Reservoir. It's like a giant cup, but it's mostly empty. There's a boat launch there, but it's like a quarter of a mile away from where the water line is. It's just like, I don't know, I think this time of the year, I forgot what I was saying. The fish whistle has drained me. Okay, there they are. They're still there. 15 foot, 27 foot, 27 foot. Oh my god, they're big. Let's, oh. Okay, so we're gonna. So that's one thing I'm gonna do, is pick up the pole and impart some randomness to it. I should swap it out for that damn spoon though. God, I feel like something's gonna tear this pole out of my hand. These little poles are fun to catch stuff with. I much prefer my full-size trolling rods though. Jack, no, you didn't miss anything. We're just reeling in. I found the fish again. We're on the fish again, so I'm switching out to your the other Daredevil. I'm throwing that guy on now as well. We're gonna get rid of the worm harness. The trolling motor helps when you have spot lock, when you have contour follow, when you can set, you know, waypoints to point where you want the boat to go. The problem I have with my little John boat and not having a trolling motor is I get, you know, a rogue wave or, you know, a bit of a breeze that swoops up. I just get pushed and I spin. It's like you're on ice. Oh, come on. There we go. Little Jimmy's a pain in the ass to get off of a swivel. I need to add a split ring to it. Shall we run her raw, or you guys think I should tip it with a little chunk of thawed frozen shad? How much is gas? For premium, it's around $5 a gallon. For regular, it ranges anywhere from $3.99 to like $4.20. Round nugget. Now I brought the smelt. I'm gonna throw just a little chunk on there. Some days they want some meat. And all we've been offering them is bullshit. You know what I'm gonna do? I don't even need to. We're just gonna juice the spoon. We're gonna throw her right in here with the smelt. Get her good and juicy. Ooh, there we go. Perfect. Bueno, muy bueno. Now you catch fish. Oh yeah. That one's the money right there. That one's gonna do it. We're not doing none of this start shallow, go deep shit anymore. We're just going deep. We're gonna reach out and touch them fat bastards that are down there hanging out. Bought a cream soda Mountain Dew for the first time. Oh, that does sound kind of interesting. Cream soda plus Mountain Dew. Yep, I might roll with that. Cream soda Mountain Dew. Was it like actually out of a bottle or a can, or was it like a fountain soda? Get to where the fish are. We are running right back over them. So where all these marks are is where the fish were, and we're coming right back into them. That little yellow teepee is where we saw just an absolute pile of them. New flavor at the grocery store, okay. We might have to give her a whirl. There's one good sized fish sitting all the way at the bottom, like 34, 35 foot. Go right in their faces. Yeah, I'm trying to barrel right through that pile where they were before. I'm recording my sonar right now as well, so I can replay the down scan, the side scan, or not the side scan, the down scan and the vegetation and structure. Here we go, here we go. Yeah, these are deep. 15, all the way from 15 foot down to 35 foot. Whole fucking pile of them. Come on, fat fish. Come on, fat fish. I'm turning right on top of them. What do you want from me, fish? I don't know if Daredevils were the right call, but we're about to see. I'm gonna be hyped if you catch something. It's been a slow day at work, been watching at least. Yeah, man. Some streams are just like this. You can't get the fish to bite for the life of you. It's still fun though. We do have some good streams though. When the fishing is on, it's just on. Unfortunately, days like today do happen. But again, I treat this as a win. We've searched around this entire water body all day to find this little puddle over here. You subbed. I appreciate the sub, Jack. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream. Trying to catch you a fatty. It's things are tough all over. All right, we're turning right back on them. We'll give them another pass. Do have a school of birds that's been chilling over that way too. to use flashers. I have a whole bunch of flashers. I don't use flashers as often as I use dodgers. I've had better luck with dodgers than flashers with trout. Or with rainbow trout at least. I've had better luck with dodgers than flashers for kokanee salmon. What I bought the flashers primarily for is I know in certain water bodies they can do real well for lake trout. And also for, is it coho salmon? Yeah, I do have a bunch of flashers. I don't use them as often. It seems like every time I throw a goddamn flasher on the line, I get snagged on something. And they're like 20, 25 bucks a pop. Bird signal bait fish, yeah. Where'd that pile of birds go? Did they all go under? I hate it when they do that. Yep, there they go. They just pop back up. Like the whole goddamn pile of them, whoop, and they're all gone. They don't leave like one straggler so you can see where they all are. Here we go. Here's the stack of them again. Oh, it just looks so nice. Why won't they bite? Which side are they on? I see them on the damn sides, come on. Looks like they're on the right side. They're on the 5 of diamonds side. What time is it? 2:38. We will run, let's say we'll run the Daredevils till 3, so we'll give it another 20, 22 minutes. If one of them doesn't hit by then, we're gonna swap out at least one of them. There's another good pile of them, 10, 15 feet. Another one on the bottom, 35, 30, 35. Oh yeah, they're right here. Come on, they're right here. What do you want from me? No, we haven't thrown. I do have one in my bullshit box here, little rattle trap. Now we found this pot of fish. We ran our Dodger and worm harness or double wedding ring, passed it a few times, no bites. We ran a Phoebe spoon, passed it a few times, no bites. We switched to a red and white Daredevil and 5 of diamonds, and we're running a few passes against it to see if maybe they want an old school spoon. Lake trout? No, not that I'm aware of. In this water body, it's just rainbow trout. Brook trout is on the surveys. Brown trout is in the stocking history, but not in any recent surveys. White sucker. Tiger muskie, not in any of the surveys, but in the recent stocking history and long-term stocking history. But no lake trout. The closest place to here to get lake trout, I think, is Flathead Lake. Well, actually, I take that back. There are supposedly lake trout in, well, I shouldn't say supposedly, because they pull them out in the, I just heard something, I swear. They pull them out on the survey at Lake Elwell, Tiber Reservoir. That's one of the specific reasons that I fished there 3 times last year, is trying to figure out how to catch the damn lake trout out of there. I probably trolled 40 hours easily. Oh, that was the flag whipping. That's what I heard. And I didn't get a single bite from anything that resembled a lake trout. I did mark all over the damn place what I'm pretty sure was lake trout. I couldn't get them to bite. I then took that same strategy, the same setup, to Flathead Lake a week later and caught 2 lake trout. So I don't know. Petra says, what did Petra say? Maybe some noise will do it. Something noisy, rattle trap. Yeah, maybe. So Petra, the initial reports were that they expected everything to die because they had to draw it down so low to work on both of the outlets at the same time because it wasn't safe to send a scuba diver down, and that they anticipated that it was going to be a total fishery kill. But everything that I've read and everything that I've seen since then says that while there was some off-kill, you know, as part of the process, that largely the fishery survived. That's why there's 5-6+ pound rainbow trout floating around in here. And because of also be some behemoth tiger muskies lurking in here as well. They've been stocking them since early 2000s. Like every 3 to 5-ish years. But they also stock periodically brook trout here. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about, Petra. Again, I've fished here. We fished here 3 times last year. Every time I fished here, my PB trout got bigger. The last trout that I caught here was just under 5 pounds, and I caught it right off the dock last year. So yeah, they're in here. They're just holed up in these weird little spots, I guess. But yeah, I don't know how much of a kill-off there was. All the reports, the recent, because FWP has reported on it multiple times since the drawdown, and it said that the fishery did survive. That there was some kill. It didn't get into the specifics of how much. Yeah, so on the FWP website, there's a water body site for most Montana water bodies, and then there's an FAS, a fishing access site page for every water body. And one of those has a section for stocking, or both of them do, and sometimes it's only populated on one or the other, or works on one or the other. But yeah, almost all Montana water bodies. Ooh, that wind is definitely just picked up. We're at 7-8 miles an hour out of nowhere. Not bad, but it's weird how it picks up like that. But yeah, almost all the water bodies, it's either on the water body detail or the related fishing access site that they have stocking information. It's funky how you have to get the data to display, though. You like have to select one of them before it'll let you sort and scroll through the numbers. It doesn't just display it. So click on the stocking information once you find the page, and there should be, it'll say like fall stocking 2024, spring stocking 2025, and they'll have the brackets of what has already been stocked with the strain, the number, and the approximate size of each of them. And then they will also, outside of that section, below that section, they post the future planned stocking. So again, it lays out for like the next year or 2 years, that every 2 months or every 3 months that they stock 30,000 rainbow trout, 5,000 brown trout. But yeah, tiger muskie in this particular water body have been stocked on and off. It's like every 3 to 5-ish years, if you look through the stocking history, on and off since the early 2000s at least. And the last stocking, if I recall correctly here, was in 2023, so 3 years ago-ish, which wouldn't make monsters yet, but that's after both of the drawdowns. It happened in 2019 or 2021, right? I think. But yeah, if any of them survived from the previous stockings, they could be absolute behemoths right now. Are there wolves? I think in like the national parks, possibly either in Gibson or I think in Yellowstone there are wolves. I don't know if in Glacier there are or not. We're pretty close to Glacier. Glacier is just north of here. Yellowstone is way further southeast from here. All right, man, these fish are killing me. I hate to leave them. This is the best pot of fish we've seen all day. It's full of good-sized fish. What are we at? We still have 12 minutes. We got to swap out to something new. What's up, dog tags? Welcome to the stream. How'd you do? I saw you went live earlier while I was streaming. I saw SoCal went live, you went live, Jighead went live, and somebody else went. It was like everybody went live at the same time or right around a similar time. There's wolves out where you're at, southwest of Augusta. A rancher killed 2 wolves about 6 years. Oh, really? I was not aware of that. Huh. I'll be damned. Near Augusta. I didn't think they came this far down, well, I guess that makes sense. I mean, we're right at the wilderness edge and very close to Glacier. Yeah, it's Montana, man. There's quite likely something that might. You just have to not worry about it too much. Good God, fish. We need to try. We can't leave here today without trying just a very simple. This is what some of the first trolling for trout fishing that I got into. A buddy of mine, he rolls max flashlights and wedding ring rigs. Very simple max. It's like a 3-blade or a 4-blade max with a little the fuck just poked out of the water there? Is that a fin? Oh no, it's a weed. I thought it was a tiger muskie. The damn tiger muskie at Ackley Lake sometimes come and roll on the top and they look like a serpent. It's this weird weed that bobbed out. Now I forgot what I was talking about. I caught 1 catfish and 1 turtle. Oh, nice. I hate catching turtles. I love turtles. They're cool to catch. But, man, you hook a turtle in the frickin' lip and jaw and it actually penetrates and good Lord, man. You're in for pain. Captain in the BWCA, we hear them howling all the time. Yeah, I hear coyotes all the damn time when I'm out there. They're quite common. I don't know that I've ever encountered a wolf out in the wild here. I've heard about them. I've never seen one. I don't think I've ever been in the proximity of one, at least that I'm aware of. I'm half tempted to, if the wind could stay just how it is, I'm half tempted to pull both of these lines in, find this fat pile of them again, and throw a frickin' Nightcrawler on my spinning rod over here that's on a weighted jig head and just knock them in the head for a few. It just sucks. I drift and spin off of my target so quickly. Seen black bear and moose. Yeah, I've run into, I wouldn't say a lot of bear, but a fair share of bear out in the woods and out camping and fishing. Moose, only a couple of times while I've been out have I seen moose. Normally you smell a moose before you see it. Now I'd rather run into a bear out in the woods than I would a moose. Moose are fucking mean. A bear, unless it's, you know, fresh out of hibernation and hungry, or you have come between it and its cubs, or just caught it on a really bad day, most of the time they might show interest in you, but you be loud, they move on about. Moose are just aggressive. They'll plow through, you know, a whole pile of brush and trees, knock them over to pounce on you and stomp on you. All right, we should be coming right back into them damn fish again. I think we've definitely scattered them a bit. It's not looking as solid each pass that I go through, but I am still seeing some of them. Oh, here comes the wind again. Come on, we need one damn fish. But yeah, I think we're gonna run one of these lines. I gotta run a MEPS. We gotta run a flashlight rig on there. Still, there we go. There's our pile. They're still there. Oh, jeez. How coming up to? How can you not drool when you see this? It's a pile of them. I mean, it's not hundreds, but those are nice big fish. But you're on them and then you're off them. It's just a pile of them. There was a bait ball they were chasing around a little bit ago. I haven't seen the bait ball in a while. I just keep seeing the fish. What's up, Airy Harry Fishing? Welcome to the stream. How you doing today? We're streaming out here. For those of you who are just joining, we're out in central Montana. This is Willow Creek Reservoir. We're after some fat rainbow trout and maybe a tiger muskie. Ooh. What did we pick up? I think we picked up some weeds or something here. It's acting, we lost our bounce. Yeah, we're good. All right, good Lord. All right, so what we're gonna swap out to, this is our classic Max flashlight. So this is a 3-blade in pink, and these just spin. They don't create a whole lot of drag. They go without additional weight. They go about 1 to 3 feet in the water column. And then tail behind that, this is much lighter leader. This is, I believe, 12-pound fluoro. And it's got a pink and silver flasher on it, pink and orange beads, and a silver wedding ring, and a single hook. Just a very basic. This is what my buddy runs a lot at Hauser, or excuse me, Halter, and it works real well. But instead of running it straight in the top few feet of the this is a 2-ounce weight, and you just run this in line. So instead of putting the clip weight on, the weight is actually on your flashlight. Now we need to decide which spoon we're bringing in. Thought a bunch of gummy worms on a string for a second. Yeah, so it's a very common lake troll for trout and kokanee. We're gonna tip it with this white shoe peg corn that I added some attractants to this morning. All sorts of goodies in there. Which spoon? Where you be? What's up, Auto Detroit? We're in central Montana. This is Willow Creek Reservoir. We're out here trying to catch fat trout. Should we take 5 of diamonds off or the Daredevil? What do y'all think? I'm leaning towards the Daredevil. Father Time says red. Daredevil. There's 2 for the Daredevil. That's what I'm thinking. And it would make more sense too, because then we're replacing the snap weight rig with the inline weight. I normally don't troll the light leaders, you know, like a 10-pound or a 12-pound, unless I'm somewhere that I know that there's not pike walleye or tiger muskie, but we're gonna try it. See if maybe a little lighter presentation will trigger a response. Alrighty, let's get this guy out there. Maybe this is the magic. We got money here on candy apple pink, whatever the hell you want to call this. We're gonna start this guy at 60 foot. We'll work our way out. All right. Rigged, and we are headed, we're just coming up, and the birds are sitting on top of where we're passing over to. The birds have followed us over here. Congrats on nearly 4K. Yeah, we're getting pretty close to 4K subs. Thank you, Petra. I've been having such a fun time coming out and fishing with you guys. It's crazy that channel's less than a year old and we have already almost 4,000 subs. We just passed 1 million views. I don't know, it was our stream before last. Yeah, I think that was our first Hauser stream of the year. Yeah, somebody type .stats space at wanna see my rod. It should pull up my, it'll be a little bit out of date, but it'll give you roughly my view count, my subscriber count. The number of videos I have. Alright. There we go. Roughly 3,700 subs, 1,040,000 views, and 154 videos. Not too shabby. I don't know, it's crazy to me that people come and hang out and watch. I've streamed on so many platforms over the years where you might get a person here or there, you know, maybe 10 people over the course of an hour if you're lucky. So it's different streaming to, you know, 20, 50, 100 people at a time. That's cool. All right, so we are coming right back over this pile. Our leg core line is out to 120, so we're maybe 20 foot-ish on this guy. And we're out 60 foot on our other one with a 2-ounce weight. So again, maybe 15 foot. Right now we have the wind in our face. We're doing about 1.3, 1.4. This is actually a nice, moderate trout troll. Most of the day though, we've been going 1.8, 2.0 because the wind wasn't in our face, and that's neutral. You're over 600 bits. Definitely found some magic. Yeah, there's been some decent traction on the channel. It's hit and miss. It's all down to YouTube. Some days it'll send, I mean, our Christmas stream had 60,000 people. I mean, it's just insane. But, you know, a stream after that I had 8,000. It all depends on the day. And often it depends on whether I'm catching cut. So even though I very much enjoy these fishing a water body for the first time and maybe striking out, they tend not to be as a popular of a stream. I don't care though. I want to figure this water body out because I know that there's good fish in here. 8K's good, don't get me wrong. I'm talking about, you know, a 12-hour stream with 8K views. So it's not bad. It's just a good stream. Typically for me is, you know, 1,000 views an hour, 2,000 views an hour. And it doesn't, I don't understand why, you know, one stream will do, a 10-hour stream will do 4K views, the next 10-hour stream might do 40,000. You're fishing the same location, catching the same fish. Some days the algorithm blesses you, some days it doesn't. So we are right now, okay, so I mean, I could show you on the map, but the basin, the dam, is directly to the south of us. So the dam is here at the bottom. There's like the point that sticks off. We're like up here. There's like a figure 8 in the bottom on the map. It's a pretzel. I don't know how else to describe it. Focus. So there's like a figure 8 right here. The basin, the dam is up here. This is just kind of a belly right here. So the shoreline is, you know, we're straight in front of us, 1/4 of a mile. But it's the only place all day we've seen actual decent sized fish marking. And they're all kind of just holding in this pool right here. It's 30, 35 foot bottom. Thought I just heard something. But where this yellow mark is here, there was just an absolute pile, and we went over, you know, 4+ times, and they're all kind of just hanging there. Stat should work. What more than likely has happened is RodBot is probably out of tokens. There it goes. Yeah, RodBot has run out of quota tokens for the day. Oh, good God, 10 foot, yeah, so we're right on top of the whole pile. All the way from 10 foot down to 35 foot. And they're all over. They're all pointed up at us. What are we doing? 1.9 miles an hour. Come on. All right, I just dropped a 75 foot on that one. Oh my Lord, if we don't hook up through this, we're not hooking up on anything. We're literally banging, there's no way we're not banging that shit right in the face. They're at every part of the water column. Can't really tell on the side scan where the hell they are. But yeah, big pile of them. We should be coming right over the top of that. Good luck west-ish of the boast ramp. Fish that area for about 30. Really, Petra? It's quite shallow over there. How far past the boat ramp? Like right now, so the water level right now it's moderately high for this water body. It's, I think, 14 foot below, like its nominal, you know, full value. So last year, this time of the, it's a little fuller than it was last year this time of year, slightly. But it's way back up. The dock is back, or excuse me, the boat ramp is back in the water. It was a fairly shallow launch still, but it's launchable. But again, where the map is marking 50 foot, you know, it's only 40 foot. The deepest in the basin over here is marking just over 40 foot, right by the dam. I don't know what you guys think. Should we leave this pile of fish we've been harassing for the last... Have we been over here running circles on this for 2 hours now? This like 20 fish over here that just won't leave? That's why I was asking about the water level. Okay, yeah, so it's down still, you know, 10, 14 foot below full. But it doesn't... Last year, it didn't get much fuller than this. I think it got to be about 3 or 4 feet higher than it is right now. Maybe a little bit more than that. But over there, you kind of get to the edge of the deeper pool, and it's like 15 foot, and it 15 foot less. You know, it goes 15, 13, 10, and it just gets shallow all the way over that direction. We haven't, I haven't went super shallow. We did, I take that back. I trolled for a while in 10 to 12 foot of water, kind of along the coast. But it wasn't so much over past there. Do you have a favorite lure you use, Petra? There's a slough where it comes in past that. It's a big hill, great place to shore fish. Then there's some islands, we always fish around there. Last year, the year before, me and my dad were pulling hogs that were like 6 to 12 foot. From the shore or from a boat? Again, I'm sure I could get over there. I don't think I could troll over there. There's some pretty shallow spots in between here and there. I know there are some deeper pools over there, not super deep, probably like you're talking about. Like that top northwestmost pool is like 6 to 18 foot on the map, but again, it's probably down 10 foot from there, so it's probably closer to 6 to 8 feet deep. I mean, that's the benefit of the, you know, the flat bottom here is I could definitely get over there. I probably couldn't troll in between. And there might be some pockets or pools over that are holding shit. I don't know, unless I roll some bottom bouncers. I was talking about doing that earlier, like trolling for frickin' walleye. Just go drag some bottom bouncers over and, you know, 5 foot of water over there. I don't know, these 2 white trucks have been out here for the better part of the day. They must be catching some shit over there. They've been, either that or they're just diehards like I am. They've been over there fly fishing since like 10 o'clock this morning. Red and white looper with brass back, 3/4 ounce. Looper, why? I know what that is. What the fuck is a looper? No, I don't know what that is. A looper isn't that the loop? That's the strain of rainbow that is, that's what that old dude was telling me that's in here, but I couldn't find him anywhere in the stocking history. What the hell's a looper? I know what a loop, that's the strain of those really big, super aggressive fucking rainbow trout. Loop. Looper. Spoon. Is it similar to anything else? Red and white combo. Well, I mean, we ran the red and white devil, or Daredevil. Red and orange spoons. What's up, Matthew? Welcome to the stream. Two or three split shot, about 2 to 3 feet from the swivel. So you're just adding on a little bit of weight in line. Spoon combo. How about them yellow trout, Palomino? Yeah, Palomino, or aren't they also lightning trout? They're one of those that have a few different names. Not in this water body. There are, I believe, a handful of water bodies in Montana that do stock the golden trout. I don't think there's any within a real reasonable distance of where I fish, though. I'd have to take a trek out somewhere to find them. Oh. And I know they just started, either last year or a couple of years ago, a tiger trout stocking program here in a couple of water bodies in Montana as well. What's up, Lake Erie Lee? Oh, we're having a great stream. We're just not catching any damn fish. It's pretty much playing out like Hauser. We've had one bite since we started streaming at 6:30 this morning. One that was enough to rip some drag out at least. It was gone before I picked up the pole. We've struggled finding fish here. They've, what we've been marking all over the damn water body today is mostly just very small fish, small trout, you know, less than 10 inches. We did, here in the last couple hours, come across one spot that's holding some decent sized fish. I have marked sporadically throughout the water body, you know, a one of hanging out on the bottom, or, you know, suspended a few feet off the bottom. But I'm running back over one spot that it's the most fish and the biggest fish that we've seen after circling the water body like 3 times. That's the first time I've fished here out of the boat. I've always fished from the shore previously. Yellow with red dots. Yeah, okay. Like the Daredevil, but not. I mean, is that yellow? I guess that's more orange dots. What color back did you say it had on it? Yellow with red dots, black and white work well too. The lightning trout. How many kinds of trout are there? Holy gosh. There's so many trout. And we have so many like hybrid species here. That's what we should throw on for a little while. Itty bitty little brown trout spoon. Thomas Cyclone. I've caught quite a few trout with these over the years. Yellow, red dot, black, white. Got 5 in a few hours, and they were all over 22 inches. It's so bad to let them go. Yeah, aren't you? Isn't it like one over 20 inches here? At least you have an amazing view, mountains in the background. Oh yeah, it's so pretty here. Oh, anywhere you fish on the Rocky Mountain front is SoCal always says it's like a postcard background. It's just incredible. Those snow-capped mountains in the back and the clouds. Sea bass, yeah, we've been skunked so far. We had one bite. Yellow, red dots, like 5 of diamonds, colors. Thomas lures are the shit. I can't count the trout I've netted and caught with those. Yeah, I just ordered a whole bunch of Thomas buoyant spoons. They're like a similar shape to this, but they have like kind of a weird like chunk taken out of the bottom of them, and they're a little bit thicker. I ordered like 3 or 4 different patterns of that recently. We're gonna swap out our spoon here. Never prayed for smaller fish. Thompson lures, gold with red dots. Yeah, little Jimmy didn't make the cut today. We had to bench him. We benched almost everybody though today, so don't feel too bad for little Jimmy. It just wasn't his time. Fish are chilling today, either early morning or right before dusk. Never caught anything with the buoyants. I don't use them often though. Yeah, I have a couple of the cyclones. Oh dang. Well, that ain't gonna catch a fish. Wonder how long we've been dragging that around for. Well, I sure as hell ain't gonna help Petra, that's for sure. Although, man, pike will bite at anything. Those damn underwater camera videos that was taken, I dropped my whole rigging down at the bottom of Fishkin. It comes back up looking, it's just hairy, nasty garbage. And they still follow around and bite at that shit. But that's a pike. Caught something, not what we're after though. 1 sea bass. My dad caught 6.5 brown out of Eureka with the rainbow trout, Thomas. With the white background. Oh yeah. I've never fished Eureka. I fished nylon a few times. I think the boat ramp is way out of the water there still. All right, we're gonna start this guy at 90 foot, 3 colors. That should get us down somewhere 12, 15 foot range. Again, we're running on 18-pound lead core Suffix Advanced 832. The line behind us, though, we're just flatlining. That's 45-pound Suffix braid. Fish have feeding tons like us? Oh, for sure. Mr. Bojangles not yet, gotta find out what. Eureka is plumb full, almost over full. Is it? Eureka's fairly close to here, isn't it? Do they have a good boat launch? Fat browns, huh? I've never fished a lake that had a lot of browns in it. Ackley has some nice browns in it. Salmon Lake has some nice browns in it, but there's not like a lot of them. Yeah, so I disabled, because the weather command is wonky on Nightbot, I disabled it for my channel before this stream. So we were only getting the weather from Nightbot, or from Rodbot. But now that Rodbot's out of tokens, there's no weather anymore. You have to look up zip codes. Eureka's mostly browns. At least we catch mostly browns. Is it a water body you can actually keep browns? I've never tasted brown trout. I've always wanted to, but so many water bodies in central Montana are catch and release only for browns, unless you're like 14 years or younger and you keep a tiny one. I don't know. I don't think I've ever fished a water body that you could actually keep a brown, or at least if I did, it was. I take that back. Salmon Lake, you could keep a brown. That one I gave to somebody though. Is there a weird slot size for them, or? I'm sure there probably is. There always is. Brown trout are much rarer than the rainbows. Red and white. What else do I got? I know I have a bunch of other spoons. Oh. Did you say the white with red? Like that guy? I haven't read the rigs for this year. I didn't notice anything different in the rigs this year. I don't know, these all to me just seem like too big for rainbows. I guess we are after fat rainbows though. These are all, you know, 3.5, 4-inch spoons. That one looks nice though. Kind of like that one. Some nice ass spoons. These are my lake trout spoons. How about this guy? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. We've been running some larger spoons. These are probably too big. But that one stands out. That one's UV as well. That one glows. These moonshine makes a killer spoon. Go a tad bit smaller, yeah. I mean, what we ran for most of the morning was, we ran a bunch of different Oh shoot. Phoebe spoons. Little Phoebes, I think they're called. That's kind of the next class down. We have chartreuse, pink with purple dots, bronze, or I guess that's copper, purple, pink dots, and hammered copperback. This one's purple with pink with chartreuse. Yellowstone Lake. No, I never have had a chance to fish Yellowstone. Got a smaller moonshine. That one's orange and blue with some tiger striping and silverback. Silver Thomas, no bigger than a 1/4 ounce. Okay, so you're talking small Thomas. Well, that's basically what I just threw down is a Thomas Cyclone 1/4 ounce. Try that purple one. Yeah, we could try the purple here in a little bit. This goddamn fish hate me today. We're just back and forth over these dang things. What are we running at here? 95. Let's try a little deeper. Heard that after ice off, bright colors and slow is the way to go. Bright and slow. Ice has been off for a while. Yeah, so that's what's... This season's just been weird, you know. Most of these places never had a good solid ice over. Ooh. We just had... What are we over? We're over 30-foot bottom. There's no way we just touched. Something just smacked that. I saw it with my eyes. That was a fish. Or we smacked into a pile of seaweed or something. I guess I shouldn't get that excited. What are we doing? We're doing 1.2. We're going really slow. We got the wind right in our damn face. She'd be a nice slow troll. Eat the brown trout. Eat it. The last fish I caught on that little Thomas Cyclone was a little brown trout about as big as the lure. Need live scope. I've seen people troll with a live scope. It would be an interesting setup because you could get a good pan around. I don't know how well it works, how fast you can go, how deep. I don't know a whole lot about it, but I have seen a couple of clips where it did look like it could be interesting. So instead of a forward-facing sonar, a lot of people troll with it as a rearward-facing sonar. I think it would probably work better if you were like super slow trolling. I don't know how well it works at any kind of speed. You know, 1.8, 2.2, 2.7. It's not often I'm going as slow as I am right now. We ran over a whole column of the goddamn things. They're just here. They're not leaving. And there is absolutely no reason why these damn things shouldn't be biting. I don't get it. Pick it up and pump it. Look at that. The last time I did this, I caught a fish and it damn near ripped the pole out of my hand. It caught me so off guard. Makes me nervous. Almost 200 likes, real close there, 194. Maybe 7 or 10 times. Falcon with the gold coin, thanks Falcon. Damn it, the flag is smacking the line. What's up, Abdul? Welcome to the stream. Only if I know bad weather is coming to watch the news. Ever since I started to give more action to my lures, I've been out fishing my dad. Yeah, oftentimes, trolling, if you hold your pole, I mean, you're just able to introduce that much more, you know, randomness to it. And the fish like that shit, just a random jerk, a random slowdown, a little bit of speed up. Like, it's just the little things like that that can trigger them to go from following forever to nom-nomming. But the problem is when I do this, then I don't end up looking at the graph, then I get off my spot. It just, everything spirals. Like with everything, a firm grip is important. Yeah. Don't you make fun of my girly hands over here. Wait till your 40-inch muskie smokes it when... Oh, right? That'd be my luck, too. The moment I'm over here limp-wristing my pole with my left hand is when a 30-pound muskie tears that shit out of it. And that is literally my luck. That is how the story unfolds. It has been spoken. Why not jig for them? The water, so I'm in a tiny little flat bottom john. There's enough wind right now and just a little bit of chop that if I'm not moving forward with something propelling me, it jumbles you around. It's not a very comfortable ride. And you don't stay on top of where you're trying to jig for more than, a few seconds. It may not look like much, but the wind's blowing right now, probably 7-8 miles an hour with gusts slightly higher than that. But we're getting, a decent little chop here. For me to stop and jig, usually I would have to throw anchor. And I hate throwing anchor. I really don't like anchor. I want spot lock, not anchor. I don't troll much. Normally we anchor and jig or cast. Okay. When you anchor, do you use 2 anchors, like a bow anchor and a stern anchor? Do you use an anchor and a bucket? Or do you just let the wind blow you around a pivot point? Because that's what, if I were to drop anchor right here, we would basically just spin in an erratic circle. Seems like the wind changes direction just enough that it never keeps you pointed in a single direction. Also, trolling and S pattern can naturally speed up and slow down. Oh, for sure. Yeah, your inside slows down, your outside speeds up. I do typically try to do somewhat of an S pattern, and oftentimes, especially like now with the wind blowing, it typically will jostle me around enough that it's, you know, just a very erratic pattern. All right, we should be coming right back into these guys. One anchor off the front, depends on the boat though. Yeah, see, I tried it like with mine. I mean, I have an anchor right here. If I were to drop her down to the bottom, I would almost guarantee you we would just do loops around my anchor point, around the pivot point. The chop and wind with this flat bottom John is just enough to, you never really stop. The winds have to be, you know, 1, maybe 2, 3 miles an hour, no real gusts, and then I can anchor and I can sit fairly stable. Falcon with the sparkles. Is that what we need? Is that what we're missing, Falcon? No sparkles equals no fish. Your uncle's pontoon will use both anchors. Okay. Yeah, I've seen that done. Oh, he's still combo 21 sparkles. Look at all them sparkles. 30 sparkles, 35 sparkles. He's getting ready for what is that? The gay werewolf versus vampire movie that all the teenagers like. Come on. I didn't even know. But thank you for the sparkles. I may make fun of them, but I do appreciate them. Come on, fish. Yeah, I think this water body might be one to throw on the back burner for a month and go poke around somewhere else. They just, I don't know, man. Most fish that I've run lures over this many times just get, to this point, they would just be irritated and they'd be biting it because they're mad. Because they're staying in the same damn spot. Or, I mean, the relative vicinity. I just ain't taking nothing. I had no idea what I was doing. I thought they were giving me something for free. I don't know if sparkles are free. I don't have any sparkles. And Petra is absolutely right. Generally, nothing is free. You know that. All right, my girly little wrist is cramping. I'm setting the pole down. We're gonna think about our choices right now, and maybe we can come up with a better plan. What the hell do they want? We've run worm harnesses, we've run wedding rings, we've ran flies, we've ran 6 different kinds of spoons. The only thing we really haven't given an even shake is small crankbaits. All we've had out is little Jimmy. Should we throw a damn crankbait out? Time for a swim? I don't swim. I sink. Drop a worm straight down. Yeah, if the wind would die down here for a few minutes, I said that earlier, this would be a good spot to throw a full crawler on my spinner rod back here and just knock some heads for a little bit. But as soon as I said that, the wind started blowing again. Rainbow Rapalas work, bows and browns. Water looks frigid. It's warmed up It was 46 when I got here this morning. It's now the surface temperature is 49, so it's a little warmer than it would typically be this time of the year, but still not warm enough for the fish to be super active. That or I just touched something today on the way here that the fish really don't like. I fueled up last night, I washed my hands. I greased everything yesterday, I washed my hands. All I've touched today is corn and a billion freaking attractant scents. Maybe I'm just not holding my mouth right, I don't know. Daredevil, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. Been a while since I've seen you. How goes it over there in Aussie or New Zealand? Over there in paradise? Yeah, let's put your swimsuit on just in case it's slow. Yeah, I don't. If I want to swim, I'll go to a swimming pool. I don't swim in rivers. I don't swim in lakes. I don't swim in... Not anymore, at least. I used to when I was younger. I've lost enough hooks and seen enough gnarly shit swimming around in these waters and poking out of God knows where, going... I don't want to swim and get stuck to something or stabbed by something. Cold? Ah, shit, you got winter over there. We're just coming out of it. It's also been the worst time of the day for trout. You're a trooper. Oh, yeah, I said before, normally for when I trout fish, you get a dawn bite and a dusk bite. Sometimes, you know, the midday will kind of roll along. You'll catch one here and there. But I don't know, we'll see. Maybe there'll be a night bite. We did have one small bite, you know, so it's not been completely dead. But again, we've had a hard time finding fish today. I'm about ready to move off of this fish, but these fish don't want any goddamn thing to do with us. We might stay for one more roll through. You see, you guys think a brown trout or a rainbow trout? What do you think? Like a countdown, or I think I have some really nice rainbow and brown countdown patterns. Those are pretty small. Those are troutish. They may be hunting fry, maybe. The shallowest that I've trolled today was 10 to 12 foot, and that's well under my comfort zone for trolling. I lose too many shit when I go any deeper than, or any shallower than that. But I wasn't really seeing much up there. We trolled for a solid probably half hour, 45 minutes at that depth, and I just wasn't marking anything. Moving out to 20, 25 foot, I was marking more in the water column, but they were quite small. I mean, they look, I say they're probably like 10-inch rainbows or smaller, you know, small fish. But this little pocket we ran over here a couple hours ago that we've been trolling to death has a few dozen nice-sized fish in it. And there was a bait ball that they were chasing around when we first found it. And we've just been kind of running patterns back and forth across it. They won't touch it. We've run spoons, worm harnesses, dodgers. Oh, what the hell they want? But let me figure out where the hell my what box I put those damn countdowns in. Fries hatched yet, or they're looking for eggs? That's actually, I forgot. I said last stream. That's something I need to pick up. I need to get a new jar of trout or salmon eggs. They're like little spawn sacks that have like the 2-3 eggs in it. Even just a jar of eggs. The couple of jars of eggs that I have, I took out of my tackle box because they'd been kicking around for a couple of seasons and they were just turning to mush. 10 to 12 foot, just 2 split shot. See more in deeper water because the sonar can cover more area. That's true. You do have that side scan though. Yeah. Sometimes I see shit on it, sometimes I don't. I try. I hear you, Petra. I hear you. I appreciate you, but we're let me find a small crank. That's about all we haven't thrown at this patch of fish. Maybe that'll do the trick. If they don't want that, we'll move on. We can try maybe some super shallow. I just need to remember what box my tiny... They're in one of the boxes down here. There we go. These are all flicker sheds. That might not be a bad choice. I don't have a rainbow flicker. There we go. I got a bunch of X-wraps and dives too. I think these might be the ticket. What the hell did I do? Fit, you came out of here. You're going back in here. Tired of your shit. Get in your hole. Good Lord. Did I mention I need a bigger damn boat? I'm so tired of having a tiny boat. I want like an 18 or a 19 footer. Oh, like one of these. So these are the countdowns. We got a perch, we got a rainbow. Probably what we should throw is a little baby rainbow. And then I think this is, it's like silver, blackback, orange belly. We have brown trout. These are the Rapala original divers. These are just the itty bitty guys. That's a purple nurple, purple something. Brown, a rainbow, another brown. These are a little bit bigger, but again, the same. I think those are the dives too. Itty bitty purple nurple, rainbow. Yeah, we got the itty bitty little one here. That one's like 1.5 inches. This one's like a 2-incher. I think just a tiny little guy. Got purple top, silver on the sides, white. Just an itty bitty guy. It's rough here, rain, wind, freaking cold, winter's hit. Ah, man, Tessie, we're just coming out of it. I feel for you. We do have a slightly bigger, in fact, this is an X-Wrap, I think. It's a little rainbow pattern with a little tassel on the end. This one's about 2 inches. Seen an inch Rapala catch a 5-pound trout? I don't know, I think that baby rainbow might do her. It's hard to keep track of all the damn names, especially when you end up with like basically the same lure, but it's like the same body style, but made by 3 different manufacturers and they all call them different. All right, little purple guy. All right, so what did we have on there? What are we taking off? We put down, there's another spoon, wasn't it? Yeah, it was the brown trout spoon. Summer went dang quick. Bada bing, bada boom. I call them Robolos makes life simpler, but not sponsored, right? I try to remember, and I think every season I get a little better at remembering, especially the ones that I do well on. Those are a little easier to sear into your brain. But sometimes it's not easy. All right, we're gonna bring up the. Let's go out further with our max flashlight rig. So we went from 75 to 90 foot. We're gonna bring this brown cyclone spoon back in. And we're gonna go, now we gotta run one pattern over here with the, I forgot. We gotta try for this school with 1 small crankbait. Maybe that's what they want. I don't like that. Swap out for a different leader. All right, let's change of plans here. We're gonna go drag this shit through some shallow ass water. Let's just do it. Fuck it. We're gonna go see what's living in the shallow and That sure doesn't have a whole lot of action by itself. You ever troll tail dancers or wigglewort deep? Something that moves around. Yeah, I do have tail dancers, but most of them that I have are larger. That's something that I use more for walleye and pike, so I don't have them in smaller sizes. Most of what I have in smaller sizes are like flicker shads, you know, like the 2-piece flickers, shad wraps, X wraps, the countdowns. Most of the itty bitties I have aren't really divers. They're floating. Is that hitting bottom? It is. Wow. That feels like a snag. Oh. That sounded like a snag. There's no way that was a fish. Well, maybe. No. It's gotta just be a snag. We are pretty shallow. I like that one. Oh, that's right. We're running a 2-ounce weight. That's why this feels funny. There's no fish there. Yeah, we got a bit of... Well, we did lose our corn. Any carp? No, Vad, no carp. El Nabo, the fishing has been shit today. It's been wonderful out here. It's my first time out on this water body, and I'm absolutely loving to finally get out here, but we haven't been able to get anything to bite. We've had one bite. I take that back. One bite all day. No, it was just a snag. Put a plug on for the shallow water. I do have like a kokanee cut plug, smaller one. This water body is primarily rainbow trout. They're quite large that come out of here though, 5-6+ pounds. We dragging bottom, or is that? Yeah, I think we're dragging bottom. Trout, there's brook trout stocked in here occasionally. Brown trout used to be stocked in here, so there might still be some left. But this water body has occasional tiger muskie stockings. So there's a chance at pulling out a behemoth. Got up +7 today. Snow went down like 3 feet. Slushy. Shit show. Oh man. I hate it when it gets like that, when everything starts melting and it's just a soggy, fucking, puddly, nasty mess everywhere. Everything just turns to snot. Love living on the coast. Cutting my grass today, 306. Oh man, I every day I wake up and I look at my yard and it's a little bit greener, and it makes me sad. I don't want to cut it this year. I don't ever want to cut it again. Not fun. Oh, shit. Yeah, I don't know, this spring fishing season for me has been real slow from the boat. We're not finding a lot of stuff wanting to come out and play yet. Granted, we've only fished Hauser and Willow Creek so far. Hauser, I think, is probably next on the list. We gotta go see if something's biting over there. All right. Hold on, my mic became unbluetoothed. Give me a sec. The mic should be back. I don't know how long that. The mic should be back. I don't know how long that's been out for. Nobody said anything. Small, but I can tell you how to troll the figure 8, where the hot spots are. Yeah, I'm gonna have to check out Eureka. I don't know what the weather patterns look like there. But yeah, for sure, if you can give me some tips on it, it's always awesome to get some deets on a new water body. So we are coming up on the west side of the boat ramp here, so kind of where you were talking about, Petra. We're in about 15-foot bottom right now. All right, just trying to clean up and put some shit away. End up going through so many different lures. Shit gets spread all over the place. Drives me crazy. Yeah, I have Discord. Type .discord and Nightbot should spit you out a link to my server. Or if you just want to look me up, you can send me a message on there at wanna see my rod. There you go. I don't know if the link, if you're on mobile, the link might not work for you. It should work from desktop, and I believe possibly tablet. Maybe not tablet though, because that's still iOS technically. Meet up at Eureka? Yeah. I'm always down to fish. My boat's a wee bit small, but you're welcome to hop on. We got room. It'll fit 2 people. I need to find my damn another pocket of fish. I need to find my small planer boards. I have the big ones. I hate the big bulky ones. There's just no damn room on the boat for them. I got some that are like quarter size. They're like, you know, like 4 or 5 inches instead of the like 10 inches that the other ones are. I don't know what the hell I did with them though. They're in my shop somewhere. Oh heck yeah, we beat 200 likes. Appreciate y'all. Hope you guys are enjoying the stream. I know we haven't caught a damn thing all day, but those of you guys who have been here are used to it by now. We don't catch stuff sometimes. We'll figure it out though. We'll get something. If anything, we are persistent. Sometimes it just takes us a while to figure out what the hell they want to eat. And some days they just don't want to eat. Today might be one of them days. Cascade Lake, Idaho, went fishing for perch, jumbo perch. Perch are fun, but most of the places around here you catch them, they're, you know, like 11 inches or less. They're quite small. And it's fun, but I would rather catch bigger fish. I'm trying to catch hogs. I want a true hog trout. A 10-pounder. Can you imagine a 20-pounder? I would die if I caught a freaking 30-pound trout. We should have went after frickin' kokanee at Holter today. Although I'm not disappointed, I am glad I came here. We have marked some good stuff. We got some good information for the next time we come here, when maybe they are actually hungry. 11-inch would be great. Yeah, I mean, oftentimes they're much smaller than that. 11, I mean, that's like the biggest that they get at most of the places that I've caught them at. That's like the biggest perch I've ever caught. Most of them are like 7 inches, 9 inches. They're aggressive shits though. I catch them not often, but infrequently at Pishkin when I'm trolling for pike. And they bite on such massive fish, or crankbaits. And dumb little things, you know, they bite on anything from the itty bitty little, you know, shad style shallow divers, all the way up to, man, I was catching them on the like F-18 Rapala original floaters, you know, the stick baits that are like They're definitely not a shy fish. Canyon Ferry's supposed to have big perch. They do. I've never seen like a big one pulled out any other time other than ice fishing. But yeah, they have. They're not necessarily super long, but they're like bodybuilder perch. They're those ones that like have they like have curves on top of curves. They're just thick. I've never caught a perch that looked like that. They're on Fish Brain though. There's quite a few of them on Canyon Ferry. That water body produces some fat fish. I've not been able to catch much there. Yeah, the weather on Rodbot, or excuse me, on Nightbot is funky lately. I disabled it for this stream. I got tired of it spitting back errors. It wasn't working with anything but zip code lookups, and most people don't know the zip codes of the places they're looking up. I need to look at it, I need to fix it. Perch don't get long, they get fat like a bass. What is it? Somebody, oh, no, it should work for Rodbot. Somebody type in .record space yellow space perch. I want to say it's like, isn't it like 15 inches, Montana State record? Enjoy myself some walleye. Walleye are fun to catch. They're kind of, it depends, I guess. The river walleye that I've caught have been much better fighters than the lake walleye I've caught. Most of the lake walleye I've caught have been quite small. It's like a 10-mile-an-hour breeze, partly cloudy, probably 58 degrees. Yeah, it's mid-50s right now. You're probably about right, somewhere between 7 and 10 mile an hour. Probably closer to 5 to 7 sustained, and gusts maybe up to 10. It's not bad right now. Small walleye are best eating. I don't even bother keeping anything over 18. Oh, really? Yeah, so you get that. Just 18's not bad. 18 is a decent size. That's towards kind of the low end of what I would typically keep. But again, in a lot of the water bodies around here, it all depends on slot size. I think Hauser, for example, you can only keep one over 15 inches or something like that. Halter, though, I don't think there's a slot size. You're just allowed to keep 5. I could be wrong on that, though. But for most fish, I like 18 to 22, maybe 24 inches, 2 to 3 pounds. Most fish grow that big within, 2, maybe 3 years, so they're not super old. They haven't had a chance to collect a whole bunch of toxins. Not a damn thing, Scott, other than one bite. We finally found a spot where there's an actual nice pool of fish holding. We're kind of back to exploring right now. We ran patterns over that damn pot of fish for 2.5 hours and didn't get a single bite. We ran crankbaits, spoons, spinners, dodgers. At the surface, 15 foot, 20 foot, 25 foot. I mean, we're all over the damn place. Searching again. We don't have slot limits here, except we can keep one over 22. I never keep a big one though. Okay. Yeah, I prefer, I don't like the bigger ones. I will keep the, I mean, if it's gonna croak, I always say again, when I go, if it doesn't look like it's gonna survive me throwing it back, it goes on the stringer as long as it's legal. But most of the bigger walleye, I did. The biggest walleye I've ever caught wouldn't swim away. I hate it when that happens, when you catch a PB and you just can't get the damn thing to swim away. It was close to 30 inches. It was way too big. It wasn't bad. It was pretty fishy tasting, and it was just, the bigger ones like that, and like all wild fish have parasites, but the bigger ones like that, as I'm pulling it out of the water, like 2-3 foot tapeworms are, you know, falling out of its ass. Like, it's just, ugh. I think that's flag. Yeah, that's our flag from Hauser. We pulled that off the bottom. Just chugged a coffee, finally perked back up. I felt good today. The last stream we were out at Hauser, I was dragging balls after like 2 p.m. It was cold, it was windy, and I hadn't slept for well over 24 hours, and it was just, I wasn't enjoying myself by the end of that trip. Today's good though. I'm a little bit fuzzy. I always am after. I mean, we've been streaming now since 6 a.m., so 10 hours now. We still have 3.5 hours till sundown. Who knows? We might get a night bite here. Seems to me, actually, the last time I was here that I was catching them, we did get the bigger ones started biting right before sundown when I was fishing off the dock. We might get lucky. There might be a night bite. But I need to pull this 2-ounce weight off of the Max flashlight so we control that a little more shallow. I'm pointed right at the dock right now. We're gonna do a fairly shallow run right on the edge of the first ledge here, I think. That's the pattern that we ran first thing this morning when we got here, and we were marking some decent fish. Bad luck flag. Oh, that's what you're saying, Scott. Come on, don't rag on the flag. That's the only thing we've caught in the last 2 streams. I don't mind keeping big rainbow trout. Pisses me off, those. They have a slot limit even though they're stocked, and we all know how weak rainbows are. Pretty much can't survive. Yeah, a lot of them, they're a really temperamental species. Some days they go just fine. I think a lot of it has to do with water temperature. Anything over like 60 degrees and they're just, you look at them wrong and they go belly up. It's like, God damn it, come on. My PB that I caught from here, I spent, there's a video of it on my channel. I spent a solid probably 45 seconds to a minute, like, come on, you son of a bitch. And finally I gave her a shove and she went down to the bottom and just stayed, like, in view. Like, that's all you need to do. Just don't go belly up. That was a good fight though. That fish ran on me like 2-3 times. Barely did any fishing this winter. Did I tell you my shack got crushed? Yeah, I didn't get it out at all for ice fishing. What do you mean it got crushed? How did your shack get crushed? How does that happen? Silver gray, no, we haven't caught a damn thing in 10 hours here. We've had the hardest time marking anything but like 10-inch or less, just little fish. We found like 1 or 2 spots that are holding some decent sized fish, but we just couldn't even pile of fish. After 2.5 hours and you run through the gauntlet, we'll go back maybe at sundown and see if they change their mind. We're looking for a different pile of fish. This is the first time I've fished this water body in my boat. It's not a huge water body. It's about 500 acres. So it shouldn't take us too long to get, you know, a basic idea of what we got going on here. I'm gonna take off this 2-ounce weight. I'm gonna run this subsurface for a little bit. These Max flashlights will usually dig down to like 1 to 3 feet. Without a weight. Oh no, come on, damn it. No, no, we're not dropping the rod in the water, don't do that. Cooperate, fit. There we go. All right, let's get this 2-ounce weight off here. We are blinged out in pink here. Oop. No, other side. Pink and orange wedding ring on the end of this. It's usually a fire combo for trout at Holter. Silver gray, you ever heard of Brad's cut plug? Yeah, I have an assortment of them. We haven't tried one today. We could try one here in a little bit. There's a little Brad's kokanee cut plug. I think this one's watermelon. I think that's what they call this one. But yeah, we could throw that out there. We haven't run one of those yet today. Well, I have a handful of different attractants. I also, what I've been stuffing them with, that's why I brought the frozen smelt. I just cut off a little chunk and kind of mush it up in there and close it. We did get a bite off of it the last time we fished it at Hauser. We didn't land that bite, but we did get a bite off of it. That one's pretty. Yeah, they're cool. They kind of just do a twirly in the water. Put minnow fillet and plastic plug. You can close with a rubber band. Yeah, that's exactly what it just pulled out. Silver. They use them for salmon on the Snake River. Yeah, I have a whole bunch of plugs. Most of them are bigger. The only small ones that I have are the kokanee cut plugs. And I have, I think, 2 or 3 different colors. This is the only one that I have tied up right now. Because they come with the body and, you know, hooks, but you gotta tie them up. You know what you're doing? I'm just watching. I mean, I'm not a complete noob, but I'm always up to learn new things, and I might do things weird or a little bit different sometimes, but I'm not a complete noob. I've caught a few fish in my life. Sometimes, some days are just rough. Fish don't want nothing you throw at them. And I honestly believe if I were, we might be having a completely different day if I were trolling with, you know, an electric trolling motor instead of the outboard. Pike aren't as leery of, you know, a loud outboard. Trout and kokanee tend to, I've had much better luck catching them when I'm on somebody else's boat that's not trolling with a jet outboard. Oh, El Dabo, I missed you explaining. Hold on. Bad windstorm blew a couple trees down and landed on the shack. Good God. I was out like 4 days before that. Wish I moved it. Oh, God. I'm sorry, man. That sucks. I mean, glad it happened when you weren't in the shack, but that's rough. I always kept it stored by the way. Oh well, I'll rebuild it one this summer. It happens. Nothing wrong with trying different techniques and ideas. Oh, for sure, mackerel. That's how you learn. Again, sometimes fish are just picky. They change, you know, throughout the day. They'll bite at one thing real good in the morning, and then their afternoon they want something completely different. Seen people catch all sorts of weird shit on bait. Oh yeah, I've had my fair share of that. When I troll for trout, I do an S-curve the whole time with the outboard going. How old of an outboard, and are you running a prop or a jet? A lot of the jet boats that I've been on, a buddy of mine trolls with his prop boat, and it's much quieter. It doesn't disrupt the water like my jet does. My jet it's got a rough idle, it rumbles. I mean, it's a gnarly old beast. My buddy's jet, when he turns on it, just purrs. You barely hear it. But he trolls with his trolling motor, and you troll a little bit slower, you're more precise, there's not nearly as much noise. You can troll right next to the boat, right down from the boat. Trolling with a beat up old jet outboard is not ideal. It works, but it's not ideal. Lon's calling. All right, Father Time. Go get at it. We'll see you on the next one. Thanks for hanging out. M. Dominguez. We haven't caught anything yet. We've had one bite, but no solid hookups. We're exploring right now, trying to find something. Here for a little bit longer, and then I think we might put a cut plug on. Me and my dad trolled with a 70s, 80s outboard, and there were times we almost limited. Oh, nice. Well, that's promising. I mean, some days I do really, really well. I just feel like of all of the things that I do, the outboard is probably the most likely thing to spook. It wouldn't be so bad if I were running planer boards. I really need to bring those. Just get the rigging away from the boat, away from the gurgle of my motor. I think I'd probably have slightly better luck. A new four-stroke, there's a day and night difference. My outboard, when it runs, rattles my teeth sometimes. I mean, this whole boat gets a shaking sometimes. Usually when it gets like that, I just gotta take and run the piss out of it for 5-10 minutes. The spark plugs just start to get fouled up and it starts running rough. So you run it good and hard for 5-10 minutes, it heats it up, burns it off, and then you go back to not such a rough idle anymore. What's up, Fisher07? You tried fluoro. So I don't run, I've never run fluoro as a main line on anything. Almost all of my rigs are set up with, you know, my leader is almost always fluoro, and it ranges anywhere from, you know, 18 inches to 36 inches, depending on what I'm doing. But I've never spooled up more than that on a rod. That was your last boat? Yeah, I've fished the crap out of this boat. I've taken it so many different places and had such fun in it, but I've been with it long enough that, you know, there are just things about it that I don't like. I wish I could, I really want to buy a bigger, nicer boat, more storage, higher walls. Something I'm going to be able to put in a little bit bigger water, but still be able to launch, you know, in fairly shallow water. I don't want to get limited and not be able to launch in any shallow water, so I don't want to go too big. Yeah, something like an 1872 or maybe a 1990. That's still a bit big, but, you know, an aluminum V or something along those lines. Something between a flat bottom and a V. Should be enough. We run fluoro leaders on our lead line outfits, but we run pure fluoro on our trout rigs. So yeah, the first couple of years that I ran my lead rigs, I ran, you know, like a 20-foot, you know, fluoro leader on my lead lines, because that's how, you know, a lot of people rig them up. That's how, you know, what is it? Precision trolling, the apps like that, they always, you know, show it with a super long leader. So I ran that way. Drove me nuts. Even, you know, a nice uni to uni, you know, a double uni knot tied together, nice clean knot, small, you know, trimmed off tag ends. I would always get that shit hung up. Letting it out, pulling it in, it just got annoying. So I started, any leader that I run comes after. I always run a bead on the end of my main line, and then I run a swivel and a clip. And then from there, normally I will now tie on, you know, anywhere from a 8-inch to a 36-inch fluoro. I just loop it and tie on to the main line, and then I put, you know, another swivel at the end so I can switch out lures. But it was a pain in the butt having it tied on. I did run it shorter, you know, the length of the pole, so it went from 20 foot to, you know, 8 foot. So it didn't really have to go into the end of the knot. I could land it, you know, with the fluoro all the way out from the top eye. I rig for convenience. I don't like tying and cutting and tying and cutting. I have clips and swivels on everything. 15 foot of fluoro on your lead car. Okay, so you're more of the traditional style. Had a chance to pick up a fantastic boat for 4K. Someone else bought it. Ah, that's a shame. I've never seen a lead longer than maybe 6-7 feet. No, Tassie, you haven't. We've had a really slow day here. It's been gorgeous weather, but the fish just aren't playing. There's quite a few people that have been haunting the shores here, so I don't know if they're catching anything. I haven't seen anybody specifically catch anything, but there have been a few people that have been here all day, and a lot of people, unless they're catching, they don't stay very long. So I assume some of these people in the real shallow water that are fishing from the shore might be catching some stuff. When you fish clear water, it makes a big difference. Yeah, that could be. Again, a lot of our water around here is just cloudy green. It's not super bad, but it's not clear water by any means. I think all the leaders are tied on, not sure what not. Yeah, we use clip swivels. Yeah, so to tie from, I usually have, you know, a braid main line or, you know, lead core, which is braid wrapped. I tie a uni to uni. What do they call it, a double uni. Usually run like 15-foot fluoro just because if my line snaps, I can just retie a hook rather than the whole leader. That makes sense. At least your line's wet. Yeah, no, we're having a blast out here. This is the first time I've put in at this water body. And we're just getting started with the spring season here. We're coming out of the tail ends of the winter weather, and it should just keep getting better from here. Oftentimes this year, or this time of the year, you know, after ice out, fishing can be sluggish. You'll have days that it'll still be on, but I think there's a lot more days that are like this where it's just, we'll give her a few weeks or a month and maybe hit this spot back up. I think we might give Hauser a rest for a little bit too. I want to try Holter. Holter might be on. Sounds like Eureka might be a good bet. If we could find a day where the weather is nice, we are 100% hitting up Ackley Lake. The brown should be spawning this time of the year there, I think. And they have some fat browns in there. Double uni knots, my knot too. Flat line right up their shoreline. All right, give me a second here, guys. I spooled out this entire line like a bozo. I have no idea how we have not snagged this. We have about a metric shitload of line to reel in here. Got a nice fresh rewind now. That's always nice. Only about 900 more feet to go. Hold on. Oh, my arm is getting tired. Dear Lord. $600 feet to go. This bait is basically all the way over on the other side of the lake still. $500 feet to go. $400. $350. $300. $250. There's a lot of line on these reels. These 30 series reels take a shitload of braid. $200. All right, 100. We'll leave her there. Man, I can't believe that did not snag. That was crazy. Oh, that's a workout. It depends, sand in the shallow water with plugs if you're trolling for rainbows right now. Yeah, we'll have to. All right, what are we running? We're running the max flashlight with a wedding ring. This one we're running our tiny little purple descent Rapala. I think we should probably swap that one out. Do you run the cut plug just off the main line? I normally run them behind a Dodger or a Dodger or a Flasher. What's up, Henry? Welcome to the stream. Spot looks different. Yeah, this is the first time we've put our boat in here. This is Willow Creek Reservoir near Augusta, Montana. We fished this we streamed from here a couple of times last year from the shore. The boat launch directly south of us. Kind of see it back down there. We caught some fat trout from the shore. I was hoping we'd get into the trout here in the water, but we've had no luck so far today. One pathetic bite. Rainbow and brook tend to be more shallow. I rarely hit open water for those type of trout. Usually 4 to 10 foot, but you can find them hugging shore to like an inches of water. I hate trolling shallow. I lose so much shit. And I tend to catch the crap out of rainbow when I'm at Holter and other water bodies fishing open water. In fact, I have my best luck fishing over the deepest parts of the dam basins, usually. The trout are usually within the first few feet of the water column, but it's been weird. The last few times that I've been out, I've seen almost no surface activity. They're not feeding on the top like you would typically expect them to. But I guess this time of the season, there's not a lot of bugs and bullshit floating around for them to eat. But all right, always run behind a Dodger Flasher. That gets them in the smell of plug, makes them swap it. I did just get, these would be perfect for shallow diving. I just picked up a whole bunch of new Dodgers. And when I say a whole bunch, I mean a whole bunch. We got some orange and gold, some golden orange. We got these spade ones, silver, yellow, orange, arrow flash flame. We've got a pink and chartreuse with dots and a snake. Silverback. This is what I should be running. Got some Wonder Bread UV. We should run that guy. Gold in that water would work well, you think so? The gold with orange insert or the orange with the gold insert? We've also got, I got some smaller, like Max style, the little square ones. We have silver, pink, orange. These ones are Lure Jensen Dodgers, just the itty bitty ones. Got some pink, white, and green. These are just the itty bitty ones. These are what, 2.5 inch, the 4/0. What do you guys think? Got a good collection. First gold one, you should look good. Yeah, these are, it's a Montana tackle brand. They're sold for kokanee, but most shit that works for kokanee works for trout. Gold on both sides, gold with the orange reflective. We could try that in front of the kokanee Dodger. Orange Prism, it's called. This is just a Dodger, it's not a spoon. It goes in front. What we're gonna run is, you run this on the main line and it just wobbles back and forth. And then we're running behind it, we're gonna run the kokanee cut plug with a chunk of smelt stuffed in its belly. Now the question is, should we tip it with Nightcrawler, gulp maggots, or scented shoe peg corn? So the rubber band just comes off of these, and the belly on it opens up. It's got a scent pad inside that you can squirt with shit. And there's the dried out little chunk of the last smelt that I put in there. So you just open her up. It's probably a little fat. We might be, no, it'll squeeze. Squeeze her down and then bring your rubber band back up. Throw her on there. And voila, you have inside the belly of the beast. I like using vibrato bullet spinners for trolling rainbow. Tried a lot of stuff. Those things produce well if you're trolling. Huh. I think I have a couple of those in my lure building box that's at home. I don't have it with me. But I bought them. I've never used them for anything. Map, spinners, spoons, plugs all work well. Tight squeeze. Yeah. She's bulging a little bit, but nobody's judging. So we'll just clip the Dodger on the main line. I'm just gonna tip one of these hooks, just the furthest most hook. I'm gonna tip with pink gulp maggot just for the hell of it. I hate running just bare hooks. Alrighty. And I should. Some people will run them straight out of the box, just flat. Normally, I will give them a fairly pronounced bend. And that gives them a little bit more wobble action. Sometimes they spin when they don't have a good bend in them. Oh yeah. No, we're gonna bend it more. Not wobbling our cut plug enough. There we go. What he just pulled in. All right, El Davo. Always good to see you, man. We'll catch you on the next one. We'll be here for a while too if you stop back through. We're stubborn. We're here till we can find a fish. Might as well tip the hook with something. Yeah, nice bend, but hope you have good swivel. Yeah, there's a decent swivel. All right, we're out 2 colors. We'll start there. We're gonna try and go a little bit shallow. All right. Lures put away. Leader wrapped up, and then we can get on into some of this shallow shit here. Let's go poke around and see what we can get into. We're over 10-foot bottom right now. So we might, I'm gonna hang on to this, see if I can feel. I wanna make sure we're not hitting bottom. Yeah, we're up in the very northwest corner of the water body right now. Well, headed towards basically where the inlet where the water comes into the reservoir, it looks like it gets pretty shallow pretty fast though, so I don't know how far up in here where we're gonna be able to go. Nine-foot bottom. Eight-foot bottom. Oh, we're touching bottom. I need to reel in a little bit. Probably has lots of mud on bottom or nutrients for bugs this time of year. Water comes in there. It could, yeah. Marking a lot of small stuff, but I don't know if that's just floating debris or if it's itty bitty fish. Nothing that looks fishy yet. No, I'm not seeing much over here. There's little specks, but I think it's either minnows or it's just bullshit floating in the water. We're coming around. I'm gonna keep it like this same 7 to 10 foot range, and I'm gonna follow it, the contour around back towards the boat dock. But yeah, not really seeing much. Definitely not on the downscan, just a bunch of fuzz and specks of shit. Side scan doesn't look, I'm not seeing anything real interesting. Ooh. That had to have been bottom. I don't know, I might want to move this from the lead core line over to the just a straight braid. What's up, Jose Cruz? Welcome to the stream. Man, I need to crack a Mountain Dew. This water ain't cutting it. Still at about 8 foot bottom, following the contour around here. Hope you get your big one. Thanks, Real Master. We've been trying. We've been at it for 11 hours now. And we have not done much but coax one small bite. Come on, one of these poles just needs to explode. I'm craving it at this point. It needs to happen. I am not willing to accept defeat. I think we're occasionally tapping bottom there. Which isn't great. What are we running on there? That's this. Oh, our quick fish. Yeah, we don't want to be dragging that on the bottom. Wish I could watch longer. Good luck, man. Oh, thanks for coming and hanging out, Silver. That's all right. Thanks for hanging out. We'll catch you on the next one. If you haven't already, hit that sub button. We should be live again sometime within the next week. Maybe this weekend if the weather actually cooperates. We might go to Halter or somewhere else. Depends if it rains or not. But thank you. Hopefully we can pull something in here. Should probably pull this in and check and make sure I'm not full of bullshit. There's a surprising amount of weeds in here. Hey mate, what are you fishing for? What's up, Zonda? We're fishing for rainbow trout, primarily rainbow trout, but there are also tiger muskies in here, which is a pretty rare catch, but if we catch one, they're big, gnarly, toothy fish. They're awesome. Yeah, we haven't had a whole lot of activity today. We've marked a bunch of smaller fish, a few good-sized fish, but we're having problems finding the damn fish. Sure. Try and get off any bullshit if it's on there. North Queensland's Australia. Okay, you're on the other side of the planet. We're in central Montana. This is Willow Creek Reservoir. And what you see in the background there, those snow-capped mountains, are the Rocky Mountain Front, Continental Divide. We just haven't been able to convince anything to come along for a ride. Been a lovely day out here, real nice weather. It's starting to cool down now that the sun is behind some clouds. But maybe this is exactly what we need. A little bit more wind, a little bit chillier. Water temperature at the surface is starting to cool down a little bit. It's 48.6 now. We're really shallow right now. We've been trolling deeper for the bulk of the day. We're at 8-foot bottom right now. We're just kind of trolling this tight contour around the edge. Been seeing, there have been over a dozen people here fishing all day from the shore. And I suspect they may be catching stuff in the super shallows. But the deepest at this reservoir, right now, the water level's a bit low, but it's like 45 foot or so. I don't know if that was the bite or the bottom. Anyone see that? Are there any steep drop-offs there? Yeah, over by the basin. We're kind of headed in that direction. I think that might have just skipped across the bottom. Might have been a bite. Right out, why don't you throw another ride out? We have two rods out right now, which is all I'm legally allowed. You can only see one of them. I'm marking a decent amount of fish here. We're a little bit deeper now. We're at about 12-foot bottom. But again, that's kind of how it's been all day. It's all small stuff, itty bitties. And they're just suspended all over the place. We'll keep rolling over here. I want to hit that point over by the dam one more time. One more time at least through the dam basin. And then we might hit the one. We found one spot that's holding a pile of bigger fish. We just couldn't get them to bite. We ran over them for almost 3 hours. But we'll make another pass over it now that the sun is kind of going down a little bit. Maybe they're hungry. Driving along Lake Erie right now, still so much ice, insane amount of fog. Oh, really, Lee? It's creepy driving in it when it's super dense fog like that. Come on, goddammit. One itty bitty fish. We need one fish. We can't get skunked again. We got skunked last stream. We can't do it 2 streams in a row. It's starting to hurt my feelings a little bit. They removed the ice boom, so at least the ice is exiting the lake and flowing through the river now. Oh, they blocked the ice from flowing there? I don't know what an ice boom is. We're going about 1.7 miles an hour, bottom about 12 foot right now. We're maybe 50 yards offshore. We're fairly close to the shore. It depends on the way the wind's blowing. We're moving between like 1.6 and 1.9 miles an hour. There's a few fish, 10 foot. We should be right down in range with this guy. I'm gonna pull this one in and make sure we're not fouled. We've bounced off the bottom. We've been plucking weeds off the bottom all day, so I'm just gonna make sure we're not fouled. And we'll let this right back out. Good call. We are fouled. You worked all day listening to the stream and it made the day better than solely focusing on work? I hope so. The play-by-play is usually a little funner when we're catching stuff, but I'm glad it kept you occupied. They hold the ice back to protect the shoreline along the river. Oh, okay. Once Erie gets 250 square miles or less of ice, they'll remove it. Huh. I never knew they did that. It's interesting. Good fishing. Hey, Manu. Yeah, we're having a beautiful day out on the water. The fish aren't super hungry today, it seems. We haven't had much more than a couple of quick swipes at our line today. Hopefully that changes. It's 5:24. We have about 2.5 hours till sundown. So maybe these last couple hours before sundown, the bite may turn on. Because it sure as heck has not been on today. Hello from Atlantic Canada. What's up, Richard? We're here in central Montana, just outside of Augusta. All right, we need to find the fish whistle. This ain't working. Where did you go? Where did you go? Well, shit. I don't know what I did with it. Is this the place that has the tiger muskie? Yeah, this one is Willow Creek Reservoir. And they've stocked tiger muskie in here over the years. I've never really heard of many people catching them out of here, but they're in here. I don't think most people realize they're in here. Nova Scotia, sunny here. Hope to get out fishing tomorrow. Oh, heck yeah, Richard. We're due for some rain tomorrow and Sunday, I think. So we took today off work to get in some time on the water before it gets nasty again out. Aha! Fish whistle located. Operation Fish Whistle is a go. How's it going on your Friday? Oh, I've had absolutely a wonderful day out here. The weather's been so nice. It's always nice to have weather that cooperates when you're put the boat in new water. It makes it so much more frustrating and anxiety filled to have bad weather on top of being in unfamiliar water. So we haven't sunk the boat. We're mapping. We found some interesting features. I did mark a couple of spots where some nice piles of fish were hiding. And I mean, how about these views? You don't get much better than that. That's the Rocky Mountain front out there. Continental Divide. Still got a bunch of snow-capped mountaintops back there. So pretty. The day would be 1,000% better though if we could get one fish to hop on the boat here for a quick minute or two. Audio is good for me. Thanks, Josie. Josie, is SoCal still out fishing? Hopefully he's having better luck. I know Jighead said he caught a bunch, but he got rained out after a couple hours. And I saw dog tags in here a little bit ago, so I'm assuming he ended his stream. You'll get it? Thanks, Stealth. I hope so. I appreciate your confidence. We're taking a pass right by the boat ramp where we launched. Maybe we can ruffle something up over here. Welcome back, Falcon. You're welcome. I don't know, I can look. All right, Josie. Yeah, if you want to. Tell them I said hi. Catch a fatty. Because we ain't catching shit. Sorry guys, don't mean to cough in your ear. One blue, nice. Well good, at least he wasn't skunked. Got audio figured out on my end, the source button on the steering wheel. Oh, okay. The audio gets funky with Bluetooth connections. It'll connect, it disconnects. Sometimes Bluetooth is just a weird technology. It never seems to cooperate like it should, or like you would expect it to. Now, those two white trucks, those old dudes that were over there fly fishing since like 10 a.m. this morning, they just pulled out. I see them driving down the road here. Ooh, what was that? Anybody see that? The rod moved. What was that? Hey, 310 Man Ruth, welcome to the stream. Dog tags didn't have the best of luck either. Ah, dang. I don't know, early season can be real, it's like boon or bust. You get days where you just absolutely get beaten up and you might go out the very next day and clean up. I just want to catch one fish, one. And I wouldn't be mad if it was a 30-pound tiger muskie. Or like a 10-pound trout. But I would take a 10-inch trout at this point. A perch, I don't care. And I've never actually caught a brook trout, which is in here too. Brook trout are in almost every damn Montana water body. I've never managed to catch them. The only people I ever see catching brook trout are fly fishermen or people that are fishing in like super shallow mountain creeks. Just drives me crazy because they stock them frickin' everywhere around here. Ranyo's catching stuff, but most people haven't had good luck. Where does Ranyo fish out of, Josie? What state? I know I've talked to him a handful of times. He comes into my chat from time to time. I've seen him in Crappy Man and Cindy's. I don't know, I can't remember off the top of my head where the hell he fishes out of. Florida, okay. You've never tried Mountain Dew? It's like, most people, if you've never tried it before and you're not a big soda drinker, most people who try it the first time, it's very, very sweet. There's a ton of sugar in Mountain Dew. Full of caffeine too. But it's like, if you've ever had Sprite, it's like kind of like a super sweet version of Sprite. You're Sweet Enough by Lake Okeechobee. Okay, okay. Fish. Okay, I don't even need a fish. Let's just get one solid bite. Let me feel a fish on the end of the line, and then you can fuck off. Just give her some, we need a good solid zip. It's time. Goddamn lake is asleep. Might check for grass on the lure after whatever that was you might be pulling around. Yeah, it has been. We've been picking up shit all day on these. And that might be part of our problem, as we're constantly fouling our lines. There's a whole bunch of floaty bullshit in here. I know a lot of lakes, reservoirs, that happens as part of the spring turnover. Wait, what? Oh shit, we're hung into the other line. What? How did that happen? Doesn't make sense. Hold on. Easy fix. No, I think it was behaving funky because it was wrapped up in the other line. You're fine. You didn't do anything wrong. We'll fix it, quick and easy. No biggie. Get this other line back out here first. So we're fishing, not just untangling. Give me a sec here, guys. We got a slight tangle that I'm cleaning up. She's a wee bit twisted. Tangly, tangly. lure free. Turned into a bit more of a rat's nest than I'm willing to negotiate with, so we are going to snipper and retire. That'll happen real quick. We got everything off, we just got a bit of a knot here. I just tie a double loop uni knot. I'd show you guys, but it's so hard to show on my camera when I'm in a moving boat. It's basically a uni knot, but instead of passing the tag end through the eye once, you pass it through twice, and then you tie a uni knot as usual. It's a double loop uni. Super quick and easy to tie up, and they almost, I've never had one break. It's a really convenient knot. Oh. Back in business. That was our first real snag or crowbar of the day. There it is. Found it. Thank you, Josie. I hate this mic. I hate the magnetic on it. I need to super glue it. I keep forgetting. I'm pretty sure I have a bottle of super glue somewhere. Dave James, welcome back. What lures are you running right now? So we are running what we just cut off and put back out. It's a pink max flashlight, so 3-blade max flashlight, followed by about a 18-inch fluorocarbon leader to just a generic wedding ring rig, pink and orange. This setup here usually does really well at Halter. It's kind of seasonal, but I figured we'd run it. We've run almost everything else today, so. Topping the lake up? No, I was untangling a damn line. We had our first tangle up of the day. Isn't that the setup you caught all those pike on, or was that Reef Runner? Reef Runner 800 and the Berkeley Dredger perch. Those were the two main ones. This rig that I have set up right here, I run it at Halter from time to time, and it usually does really well for the rainbow trout there. FG knot, way better rod, stronger, smaller profile for going through guides. Oh, Alan, so it's not really going through guides. Not often do I tie leader to leader anymore. I almost always put a clip in between them now. So the double uni that I think you're referring to is a uni tied to a uni. What I'm talking about is a double loop uni. It's where you take it, and before you tie your uni knot, you pass once through the eye, you come back around, and then you pass through a second time, and then you take it and do your uni knot. So it's passing through, you're getting double line strength at the eye, wherever you're passing it through. And that, again, is tied to the end of a swivel, tied to the end of a whatever. But I'm not using it to tie two lines together. That's a double uni knot. I'm talking about a double loop uni. It's a variant of the uni. What's up, Mana? Welcome to the stream. I know I've seen an FG knot. I'm sure I've probably tied an FG knot. Not one I use very often. I almost always use a uni. One of those knots that I've learned, it's muscle memory. It's when you look at the strengths of the knots, it's up there, you know, with the top of them. It's one of the few knots you get anywhere near the total break strength of the line when you tie. Most knots, you create a weak point in the line as part of the knot. All right, we were going back over to the basin. I don't know where the hell I'm headed. I'm in the completely wrong direction. FG not good for braid to mono. Okay. Yeah, I never really fish. I usually fish braid and fluoro, but again, most of the time, from my main line to my leader, there's almost always gonna be a swivel and a snap clip. I run a swivel and a snap clip off my main line, and then most of my leaders, I will tie just, you know, a double overhand knot and create a loop that I clip into the snap clip from the main line. I change so much shit while I'm trolling on most days. I don't like tying everything together, having to cut everything. Man, these fish are stubborn today. Welcome back, Zonda. Gonna be time to start putting my layers back on here soon. The wind's picking up, it's a wee bit chilly. All right, I will be right back, you guys. I gotta check the lake levels. All right, she was a little low. We filled her back up. Nice and warm. What part of Florida you in? You go braid to a 6 to 12 mono leader, then you can do whatever on the end of that if you're after bigger fish. Yeah, so I like my main braid trolling rods I run, right now I'm running 45-pound Suffix 832 Advanced Superline braid as the main line. I tie on a swivel and a hook, and then I go from the clip to 30-pound fluorocarbon leader, anywhere from 8 to 36. From there, again, usually I'll do either a single clip or a swivel and a clip, and you clip on your spoon, your crank, your whatever. So I go braid to fluoro to. I don't really ever use mono. Three days we got to get to the river. The only river fishing I've done this year was right below Maroney Dam, and I got beat up. They didn't want to bite. I'll try my fish whistle. Yeah, we might blow ours again over here too. These are just some stubborn ass fish today. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, it's freshwater. This is Willow Creek Reservoir. It's an irrigation reservoir. sourced by snowmelt up in the Rocky Mountain front, the mountains that you see back here. You'll see that some of them are still white at the top. All the snow gathers up there, melts, and then fills these reservoirs. Bass fishing on the Yellowstone rocks right now. Oh, heck yeah, Creamy. They're, I'm assuming smallmouth, right? Not largemouth. Most of the largemouth are all in ponds. Heck yeah, I hope you catch a fatty. Knots or knots, whatever kind you use. The least, the better, for less chance of failure. Yeah, no, everybody's got an opinion on what the best knot is, and I always say the best knot is the one you know how to tie correctly. If you know a knot, tie it. I mean, learn one solid knot, and that's, I mean, you can build from there. And uni was just one of those knots for me. It was one of the first knots I learned how to tie, and I've tied hundreds of them, so. It's one that I can often, my fingers are a little cold, you know, maybe it's a little dark. It's one of those knots you can kind of tie by feel after a while. Triple granny knot, I mean, if it works, it works. Yep, for sure, whatever knot you have the most confidence in. The best knot you can tie is the knot you can tie best. Maybe that little bit of chop will make the fish decide they're hungry. Maybe. I don't know, we've kind of been on and off chop since 1 p.m. or so. Hasn't gotten too bad though. Yeah, they're just, I don't know, we're off the fish right now. I'm kind of out in just the middle of the damn reservoir. I'm headed back over. I want to take one more pass at least through the dam, the cove area, and then there's one spot kind of close to the dam where we were marking really, really nice fish earlier. Yeah, rainbow trout, and bonus species of tiger muskie, which I would be ecstatic if we managed to get one of them on the line. There are mostly rainbow trout. There is a history of some brown trout being stocked in this water body, but it's been a long time, and I don't know if they ever were able to establish a wild population. So I don't know if there's any brown trout in here. They do actively stock brown or rainbow trout and brook trout in here. I've never fished from the boat at this water body before today, but I have fished a handful of times from the bank, from the shore, from the dock. And last year we were catching, you know, right around 24-inch, just shy of 5-pound rainbow. And the 5-6 pounders are apparently not uncommon in here. We just need to find some that want to buy. Gravel bank looked a decent place to try. Yeah, we could go back over there. It was a pretty steep drop off. We were marking a few fish over there. There were a few logs on the way over there that were just laying on the bottom that looked like they might be tiger muskies. Excuse me. Yeah, so the new battery rigging worked flawlessly so far. We ran our first battery out. It seamlessly transferred over to the second battery. Ran on that for the better part of an hour. I took out the first battery and replaced it, and the voltage chip recognized it and automatically seamlessly transferred back over to the primary battery. So that's what it's running on now. Stream didn't seem to skip a beat. Now there's another water body close to here called Nylon Reservoir. It's about 10 miles, but the water level is really, really low right now. Waiting for them to fill that back up so I can actually use the boat launch. There are supposedly some really nice browns that come out of that one. And then kind of in this general vicinity is another lake called Eureka Lake. And that one supposedly has quite nice browns in it as well. I might have dropped a line in at Eureka. I don't know if I ever caught anything there though. All right, so we're actually gonna pass over this area where we were marking all the fish earlier. So I'm gonna drop this guy down a little bit further. We were at 60 feet two color. I'm gonna run it out to 90. This one's already out at 120. Don't get all squirrely on me now. Has anyone seen my pants asking for a friend? Sorry, my friend. I've not seen your pants. How far from the dam are you? Maybe half a mile. Not too far. Probably take us 20 minutes, maybe 30 minutes to troll over there. Haven't had hot smoked trout for years. Smoked trout is really good. This year, I want to catch a few nice kokanee and smoke them. Probably left them at the front yard when you crawled in through the window just like last time. Sounds about right. Hate it when that happens. What's that? Oh shit, are we dragging? There's no way we're dragging bottom. Damn, got me excited there. Is that really bottom? We're only out at 80 foot. We actually getting the full rated frickin', I guess I am going fairly slow. I'm going 1.4. We're getting the full 7 foot of dive depth per color here. I never troll this slow to get the full depth on it. All right, so we need to bring this up to like 60. Or we need to speed up a little bit. God damn it. Well, I should pull it in because we're probably... Thank you, guys. No, I didn't realize we were going so slow. We were heading into the wind, and my troll slowed from like 1.9 to 1.4, and I started getting the full 7 foot of dive depth per color. So I was hitting 21 foot in with 20 feet of line out, or excuse me, hitting 21 foot of dive depth because I had 3 colors out, 7, 14, 21, but we're only fishing in 20 foot of water, so I was just scraping the bottom. Confused me. I usually don't troll this slow, so I always figure 5 foot-ish per color instead of the 7. And we're actually getting 7 that time. All right, so we'll put her out 60. So that's 14 foot-ish. And we're over 20, 25 foot bottom right now, so we're hovering 10 foot off the bottom. The other line, we're flatlining that one. It's got the max flashlight and the wedding ring, and so that one's probably 1 to 3 foot. So we're subsurface and then down a good 14 foot or so. 1.4 is what I troll on Superior while I try anyway. Yeah, usually I can't get this slow. And I have to have just like a nice, gentle breeze coming at me, and then I throw her in neutral, and it slows me down enough. My normal neutral troll in this boat currently, I need to do some tweaking on the reverse gate or whatever the hell it is, the linkage for it on my jet. But yeah, my neutral is usually, 1.8, 2 miles an hour. It depends again on what direction the wind's blowing. I go faster with the wind at my back and slower when it's in my face. So I've always treated I know the package says 7 foot per color, but I've always treated it more like 5 because I'm going faster than the 1.5 miles or so rated speed. Get me excited. I hate that shit. Need to pay attention. Few here sporadically. We're coming up here in probably a couple 100 feet onto that area where we were marking a whole bunch of them earlier. So we'll see if maybe there's, if they're still hanging out there. We're getting closer. Sundown is around 8 p.m., so hour and 50 minutes. And we might get a bite closer to, as we get closer to sundown. We might not though. Never had much luck on wedding rings except for walleye with a full extended Nightcrawler. Yeah, walleye oftentimes will eat them. Pike love them around here. I fish at Pishkin. It's my favorite pike lake, but I've been trying to catch a trout there for the longest fucking time, and I roll around with wedding ring all the time trying to lure the trout out, and they get bit constantly by the pike. I can't get past the pike to find the kokanee or the rainbow trout there. But one of my most productive lures this past year has been this guy here. It's a hand-tied, it's a double wedding ring that I tie. These are UV, they're like an orangish pink bead, and I have silver wedding ring, double hooks. and then I use hammered nickel or hammered silver Colorado blade, and then just tip it with a couple of gulp maggots. We ran it here, or very similar one to it here earlier, for 2.5, almost 3 hours, and didn't get bed off of it. I'm kind of out of ideas for this lake. It's just not working out today. Chad, it was the bottom. We were dragging bottom. It was skipping across the bottom a little bit. I picked up the pole and felt it a couple of times, and then I yanked on her and realized that we were trolling probably about 21 feet deep, and we're trolling in 20 foot of water, so we were just skipping off the bottom, which isn't bad, you know, with certain lures, but definitely not what you want to be, how you want to be running Brad's kokanee cut plug. Yeah, that's what we're running over here. We have a small Dodger and Brad's watermelon kokanee cut plug with a bit of frozen smelt in its belly, and pink gulp maggot on the trailer hook. That's what we're running over here. And then on the other side, we are running pink 3-blade max flashlight paired with just a standard wedding ring, you know, the triangular beads, one wedding ring, and it's pink and orange. And again, that one's tipped with white shoe peg corn. It's tough this time of year. There's a weed line you control for tigers right outside the weed line. Yeah, we've been pulling garbage out of the reservoir all day, but I haven't seen a whole lot of, it's mostly rocky bottom here. I don't see a whole lot of, you know, tall weed lines defined yet. There might be. It's probably more in the shallows that I'm not fishing yet. All right, we are coming right through where the pile was a little bit ago. We gotta hook up. Let's hook up right now. Fish. Come on. We're driving through the belly of the beast. Let's do this. This is where all the fish were earlier. Still marking. There's one at 25, one at 10. Medium size. It's not a massive one. Where are you guys? Stats aren't working? What do you mean? Type dot stats. You mean in your live the stats command isn't working, or you mean just stats isn't working? No, my channel, Josie. Oh, Josie tried earlier and it wasn't working in your channel. Did it give an error, or it just didn't respond at all? And did you type just dot stats, or did you type dot stats and then something after stats, like somebody's handle? They're still down there. 30-foot big ass one at the bottom. Some at 5 foot, some littler ones. We ain't running 30 foot. We're running Didn't respond at all. Didn't say nothing, just dot stats. Huh. Yeah, Nightbot is weird sometimes. That's why I'm building Rodbot. I hate Nightbot. I mean, it's good. They support a ton of people. It's fairly solid, and I mean, the ability to allow people to create their own commands, that's actually fairly complex. To allow people to do that, it gets confusing, and there's so much breakage, and sometimes it gets really slow. But I can check when I get home and see if there's any indication of why. But somebody type dot stats. It should work in here. Yeah, we're still running 10 to 20 foot. You don't want it? Why? Doing 1.6, so we're not doing too fast. Ooh, it's getting chilly. Dog tags and talk, yeah, I mean, it works. Weather I have disabled in here for now with Nightbot. It would have worked with zip code, but I turned it off because it was competing with Rodbot and it was making shit confusing because Nightbot kept spitting back errors. Dave, no. We're still running patterns. We're headed back over to the dam area now, the basin. It's very small. It's not a big basin, but you can ride up right along this steep cliffs of it. See if we can find any fish over there. That sun has been covered by the clouds for the last like half hour. Yeah, no, we just passed over that area. There were a bunch of fish still stacked in there, but they didn't hit on either thing we're running.